My husband and daughter staged an intervention to commit me to rehab for an addiction I don't have. I'm 47F, married to Greg, 50M, for 22 years with 2 kids. Melissa, 19F, and Tyler, 16M. I have a successful career as an architect, manage our household, maintain friendships, exercise regularly, and by all accounts live a balanced, healthy life. I enjoy wine with dinner sometimes, have a glass or two when out with friends, but I'm not a heavy drinker and certainly not an alcoholic. 3 weeks ago, I came home from work to find Greg, Melissa, and Tyler sitting in our living room with 2 people I didn't recognize. Greg looked serious and said we needed to talk, that they'd arranged an intervention because they were concerned about my drinking problem. I was completely blindsided. What drinking problem? I have wine with dinner a few times a week, occasionally have cocktails when socializing, but I've never been drunk at inappropriate times, never missed work or responsibilities due to alcohol, never had any incidents that would suggest problem drinking. The 2 strangers introduced themselves as counselors from an addiction treatment center. Greg said they'd been documenting my drinking for months and were concerned I was in denial about having a problem. Melissa said she'd been worried about me for a long time, that she'd seen me drinking wine every day. Not true. That I was always opening bottles. Absolutely not true. Tyler said he was scared I was going to end up in an accident because of my drinking. I was stunned. I asked Greg to explain what specific behavior had concerned him. He said I'd been defensive when he'd asked about my wine consumption. I'd never been asked about it in a concerning way, that I hid bottles. I keep wine in a normal wine rack and kitchen cabinet. That I needed alcohol to relax after work. Having a glass of wine while making dinner isn't needing it. The intervention counselors said denial is common, and that my family's concerns should be taken seriously. That they'd arranged for me to enter a 30-day residential rehab program starting the next day. That my job had been notified I'd be taking medical leave. That my bags were already packed. They'd planned my commitment to rehab without my input, based on a drinking problem that didn't exist. I refused to go. Said I didn't have an addiction, wasn't in denial, and wouldn't be checking into rehab for a problem I don't have. The counselors said my refusal was typical of someone with a substance abuse disorder. That my family had made a courageous decision to intervene, that I should trust their assessment of my drinking. Greg said if I didn't go voluntarily, they'd pursue involuntary commitment. That he'd documented my problem drinking and had enough evidence to have me committed for observation and treatment against my will. I was horrified. My husband was threatening to have me involuntarily committed to rehab based on completely fabricated evidence of alcoholism. I left the house and stayed with my best friend Kayla while I figured out what was happening. Over the next few days, I discovered the truth. Greg had been having an affair with a woman from his office for the past 8 months. He'd fabricated the alcohol addiction story as a way to discredit me and potentially gain advantage in a divorce he was planning. If I was in rehab for 30 days being treated for alcoholism, Greg could file for divorce, potentially get custody of Tyler, who's still a minor, and control the narrative about our marriage ending, making it about my addiction rather than his affair. Melissa had been convinced by Greg that I had a real problem. He'd been showing her photos of wine bottles in our recycling, normal amounts, pointing out times I had wine with dinner, completely normal, and framing my social drinking as evidence of addiction. She genuinely believed her mother was an alcoholic because her father had systematically convinced her of it. Tyler had been coached to say he was scared of my drinking, though he later admitted to Kayla's husband that Dad had told him what to say during the intervention. The whole intervention was a setup, designed to get me into rehab so Greg could proceed with his affair and divorce plans while I was locked in a treatment facility for a problem I didn't have. Once I understood what Greg was trying to do, I took action to protect myself. First, I got a comprehensive alcohol assessment from an addiction specialist. The evaluation included blood tests, psychological assessment, detailed drinking history, and clinical observation. The specialist's report was clear. I have no signs of alcohol use disorder, no physical dependence on alcohol, no behavioral patterns consistent with addiction. My drinking is well within normal social consumption limits. Armed with that professional assessment, I consulted with a divorce attorney who specialized in cases involving false allegations. She was appalled by what Greg had done. Fabricating an addiction to justify involuntary commitment is a form of abuse, potentially criminal, depending on how far he'd planned to take the involuntary commitment threat. My attorney sent Greg a letter, informing him that I had professional documentation proving no alcohol addiction, that any attempt to pursue involuntary commitment would be met with legal action for false reporting and abuse, and that I was aware of his affair and would be filing for divorce on grounds of adultery and emotional abuse. Greg panicked. He called claiming the intervention had been a misunderstanding, that he'd been genuinely concerned based on what he thought he'd observed. But my attorney had already subpoenaed records showing Greg had contacted the rehab facility weeks before the intervention, had researched involuntary commitment laws, and had emails with his affair partner discussing how my rehab stay would give them time together without hiding. Greg had planned this systematically: fabricate addiction, stage intervention, get me committed to rehab, enjoy his affair openly, file for divorce while I was in treatment, use my alcoholism to gain custody and favorable divorce terms. Meanwhile, I had to deal with the fallout of the staged intervention. My employer had been told I'd be taking 30-day medical leave for personal health issues. I had to explain that there'd been a family misunderstanding, and I wouldn't actually need the leave. My boss was confused but supportive. Melissa was devastated when she learned the truth. She genuinely believed her mother was an alcoholic because her father had spent months manipulating her perception. She felt guilty for participating in the intervention, angry at Greg for lying to her, and confused about how to process that her father had used her in a scheme to get me committed to rehab. Tyler admitted Greg had coached him on what to say during the intervention, had told him it was important to help Mom get better by emphasizing being scared of my drinking. Tyler felt manipulated and betrayed, angry that his father had used him as a prop in a fake intervention. The intervention counselors from the rehab facility were horrified when they learned the truth. They'd been hired under false pretenses. Greg had described me as a woman in deep denial about alcoholism who needed family intervention. They'd never independently assessed me, had taken Greg's word about the severity of my problem. The facility apologized and refunded the deposit Greg had paid for my rehab stay. Greg's affair partner's husband found out about the affair and the fake intervention scheme. He was disgusted that my husband had fabricated an addiction to facilitate an affair, called Greg a sociopath for trying to have me committed to rehab based on lies. I filed for divorce immediately. The grounds included adultery, the affair, emotional abuse, the fake intervention and threat of involuntary commitment, and manipulation of our children, using Melissa and Tyler in the staged intervention. Greg's lawyer tried to argue the intervention had been well-intentioned, even if ultimately unnecessary, that Greg had genuinely believed I might have a drinking problem. But the evidence destroyed that defense. Emails showing Greg knew I didn't have an addiction, discussions with his affair partner about using my rehab time for their relationship, research into involuntary commitment specifically to threaten me. Greg hadn't been concerned about my drinking. He'd fabricated an addiction as part of a plan to control the divorce narrative and potentially gain custody while I was locked in rehab. The divorce proceedings have been brutal. Greg's trying to claim I'm vindictive for pursuing full custody of Tyler and not agreeing to 50-50 split. My attorney argues that Greg manipulated both children into participating in a fake intervention, used Tyler as a coached witness to my supposed addiction, and can't be trusted with primary custody given his willingness to emotionally abuse family members. Melissa, who's 19 and in college, has chosen to live with me when she's home and has minimal contact with Greg. She's in therapy, processing the manipulation. Her father spent months convincing her that her mother was an alcoholic, used her in a staged intervention, all to facilitate his affair and control a divorce. Tyler's angry at both parents, but especially at Greg, for the coaching and manipulation. He feels used as a prop in a scheme he didn't fully understand. Extended family has been divided until they learned the full truth. Greg's own parents were horrified when they found out about the fake intervention and affair. They'd been told I was genuinely struggling with addiction and had praised Greg for taking action to help his wife. Learning he'd fabricated everything has destroyed their relationship with him. My family was furious from the beginning. My brother wanted to confront Greg physically. I talked him out of it. My mother said staging a fake intervention to commit someone to rehab is psychological abuse at a level she'd never imagined. Friends who'd attended the intervention. Greg had invited my close friend Sarah as additional support. Felt betrayed and manipulated. Sarah said she'd sat through an emotional intervention, believing her friend needed help, had cried watching me refuse treatment, only to learn later that the whole thing was fabricated. She's cut contact with Greg entirely. The intervention counselors contacted me to apologize again and to inform me they'd reported Greg to their licensing board for misusing intervention services. They said they'd never encountered someone who'd hired intervention services to stage a fake addiction crisis, that Greg's actions had undermined their legitimate work helping families in real crisis. Greg's employer learned about the affair and the fake intervention scheme. It became public during divorce proceedings. While they couldn't fire him solely for infidelity, the story of him staging a fake intervention to commit his wife to rehab based on fabricated addiction damaged his reputation. Several colleagues who'd respected Greg were disturbed by what he'd done. The divorce is nearly final. I'm getting primary physical custody of Tyler, with Greg having visitation rights. The court was influenced by Greg's manipulation of both children in the fake intervention, his affair, and the emotional abuse of threatening involuntary commitment based on fabricated addiction. Greg's affair partner left her husband, but their relationship didn't survive the public exposure and fallout. She apparently didn't want to be with someone who'd go to such lengths, faking a spouse's addiction, staging an intervention, planning involuntary commitment, just to facilitate an affair. She broke up with Greg 2 months after the intervention disaster. So Greg destroyed his marriage, his relationship with his children, his reputation among friends and family, and his affair relationship. All because he'd fabricated an alcohol addiction instead of just asking for a divorce honestly. I've had to rebuild my reputation among people who attended the intervention or heard about it. The addiction specialist's assessment has been helpful. I can show documented proof that I don't have alcohol use disorder, that the intervention was based on fabricated evidence. Most people have been supportive once they understood the full story. But there's still some lingering doubt among people who only heard the initial story. Some extended family members and acquaintances still think, where there's smoke, there's fire. That Greg must have had some reason to stage an intervention, even if it was exaggerated. I've had to accept that some people will always wonder if I had even a minor drinking problem that Greg overreacted to. Melissa's struggled the most emotionally. She participated in a fake intervention, told her mother she was worried about her drinking, supported the plan to send me to rehab, all based on lies her father fed her. She feels tremendous guilt, even though she was a victim of Greg's manipulation. She's in therapy working through it. Tyler's angry and disillusioned. He's 16, saw his father coach him to lie about being scared of his mother's drinking, watched his parents' marriage implode over an affair and fake intervention. He's having trust issues with both parents, though my attorney says that's normal for a teenager whose father manipulated him into participating in a staged intervention. Greg's tried to frame himself as the victim, claims I've turned the kids against him. They turned against him themselves when they learned he'd lied and manipulated them. That I've exaggerated the fake intervention into abuse. It was abuse. That he'd had genuine concerns, even if they turned out to be wrong. His emails prove he knew the concerns were fake. He's maintained minimal contact with Melissa and Tyler. Both kids feel betrayed and manipulated. Greg's own parents have reduced contact with him, ashamed of what he did. I'm rebuilding my life at 47. Divorced, primary custody of Tyler, supporting Melissa through college and therapy, managing the aftermath of having been publicly accused of alcoholism at a staged intervention. My career survived, my close friendships survived, my relationship with my kids survived. Greg's life at 50 looks very different than he'd planned. He'd thought he'd be with his affair partner, would have successfully painted me as the alcoholic whose addiction destroyed our marriage, would have avoided the stigma of being the cheating husband. Instead, he's known as the man who staged a fake intervention to commit his wife to rehab she didn't need so he could pursue an affair. Some people think I should have handled it more privately, that publicly exposing Greg's fake intervention scheme was vindictive. But Greg had already made it public by staging an intervention with family and friends present. He'd already told my employer I'd be in rehab for 30 days. He'd already damaged my reputation with accusations of alcoholism. I just made sure people knew those accusations were fabricated. There's no perfect recovery from being publicly accused of addiction in a staged intervention. Some people will always wonder if there was truth to it. But most people who know me, who've seen the addiction specialist's report, who understand Greg's affair and manipulation, they know the intervention was fake. And that's enough. I didn't have an alcohol addiction. My husband staged an intervention and threatened involuntary commitment based on fabricated evidence so he could pursue an affair and control a divorce narrative. When I discovered the truth, I fought back with professional assessments, legal action, and refusal to be gaslit about my own sobriety. Greg's plan failed. The intervention failed. The attempt to commit me to rehab failed. His affair ended. His reputation is destroyed. His relationship with his children is damaged, possibly beyond repair. And I'm sober, vindicated, divorced, and free of a husband who was willing to fabricate a mental health crisis to serve his own interests. That's not revenge. That's refusing to be gaslit into rehab for an addiction I don't have, and ensuring everyone knows the intervention was staged. Greg can live with the consequences of his scheme. I'm living with the satisfaction of having exposed it. And I'd fight back the same way again, without hesitation. My adult children convinced my dying husband to sign a DNR without telling me, so I had them charged. I'm 52-year-old female, married to Michael, 58-year-old male, for 28 years. Michael was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer 9 months ago. The prognosis was poor, maybe a year with aggressive treatment, but Michael wanted to fight. He started chemo immediately, was determined to beat the odds or at least extend his time with our family as much as possible. We'd talked extensively about his wishes. He wanted all available medical interventions, wanted to try every treatment option, didn't want to give up even if things looked grim. Our 3 adult children, Brandon, 26-year-old male, Ashley, 24-year-old female, and Ethan, 22-year-old male, live nearby and have been involved in Michael's care. They visit regularly, come to doctor appointments sometimes, help with errands when Michael's too weak from chemo. I thought we were all united in supporting Michael through his treatment and fighting for every day we could have with him. 2 weeks ago, Michael had a serious medical crisis. His breathing became labored, he collapsed at home, and I called 911. The ambulance rushed him to the ER, where doctors discovered he had developed pneumonia on top of his cancer, a dangerous combination given his weakened immune system. Michael was admitted to the ICU, put on oxygen, started on antibiotics. His condition was critical, but the doctors said he had a reasonable chance of recovering from the pneumonia if we treated it aggressively. They discussed the possibility of intubation if his breathing worsened, putting him on a ventilator temporarily to give the antibiotics time to work. I told the doctors to do whatever was necessary. Michael had been clear about wanting all interventions. We weren't giving up. Then the ICU doctor pulled me aside and said there was a problem. There was a DNR, do not resuscitate, order in Michael's chart, dated 3 days before his collapse. The order specified no intubation, no ventilator, no CPR if his heart stopped. It meant that if Michael's condition worsened, they couldn't put him on a ventilator. They'd have to let him die. I was shocked. Michael and I had never discussed a DNR. He'd been adamant about wanting all treatment options. I told the doctor there must be a mistake, that Michael wouldn't have signed a DNR without discussing it with me. The doctor showed me the paperwork. Michael's signature was on it, witnessed by Brandon and Ashley. My adult children had been with Michael when he signed a DNR order 3 days ago, and nobody had told me. I immediately called Brandon and demanded to know what happened. He was defensive, said he and Ashley had been visiting Michael when the home health nurse mentioned DNR orders. Brandon said Michael had seemed tired of fighting, had expressed concern about being kept alive artificially, so Brandon and Ashley had encouraged him to sign a DNR to prevent unnecessary suffering. I was furious. Michael had been clear about wanting all interventions. Brandon and Ashley had no authority to encourage him to sign a DNR, especially without telling me, Michael's wife and medical power of attorney. When I talked to Ashley, she said they'd been trying to protect Dad from suffering, that they'd seen how hard the chemo was on him, that they believed a DNR was the compassionate choice. She said they'd planned to tell me when the time was right, but Michael's collapse had happened before they had the chance. I didn't believe them. I think Brandon and Ashley, and possibly Ethan, though he claims he wasn't involved, had decided Michael should stop fighting and had taken advantage of a moment when he was weak and vulnerable to get him to sign a DNR without my knowledge. They'd essentially overridden Michael's previously stated wishes and my medical power of attorney by getting him to sign paperwork when I wasn't present. Michael was unconscious and intubated by the time I learned about the DNR. The doctors had intubated him before finding the order in his chart. When he woke up 2 days later, I asked him about the DNR. He was confused, said he barely remembered signing it, that Brandon and Ashley had brought papers and he'd signed them because they said it was important. But he didn't really understand what he was agreeing to. My husband had signed a DNR while weak from cancer and chemo, without fully understanding it, because our children had pressured him to. Once I understood what Brandon and Ashley had done, pressured Michael into signing a DNR without his full comprehension and without informing me, I took immediate action. I contacted my attorney who specialized in elder law and medical decision-making. I explained the situation. Michael's adult children had gotten him to sign a DNR while he was weak from chemo, without my knowledge as his medical power of attorney, possibly without his full understanding of what he was signing. My attorney said this could constitute elder abuse, specifically undue influence or coercion of a vulnerable person to sign medical directives against their actual wishes. Michael had been adamant about wanting all treatment before Brandon and Ashley's visit. 3 days later, he'd signed a DNR he couldn't clearly remember or explain. That pattern suggested undue influence. We filed a petition to invalidate the DNR on grounds that Michael had signed it under duress or without full mental capacity to understand its implications. We also filed a complaint with Adult Protective Services, APS, for suspected elder abuse, specifically coercion of a terminally ill person to sign medical directives without proper understanding. Brandon and Ashley were outraged. They claimed they'd been helping Dad make a compassionate choice, that I was being selfish by wanting to keep Michael alive for my own sake, rather than accepting that he was dying. Ashley said I was traumatizing Dad with endless treatments, and the DNR was about respecting his dignity. But Michael himself had told me he didn't clearly remember signing the DNR, didn't understand what Brandon and Ashley were asking him to sign, had only signed because they seemed upset and said it was important. That's not informed consent. That's coercion of a vulnerable cancer patient. The court appointed an independent guardian ad litem to interview Michael and assess his understanding of the DNR. The guardian spent several hours with Michael over multiple days, asking about his wishes for medical care, his memory of signing the DNR, his understanding of what the order meant. Michael told the guardian he wanted all available treatments, didn't want to give up, even though the cancer was terminal, and didn't fully understand what he'd signed when Brandon and Ashley brought him the DNR paperwork. He said he'd been very tired and confused that day, that Brandon had said something about preventing suffering, and he'd signed papers to make them happy without really comprehending the implications. The guardian's report recommended invalidating the DNR on grounds that Michael had not provided informed consent. He'd signed while cognitively impaired from chemo and illness, without full understanding of the document's implications, and under pressure from adult children who'd presented the DNR in a coercive manner. The court invalidated the DNR. Michael's medical directives reverted to his previously stated wishes. All available interventions, aggressive treatment, no limitations on life-sustaining measures unless he made that choice himself while fully cognizant. But I wasn't done. I wanted Brandon and Ashley to face consequences for what they'd done. They'd taken advantage of their dying father's vulnerability to override his medical wishes and my authority as medical power of attorney. The APS investigation concluded that Brandon and Ashley had likely exerted undue influence on Michael to sign the DNR. While not rising to the level of criminal elder abuse, their actions showed a pattern of overriding Michael's autonomy and making medical decisions without proper authority or Michael's informed consent. I filed civil suit against Brandon and Ashley for emotional distress and interference with my medical power of attorney. The suit alleged they'd deliberately circumvented my authority by getting Michael to sign a DNR without my knowledge, had coerced a vulnerable cancer patient into signing medical directives he didn't fully understand, and had caused severe emotional distress by nearly preventing Michael from receiving life-saving treatment. My attorney argued that if the DNR hadn't been discovered in time, if Michael's breathing had worsened before we found it, he would have been denied ventilation and would have died. All because Brandon and Ashley had gotten him to sign a document he didn't fully comprehend. Brandon and Ashley's defense was that they'd been acting in Michael's best interests, that they believed he was suffering unnecessarily, that the DNR was a compassionate choice. Their attorney argued they'd made a judgment call about their father's quality of life. But they'd made that judgment call without Michael's informed consent and without consulting me as his medical power of attorney. That's not compassion. That's overriding a patient's autonomy and a spouse's legal authority. The civil case settled. Brandon and Ashley admitted no wrongdoing, but agreed to pay damages, agreed to have no involvement in Michael's medical decisions going forward, and agreed to court-supervised communication only regarding their father's care. Effectively, I'd gotten a court order keeping my adult children away from Michael's medical decision-making because they'd proven they'd coerce him into signing documents he didn't understand. The aftermath has been devastating for our family relationships. Michael is still alive, the pneumonia cleared with antibiotics and ventilator support, treatment that would have been denied if the DNR hadn't been invalidated in time. He's back home, continuing his cancer treatment, still fighting for every day he can have with us. But our relationship with Brandon and Ashley is shattered. They maintain they were trying to help Dad by getting him to sign the DNR, that I'm cruel for keeping Michael alive when he's clearly suffering, that I destroyed our family by pursuing legal action against them. Brandon has cut contact with me entirely. He visits Michael occasionally but refuses to speak to me, communicates only through text about scheduling visits. He's told extended family I'm selfish and keeping Dad alive for my own benefit, rather than letting him die with dignity. Ashley still speaks to me, but our relationship is cold and formal. She said repeatedly that she was trying to prevent Michael from suffering, that the DNR was about compassion, that I've made everything about control by pursuing legal action instead of accepting their judgment about what was best for Dad. Ethan has stayed neutral but is clearly uncomfortable with the family conflict. He's admitted he knew about Brandon and Ashley's plan to have Michael sign a DNR, but didn't think they'd actually do it without telling me first. He feels guilty for not warning me, but also doesn't want to completely side against his siblings. Michael is caught in the middle. He's upset that his children took advantage of his vulnerability to get him to sign a DNR he didn't understand. But he also doesn't want his remaining time with them to be consumed by legal battles and family conflict. He's asked me repeatedly to make peace with Brandon and Ashley for his sake. But I can't make peace with people who coerced my dying husband into signing away his right to life-saving treatment without his full comprehension or my knowledge. If the DNR hadn't been discovered in time, Michael would be dead, not from cancer, but from pneumonia. He could have survived if he'd been allowed ventilator support. Brandon and Ashley nearly killed their father by pressuring him to sign a document he didn't understand. That's not something I can forgive or forget. The court-supervised communication order means Brandon and Ashley can visit Michael, but cannot discuss medical decisions with him, cannot bring him paperwork to sign, cannot attempt to influence his treatment choices. They're allowed to be his children, but not his medical advisors. This restriction has created tension during visits. Brandon especially resents being supervised and has accused me of treating him like a criminal. I've pointed out that he coerced his dying father into signing a DNR he didn't understand. That's exactly the behavior that requires supervision. Extended family is divided. Michael's brother thinks I overreacted, that Brandon and Ashley made a mistake but had good intentions, that the legal action was excessive. My sister is horrified by what they did and fully supports my response. Michael's parents, both in their 80s, are confused and heartbroken that their family is fractured while their son is dying. Some friends have suggested I should prioritize family unity during Michael's remaining time, that legal battles and court orders should take a back seat to peace and reconciliation, that Michael deserves to have his children present without conflict during his final months. But Michael deserves more than that. He deserves medical decisions made with his informed consent, deserves not to be coerced into signing away his treatment options, deserves a wife who will protect his autonomy even from his own children. I protected Michael by invalidating the DNR and pursuing legal action against Brandon and Ashley. If I'd prioritized family unity over Michael's rights, he'd be dead from pneumonia, killed not by cancer, but by a DNR he didn't understand signing. I'm 52, caring for my dying husband, estranged from 2 of my 3 children because I pursued legal action after they coerced Michael into signing a DNR. Brandon is 26 and Ashley is 24, both facing civil judgments for their role in the incident, both claiming they were trying to help Dad, even though he didn't fully understand what he was signing. Michael is 58, still alive and receiving treatment, grateful the DNR was invalidated but heartbroken that his family is fractured. He has maybe 6 months left. Those 6 months will be filled with cancer treatment, time with family, and the ongoing tension between me and our adult children. Some people will always think I went too far by pursuing legal action against Brandon and Ashley, that a mother shouldn't sue her own children even when they've done something terribly wrong, that family conflict during a terminal illness is worse than the original offense. But if I hadn't pursued legal action, the DNR would have stood. Michael would have been denied ventilator support. He would have died from pneumonia rather than being given the chance to recover and continue his cancer fight. Brandon and Ashley's compassionate choice would have killed their father against his actual wishes. I don't regret invalidating the DNR, pursuing the APS investigation, filing the civil suit, or getting the court-supervised communication order. Every action I took was necessary to protect Michael's autonomy and ensure his medical decisions were made with his informed consent. If that destroyed my relationship with Brandon and Ashley, that's a consequence of their choice to coerce their dying father into signing a DNR he didn't understand. Not my choice to protect him from that coercion. Michael will die from cancer eventually, but he won't die because his adult children pressured him into signing a DNR while he was weak and confused. He'll die on his own timeline, with all the treatment he wants, with medical decisions made by him and me, his legal medical power of attorney. That's what I fought for, and that's what I'd fight for again without hesitation. Brandon and Ashley can call me controlling, selfish, cruel, but I'm the one who protected their father's right to make his own informed medical decisions. They're the ones who tried to take that right away. And Michael is still alive because I fought back. That's not revenge. That's protecting your dying spouse from being coerced by your own children into signing away his life-saving treatment options. And I'm at peace with every decision I made. My adult children had me declared mentally incompetent to take over my business, so I proved them wrong in court. I'm 53M, founder and CEO of a successful marketing firm I built from nothing over the past 22 years. The company employs 45 people and generates about $8 million annually. I have 3 adult children from my marriage to Sandra, 52F, Keith, 28M, Vanessa, 26F, and Troy, 23M. All 3 work at my company in various roles. Keith is in business development, Vanessa handles client relations, and Troy works in creative services. I'd always planned to pass the company to my children eventually, had been grooming them for leadership roles, teaching them the business from the ground up. I thought bringing them into the company was giving them opportunities and securing their futures. I was wrong about what they actually wanted. 2 months ago, I was in a serious car accident. I was T-boned by a driver who ran a red light, suffered a concussion, broken ribs, and a fractured leg. I was hospitalized for 5 days and then required several weeks of home recovery. The concussion caused some temporary cognitive issues, confusion, memory problems, difficulty concentrating, but my doctor said these were normal after head trauma and would resolve within 4 to 6 weeks with proper rest. During my hospitalization and recovery, Keith took over running the company as acting CEO. I'd given him temporary authority to handle day-to-day operations while I recovered, trusting him to keep things running smoothly until I could return. 3 weeks into my recovery, I received legal papers. Keith, Vanessa, and Troy had filed a petition for guardianship, asking the court to declare me mentally incompetent to manage my own affairs or run the company. They'd hired a lawyer who'd prepared extensive documentation claiming I had severe cognitive impairment from the accident, couldn't make sound business decisions, and needed a guardian to protect me and my interests. The proposed guardians? Keith, Vanessa, and Troy themselves. They wanted legal authority over my personal and business affairs, essentially taking control of my company while I was still alive and recovering. I was shocked and betrayed. My children were trying to have me declared mentally incompetent based on temporary post-concussion symptoms, taking advantage of my injury to seize control of the business I'd built. When I called Keith to ask what the hell he was doing, he was calm and rational, too calm. He said they were concerned about my cognitive function, that I'd been confused and forgetful during hospital visits, that they needed legal authority to protect the company if my impairment turned out to be permanent. He said this was for my own good, and I should trust them to handle things. But my doctors had been clear. The cognitive issues were temporary and already improving. This wasn't about protecting me. This was about taking control of my company while I was vulnerable. I called Vanessa and Troy. Both echoed Keith's talking points about being concerned and protecting the business. They'd clearly coordinated this, had met with lawyers while I was in the hospital, had planned the guardianship petition while I was drugged on pain medication and recovering from head trauma. My own children were trying to take control of my life and business while I was injured and vulnerable. I hired my own attorney immediately, a specialist in guardianship law. She reviewed the petition and was appalled. She said the evidence my children had presented was thin, mostly their own statements about my confusion during recovery, cherry-picked doctor's notes about post-concussion symptoms, and speculation that my cognitive impairment might be permanent. They had no medical expert willing to testify I was permanently incompetent. No psychiatric evaluation showing I couldn't manage my affairs. Just their word that I seemed confused during recovery, and their concern that this might not improve. My attorney said we'd fight this in court, that I'd undergo independent medical and psychiatric evaluation to prove I was competent, and that we'd expose my children's attempt to seize control of my company through fraudulent guardianship proceedings. The competency hearing was scheduled for 3 weeks out. I had 3 weeks to prove I was mentally competent and expose my children's betrayal. I spent those 3 weeks doing everything necessary to demonstrate my competence. I underwent comprehensive neuropsychological testing with an independent examiner who specialized in traumatic brain injury recovery. The testing was extensive: hours of cognitive assessments, memory tests, executive function evaluations, psychological interviews. The results were clear. I had normal cognitive function with only minor residual effects from the concussion that were consistent with expected recovery trajectory. The neuropsychologist's report stated I was fully capable of managing personal and business affairs, and that my children's claims of severe impairment were not supported by clinical evidence. I also had my treating physicians write detailed reports about my recovery. My neurologist noted that post-concussion confusion had resolved within 3 weeks of the accident, that my most recent examination showed normal cognitive function, and that I was cleared to return to work. My primary care physician wrote that I was recovering well and showed no signs of permanent cognitive impairment. Armed with these medical evaluations, my attorney and I prepared for the competency hearing. But I also wanted to understand what had really motivated my children to file for guardianship. Were they genuinely concerned about my health, or was this a calculated move to take control of the company? I had my attorney subpoena company records and communications from the period when I was hospitalized. What we found was damning. While I was in the hospital recovering from the accident, Keith had called a meeting with Vanessa and Troy to discuss the future of the company. In emails we discovered during discovery, Keith had written to his siblings, "Dad's accident might be our opportunity to take control. If we can get guardianship while he's still impaired from the concussion, we can make the case that he's not fit to run things. By the time he recovers, we'll already be in charge legally." Vanessa had responded, "How do we make sure guardianship sticks? What if his concussion symptoms improve?" Keith's reply, "We emphasize the risk of permanent damage. Get guardianship established fast while he's still obviously impaired. Then it'll be hard for him to undo even after he recovers." Troy had added, "Won't this look bad, like we're taking advantage?" Keith's response, "We frame it as concern for his health and protecting the business. No one can argue with children protecting their aging father's interests. My children had explicitly planned to exploit my accident-related cognitive impairment to seize control of my company, had discussed how to make guardianship stick even after I recovered, and had framed it as protective concern rather than what it actually was, an opportunistic power grab." These emails became central evidence in the competency hearing. My attorney presented them to the judge along with my medical evaluations showing I was competent. The hearing itself was brutal. My children's attorney tried to argue that my confusion during hospitalization and early recovery showed I couldn't manage complex business decisions. They brought witnesses, employees who'd visited me in the hospital and described me as disoriented and forgetful. My attorney didn't dispute that I'd been confused immediately after the accident. That's normal with concussions. But she presented the medical evidence showing full cognitive recovery, the emails proving my children had planned to exploit temporary impairment for permanent control, and testimony from my own employees who'd worked with me in the weeks leading up to the hearing and confirmed I was functioning normally. The judge also interviewed me directly, asking questions about the business, my recovery, my understanding of the guardianship proceedings, and my relationship with my children. I was able to answer clearly and competently, demonstrating that I understood what was happening and was capable of managing my own affairs. After 2 days of testimony, the judge denied the guardianship petition. He ruled that I was clearly competent to manage personal and business affairs, that the medical evidence showed full cognitive recovery from temporary post-concussion symptoms, and that my children's petition appeared to be motivated by desire to control the family business rather than genuine concern for the proposed ward's welfare. The judge's ruling included a scathing paragraph about the emails showing my children had discussed exploiting my injury for business control, stating that such conduct undermines the petitioner's credibility regarding their stated motivations and suggests opportunistic rather than protective intent. I'd won. The guardianship was denied. I was legally confirmed as competent. And my children's scheme to take control of my company was exposed in court records. The immediate aftermath of winning the competency hearing brought relief, but the damage to my family was catastrophic. I'd proven in court that I was mentally competent and that my children had tried to exploit my injury to seize control of my company. But proving it didn't repair the broken trust or undo the betrayal. Keith, Vanessa, and Troy were humiliated by the court's ruling, particularly the judge's comments about their opportunistic rather than protective intent. They'd been publicly called out for trying to take advantage of their injured father, and the emails we'd presented showed their planning in their own words. I returned to work as CEO immediately after the hearing. My first action was to call a meeting with Keith, Vanessa, and Troy. I told them they were fired, effective immediately. They'd violated my trust in the most fundamental way, trying to have me declared incompetent and take control of my company while I was injured and vulnerable. Keith tried to argue that they'd had legitimate concerns about my ability to run the company, that the guardianship petition had been protective rather than opportunistic. I showed him his own emails discussing how to make guardianship stick and exploit my accident as our opportunity to take control. There was no explaining that away. Keith had written explicitly about using my injury as an opportunity for a power grab. The guardianship petition hadn't been about concern, it had been about control. Vanessa cried and said they'd made a mistake, that they'd been scared about what would happen to the company if my cognitive issues were permanent. But the emails showed they'd been discussing taking control before my doctors had even assessed whether the impairment would be permanent. They'd jumped straight to guardianship while I was still in the hospital. Troy said the least, just looked ashamed and asked if there was any way to fix this. I told him the trust was broken irreparably. They'd tried to have me declared mentally incompetent to take over my business. There was no coming back from that. All three cleaned out their desks that day. I had security escort them from the building to ensure they didn't access sensitive files or sabotage anything on their way out. My ex-wife, Sandra, has been furious with me for firing our children. She's called me vindictive and cruel, said they were trying to help, even if their methods were flawed, that I've destroyed their careers and our family over a misunderstanding. But the emails made clear this wasn't a misunderstanding. Keith explicitly wrote about exploiting my accident to take control, about making guardianship stick even after I recovered. That's not protective concern. That's calculated betrayal. Sandra has framed me as the villain in this story, telling extended family that I've turned on our children and punished them for caring. She's left out the part where they filed for guardianship based on temporary post-concussion symptoms while planning in writing to use my injury as an opportunity to seize control. The three of them have struggled to find employment since. Word has gotten around in our industry about what happened, that they tried to have their father declared incompetent to take over his business and were exposed in court. Several companies have quietly declined to hire them, not wanting the liability or drama of employing people who'd tried to exploit their own father's injury. Keith has been the most vocal about feeling victimized. He's told anyone who'll listen that I've blackballed him in the industry, that I'm preventing him from working. But I haven't done anything to prevent their employment. I've simply told the truth when asked for references. When companies call asking about Keith's employment at my firm, I confirm he worked there, describe his role, and note that his employment ended when he filed a guardianship petition attempting to have me declared incompetent while I was recovering from an accident. That's factual, not vindictive. Vanessa has been more contrite, has tried to apologize and ask if she can return to the company. I've told her no. The emails showed she was fully involved in planning the guardianship petition, discussed how to frame it as concern, and participated in the scheme to exploit my injury. Her apology doesn't undo that betrayal. Troy has been the most damaged by all this. He's the youngest, was probably most influenced by his older siblings, and seems genuinely remorseful. But he still participated in the guardianship petition, still signed documents claiming I was incompetent, still tried to take control of my company while I was injured. Remorse doesn't erase those actions. The company has actually thrived since I returned and they left. Turns out Keith wasn't as essential to business development as he'd thought. Other employees have stepped up, and we've brought in new talent. Vanessa's client relations role has been filled by someone with more experience and better judgment. Troy's creative position was easily filled. My children had thought they were indispensable, that I couldn't run the company without them, that their guardianship was necessary to protect the business. The company's continued success without them proves otherwise. I'm 53, back running my company, estranged from my 3 adult children after they tried to have me declared mentally incompetent to seize control of my business. Keith is 28, Vanessa is 26, and Troy is 23, all unemployed or underemployed, dealing with the industry reputation consequences of what they did. Some people think I should forgive them, that they're my children and family should come first. But they tried to have me declared mentally incompetent based on temporary injury symptoms while planning and writing to exploit my accident for business control. That's not family. That's betrayal of the worst kind. I built that company over 22 years. I'd planned to pass it to my children eventually, to reward them for their work and give them the security I'd worked to create. Instead, they tried to take it from me while I was injured and vulnerable, using the legal system to have me declared incompetent when I was temporarily impaired from head trauma. They didn't want to earn the company. They wanted to seize it while I couldn't fight back. The competency hearing exposed their scheme and proved I was mentally sound. Firing them was the natural consequence of their betrayal, and I'd make the same decisions again without hesitation. Some will say I've been too harsh, that firing them and refusing reconciliation is excessive, but they tried to take away my legal autonomy, my business, and my livelihood based on temporary injury symptoms. They filed legal documents claiming I was mentally incompetent when I was recovering from a concussion that doctors said would heal completely. That's not a mistake or poor judgment. That's calculated exploitation of a parent's vulnerability for personal gain. They can rebuild their careers elsewhere. They can repair their reputations if they choose. But they won't do it at my company or with my help. I gave them opportunities, brought them into the business, planned to pass it to them eventually. They repaid me by trying to seize control while I was injured and vulnerable. That's the betrayal they'll live with. And the consequences of that betrayal, their firings, their damaged reputations, their estrangement from me, are consequences they earned through their own actions. I'm at peace with how I handled it. I fought for my competency, proved it in court, and removed from my company the people who'd tried to exploit my injury for their benefit. That's not revenge. That's self-protection and appropriate consequences for betrayal. And I'd do it all again to protect what I built and ensure my children learned that you can't exploit your injured father's vulnerability without facing serious consequences. They wanted control of my company. They got fired instead, and they'll live with that outcome for the rest of their lives. My brother convinced my elderly parents I was abusing them so he could isolate them and control their care. I'm 49 years ago, and until 6 months ago, I had a close relationship with my parents, Dorothy, 81-year-old female, and Frank, 83-year-old male. They live about 30 minutes from me, and I visit them 3 times a week to help with groceries, yard work, bills, and generally check on their well-being. My brother, Kenneth, 52-year-old male, lives across the country and visits maybe twice a year. Despite the distance, we'd always had a cordial relationship and coordinated well on our parents' care. That changed abruptly when Kenneth started calling our parents more frequently. At first, I was glad he was being more involved. Mom mentioned he'd been asking detailed questions about their health, their daily routines, and how often I visited. I thought he was finally stepping up to help with elder care planning. Then, 4 months ago, my parents' behavior toward me changed dramatically. Mom became nervous and jumpy when I visited. Dad asked me to leave after only 20 minutes, saying they were tired, even though I'd just arrived. When I tried to help Dad with his medications, something I'd been doing for 2 years, he said Kenneth told him I might make a mistake, and he'd handle it himself. I asked what was going on. Why were they suddenly uncomfortable with my help? Mom said Kenneth had expressed some concerns, and they were just being careful. When I pushed for details, she became upset and asked me to leave. I called Kenneth and asked what he'd been telling our parents. He said he'd noticed some troubling patterns during our calls, that I seemed to be isolating them from other family, that I was controlling their medications, that I had too much access to their finances. He said he'd shared these concerns with our parents for their own protection. I was stunned. I wasn't isolating them. I was the only family member who visited regularly because Kenneth lived across the country. I wasn't controlling their medications. I was helping them organize pills because Dad has early dementia and sometimes forgets doses. I didn't have inappropriate access to their finances. I had power of attorney that they'd voluntarily given me years ago to help with bill paying. Kenneth was taking normal elder care assistance and reframing it as abuse and control. When I asked Kenneth directly what he was accusing me of, he said he wasn't accusing me of anything, just raising concerns that our parents should be aware of. But the effect of his concerns was clear. Our parents were now afraid of me and pulling away from my help. 2 weeks later, I received a certified letter from an attorney representing my parents. The letter informed me that my power of attorney had been revoked, that I was no longer authorized to access their medical or financial information, and that I should limit contact with them to reduce stress. My parents had revoked my POA and were restricting my contact with them, all based on Kenneth's allegations that I'd been abusive and controlling. I tried calling my parents. Mom answered but said Kenneth had advised them to take space from me while they reassessed the relationship. I asked if they truly believed I'd been abusing or controlling them. Mom said she didn't know what to believe anymore, that Kenneth had shown her patterns in my behavior that concerned him, and they were just being safe. Kenneth had systematically poisoned my parents against me, convincing them I was a threat, all while he was 2,000 miles away, providing no actual care or support. I hired my own attorney to understand what was happening legally. She reviewed the POA revocation and noted that it had been done through Kenneth's attorney, not one my parents had independently chosen. She suspected Kenneth was orchestrating this to take control of our parents' care and decision-making. Within 2 weeks, Kenneth flew out and moved our parents to an assisted living facility 3 states away, near where he lives. He did this without consulting me, without giving me their new address, and with our parents' apparent consent, based on his claims that I'd been abusive and they needed protection. My brother had used fabricated abuse allegations to isolate our parents from me and move them across the country where he could control their care, and I'd have no access. I was devastated and furious. Kenneth had accused me of abusing our parents based on normal caregiving activities, had turned them against me with manufactured concerns, and had moved them across the country to isolate them from me completely. My attorney investigated the assisted living facility Kenneth had chosen. It was expensive, much more than our parents could afford long-term on their retirement income. Kenneth had apparently convinced them to sell their house to fund the facility costs, which gave him access to the proceeds from the sale. This wasn't about protecting our parents from abuse. This was about Kenneth gaining control of their assets and decision-making by removing me from the picture. My attorney filed for emergency guardianship evaluation, arguing that Kenneth had used undue influence and false allegations to isolate vulnerable elderly parents from their primary caregiver. We requested the court appoint an independent guardian ad litem to assess the situation. The court agreed and appointed a guardian ad litem, an attorney whose job was to investigate and represent our parents' best interests. The GAL interviewed Kenneth, interviewed me, tried to interview our parents. Kenneth initially blocked access but was court-ordered to allow it, and reviewed medical and financial records. The GAL's report was damning for Kenneth. It found 1. No evidence supporting Kenneth's allegations that I'd been abusive or controlling. My parents' doctors confirmed I'd been appropriately helping with medication management and had never shown concerning behavior. 2. Evidence that Kenneth had coached our parents on what to say about me, including specific phrases about feeling controlled and isolated that appeared in both parents' statements verbatim. 3. Financial records showing Kenneth had gained access to the proceeds from our parents' house sale and had been using some of those funds for his own expenses, not just facility costs. 4. Medical assessments showing our parents had been confused and frightened by the sudden move across the country, that the transition had worsened Dad's dementia symptoms, and that they'd expressed wanting to go home. But Kenneth had told staff to ignore those requests. Kenneth had fabricated abuse allegations, manipulated our parents into revoking my POA and selling their house, moved them across the country against their actual wishes, and was using their assets for his own benefit, all under the guise of protecting them from me. The court removed Kenneth's POA authority and placed our parents under temporary professional guardianship while the situation was sorted out. The guardian moved our parents back to our state, not to their sold house, but to a local assisted living facility near me, where they'd be close to their established medical team and community. I was granted supervised visitation initially. The court wanted to verify Kenneth's allegations were false before restoring full access. During those supervised visits, it became clear our parents had been manipulated. Mom cried and apologized, said Kenneth had told them things about me that had scared them, but now she wasn't sure what was true. Dad's dementia made it harder for him to explain what happened, but he repeatedly said he wanted to go home and didn't understand why Kenneth had taken them away. The guardian's interviews revealed the extent of Kenneth's manipulation. He'd shown our parents evidence of my alleged financial abuse, bank statements with my name on transactions, normal bill paying I'd done with their authorization. He'd described my medication help as controlling what pills they take, helping organize medications prescribed by their doctors. He'd said I was isolating them by visiting so often. I was the only family member providing regular in-person support. Kenneth had taken normal elder care and reframed every aspect as abuse to justify removing me from our parents' lives. Criminal charges were filed against Kenneth for financial exploitation of the elderly and for making false reports of elder abuse. The prosecutor argued Kenneth had deliberately fabricated abuse allegations to gain control of our parents' assets and decision-making authority. Kenneth's criminal trial revealed even more disturbing details about his plan. Emails and text messages recovered from his devices showed he'd been planning this for over a year, researching elder abuse indicators, consulting with attorneys about how to remove a sibling's POA authority, and discussing with his wife how much money they could access from our parents' assets once he gained control. One email to his wife read, "If I can get my name out of the picture, I can convince Mom and Dad to sell the house and move near us. We can use the sale proceeds to cover facility costs and have access to the rest. They won't live forever. Might as well make sure we're positioned right." Kenneth hadn't been worried about our parents' well-being. He'd been planning to exploit them financially and had used false abuse allegations against me as the mechanism to gain that access. The jury convicted Kenneth on multiple counts of elder financial exploitation and filing false reports. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison, followed by probation, and was ordered to repay all funds he'd taken from our parents' assets. Approximately $45,000 he'd used for his own expenses, while claiming it was for their care. The professional guardian recommended that I be reinstated as POA and primary caregiver, given the evidence that Kenneth's allegations were fabricated, and that I'd been appropriately caring for our parents for years. The court agreed. I now have full POA authority again. Our parents are living in a nice assisted living facility near me, where I visit regularly, and Kenneth is in prison for exploiting the parents he claimed to be protecting. Mom's relationship with Kenneth is destroyed. She said she can't forgive him for lying about me, for moving them away from their home and community, for stealing from them. She's told me she feels stupid for believing his allegations, that she should have known I would never hurt them. I've reassured her that Kenneth was manipulative and convincing, that she's not stupid for believing her son when he claimed to be concerned about her welfare. Dad's dementia has progressed since the stress of Kenneth's manipulation and the moves. He doesn't fully remember what happened, but is calmer and more stable now that he's back near familiar surroundings with consistent care. Kenneth's wife divorced him during the trial, saying she'd had no idea about the extent of his planning and was horrified by the evidence presented. She's claimed she thought Kenneth was genuinely worried about our parents and hadn't known about the financial exploitation. Extended family who'd initially believed Kenneth's allegations have apologized. Several relatives had distanced themselves from me based on his claims that I was abusing and financially exploiting our parents. Learning those allegations were fabricated, and that Kenneth was the one actually exploiting them, caused most family members to cut contact with him entirely. I'm 49, restored POA for my parents, visiting them regularly in assisted living, watching my brother serve prison time for the lies he told about me. Kenneth is 52, divorced, convicted felon, serving 3 years for elder exploitation and false reporting. Our parents are 81 and 83, living in assisted living near me, safe from the son who manipulated and exploited them while claiming to protect them. Some distant relatives think I was vindictive for pursuing criminal charges against my own brother, that family matters should be handled privately. But Kenneth didn't create a private family conflict. He filed false abuse reports with authorities, used attorneys to revoke my POA, moved our vulnerable parents across the country, and stole from them. That required criminal prosecution, not private family mediation. I'd press charges again without hesitation. Kenneth fabricated abuse allegations to isolate and exploit our elderly parents. That's not a family disagreement. That's elder abuse that deserved prison time. Our parents are back near me, receiving proper care, safe from Kenneth's manipulation. That's what matters. Kenneth wanted to use false allegations to control our parents and their assets. He got a prison sentence and permanent estrangement from the family instead. Those are the consequences of lying about abuse to exploit vulnerable elderly parents. And I'm at peace with every action I took to expose his lies and protect our parents from him. Because no one, not even your brother, gets to fabricate abuse allegations to steal from your elderly parents. Kenneth made his choices. These are his consequences. And our parents are safer for it. My daughter had me institutionalized for dementia I don't have so she could control my property. I'm 56 per min of F minute, and 2 months ago I found myself locked in a psychiatric facility against my will, diagnosed with early onset dementia that I don't actually have. The person who put me there? My daughter Alexis, 32 period female, who I'd trusted completely and who'd been systematically planning this for almost a year. I should have seen the signs earlier, but you don't expect your own child to gaslight you into questioning your sanity. It started about 10 months ago when Alexis began making subtle comments about my memory. She'd claim I'd forgotten conversations we'd had, would insist I'd agreed to things I had no recollection of, would express concern to other family members that I seemed confused lately. At first, I dismissed it as normal miscommunication, but Alexis was persistent and strategic. She started documenting these alleged memory lapses, keeping a journal of times I'd supposedly forgotten things, recording conversations where she'd claim I was repeating myself or seemed disoriented. She was building a case that I was experiencing cognitive decline. I'm a real estate attorney with my own small practice. I'm sharp, organized, manage complex legal cases daily, and have no actual memory or cognitive issues. But Alexis's campaign of concern was convincing to people who weren't around me constantly. 6 months ago, Alexis convinced me to see a neurologist just to rule out any issues, given her observations about my memory. I went to humor her, expecting to be told I was fine. Instead, the neurologist, who Alexis had carefully selected and met with before my appointment, seemed primed to look for cognitive problems. The neurologist, Dr. Morrison, conducted what seemed like a standard evaluation, but focused heavily on minor, normal memory variations that everyone experiences. When I couldn't recall what I'd eaten for breakfast 3 days prior, she noted it as concerning. When I hesitated on the date, I'd thought it was the 18th when it was the 19th, she documented it as temporal disorientation. Dr. Morrison's report suggested possible early cognitive impairment requiring monitoring and further evaluation. Not a dementia diagnosis, but enough medical documentation to support Alexis's claims that something was wrong with me. Alexis used that report to convince me to give her power of attorney, just temporarily, in case the cognitive issues progress. She framed it as a safety measure, as being responsible and prepared. I trusted my daughter and signed the POA documents she'd already had prepared by an attorney. Within weeks, Alexis was using that POA to make changes I hadn't authorized. She closed one of my bank accounts, claiming she was consolidating my finances to make them easier to manage. She contacted my law firm partners expressing concerns about my cognitive function and suggesting I might need to reduce my caseload. When I confronted Alexis about overstepping her POA authority, she became emotional and said she was just trying to help because I was getting worse and didn't realize it. She'd cry and say how hard it was to watch her mother decline, how scared she was of losing me to dementia. I wasn't declining. I was functioning perfectly well in my demanding legal career. But Alexis had surrounded me with a narrative of cognitive impairment that was becoming harder to fight as she recruited more people to her version of reality. Then, 2 months ago, Alexis called 911, claiming I was having a psychotic break, that I was delusional and a danger to myself. When paramedics arrived, I was calmly working at my home office. But Alexis had coached them before arrival that I'd be in denial about my condition, that I'd seem normal, but was actually experiencing serious cognitive decline, that I needed psychiatric evaluation. The paramedics, primed by Alexis's framing, took me for psychiatric evaluation. At the hospital, Alexis presented Dr. Morrison's report about possible cognitive impairment, her documented journal of my supposed memory lapses, and her POA giving her authority over my medical decisions. I was admitted to a psychiatric facility for evaluation and treatment of early-onset dementia with behavioral disturbances. I was locked in a facility I didn't need, diagnosed with a condition I don't have, based on my daughter's manufactured evidence and the POA authority I'd naively given her. The psychiatric facility was a nightmare. I was placed in a secured unit where patients aren't allowed to leave, aren't trusted to make their own decisions, and are medicated whether they consent or not. I insisted I didn't have dementia, that I was a practicing attorney with no cognitive impairment, that my daughter had fabricated the medical crisis. The staff said exactly what Alexis had predicted they'd say, that denial of illness is common in dementia patients, that my insistence on my own competency was actually evidence of lack of insight into my condition, that my attempts to assert my rights showed I was agitated and resistant to care. Everything I did to prove I was competent was reinterpreted as evidence of the dementia I supposedly had. It was Kafkaesque, a nightmare where the more I insisted I was sane, the more I seemed to prove I wasn't. I was in that facility for 3 weeks before I managed to get a message to my law firm partner, Graham, 61. I convinced a sympathetic nurse to let me make one phone call to him, told him Alexis had me wrongfully committed, that I needed legal help immediately. Graham was shocked. He'd known Alexis had expressed concerns about my cognitive function, but he'd worked with me recently on complex cases and knew I was sharp as ever. He hired an attorney who specialized in wrongful psychiatric commitment and came to the facility to see me himself. Seeing Graham, someone who knew my professional capabilities, was a relief. He confirmed I was completely lucid, told the facility staff he'd worked with me on sophisticated legal matters within the past month, and I'd shown zero signs of cognitive impairment. The attorney Graham hired, Susan, filed emergency petitions for my release and for independent psychiatric evaluation by an expert not connected to Alexis or Dr. Morrison. The facility was required to comply. The independent psychiatric evaluation was comprehensive. Hours of cognitive testing, memory assessments, executive function evaluations, and psychological interviews. The evaluator's report was unequivocal. I showed no signs of dementia or cognitive impairment. My cognitive function was completely normal for my age and education level. There was no medical justification for my psychiatric hospitalization. The court ordered my immediate release and launched an investigation into how I'd been committed to psychiatric care without legitimate medical need. Once I was out, Susan helped me reconstruct what Alexis had done. We obtained Dr. Morrison's full medical records and discovered that Alexis had met with her 3 times before my appointment, had provided the doctor with her journal of my supposed memory issues, and had heavily influenced Dr. Morrison's evaluation before I'd even arrived. Dr. Morrison's report had been based more on Alexis's claims than on objective medical evidence. The possible early cognitive impairment conclusion was driven by Alexis's narrative, not by actual clinical findings. We also discovered why Alexis had done this. During the 3 weeks I was hospitalized, she'd used her POA authority to take actions I never would have approved. She'd forced me into retirement from my law firm, citing my supposed dementia as making continued practice impossible, had sold my house, claiming I could no longer live independently, and had transferred significant assets into accounts she controlled, supposedly for managing my care. Alexis hadn't been trying to help her declining mother. She'd been executing a plan to gain control of my law practice partnership buyout, my house sale proceeds, and my assets, using fabricated dementia as justification for taking control of my life. I filed criminal charges against Alexis for fraud, false imprisonment, and financial exploitation of a vulnerable adult. Even though I wasn't actually vulnerable, her scheme had involved claiming I was in order to exploit me financially and personally. The criminal investigation exposed the full extent of Alexis's planning. Police found evidence she'd been researching early-onset dementia for over a year, had joined caregiver support groups to learn how to fake symptoms convincingly, had consulted with multiple attorneys about POA authority and medical decision-making. Text messages between Alexis and her husband showed they'd been planning this scheme to access my assets. If we can get her declared incompetent, we can sell her house and use that money for our down payment. She won't even know what's happening if we do it while she's committed. Another message. The key is getting good medical documentation first. Once a doctor says she's declining, everything else falls into place. Alexis had been methodically planning to have me declared incompetent, institutionalized, and stripped of control over my life and assets, all to fund her own lifestyle improvements. Dr. Morrison was investigated by the medical board for allowing Alexis to unduly influence her medical assessment of me. The board found that she'd violated ethical standards by meeting extensively with Alexis before my appointment and allowing those meetings to bias her evaluation. Dr. Morrison's medical license was suspended pending further review. The psychiatric facility where I'd been wrongfully held for 3 weeks settled with me to avoid a lawsuit, admitting their staff should have questioned Alexis's claims more thoroughly before accepting me as a dementia patient without independent verification. Alexis was charged with multiple felonies, filing false medical reports, fraud, false imprisonment, and attempted financial exploitation. Her trial is scheduled for next month. Her defense has been that she genuinely believed I was experiencing cognitive decline based on things she'd observed, that she'd acted out of concern for my welfare even if her methods were extreme. But the text messages planning to use my assets for their down payment destroy that defense. This wasn't concern, it was planned exploitation. My relationship with Alexis is permanently destroyed. I can't have a relationship with someone who had me locked in a psychiatric facility based on fabricated dementia, who sold my house and tried to take my assets while I was wrongfully committed. Alexis's husband, Trevor, has claimed he didn't know the full extent of her plan. But text messages show he was actively participating in discussions about how to use my assets once they had control. Their marriage has reportedly been strained by the criminal charges. My grandchildren, Alexis's 2 kids, ages 7 and 5, are caught in the middle. They don't understand why Grandma won't see them anymore, don't know their mother tried to have me declared incompetent and institutionalized. I've had to accept that I've lost access to my grandchildren as a consequence of holding Alexis accountable. Extended family has been divided. Some believe Alexis that she was genuinely concerned about me and just handled it badly. Others are horrified that she had me committed to psychiatric care based on fabricated evidence to steal my assets. I'm 56, back practicing law, living in a new house after Alexis sold my previous one, testifying against my daughter for having me wrongfully institutionalized. Alexis is 32, facing multiple felonies that could send her to prison for years. Some people think I should drop the charges, that she's my daughter and family should forgive. But Alexis had me locked in a psychiatric facility for 3 weeks based on fabricated dementia, sold my house without my actual consent, and tried to steal my assets while I was institutionalized. That's not a mistake or a misunderstanding. That's calculated exploitation that deserves criminal prosecution. I'll testify at her trial. I'll describe being locked in psychiatric care I didn't need, being medicated for dementia I don't have, watching my daughter sell my house while I was wrongfully committed. And I'll watch her face the consequences of what she did. Because no one, not even your daughter, gets to fake your cognitive decline to steal your assets and institutionalize you. Alexis wanted to control my life and property by having me declared incompetent. Instead, she got criminal charges and permanent estrangement. Those are the consequences of weaponizing the psychiatric system against your competent mother to steal her assets. And I'm at peace with every action I've taken to hold her accountable. My law practice is thriving, my cognitive function is provably normal, and Alexis is facing prison for trying to institutionalize me based on lies. That's justice, and I'd pursue it again without hesitation. My daughter switched my medication with placebos to prove I didn't need them, so I had her arrested. I'm 54 years ago with several chronic health conditions, type 1 diabetes, hypothyroidism, and an autoimmune disorder. I take 6 prescription medications daily to manage these conditions, and I've been on this medication regimen for over a decade. My health is stable with proper medication, but would deteriorate rapidly without it. My endocrinologist has been very clear about the importance of medication compliance. My daughter Brooke, 27-year-old female, has always been into natural wellness. She follows influencers who promote alternative medicine, believes most pharmaceuticals are unnecessary, and thinks chronic conditions can be managed through diet and lifestyle alone. I've mostly ignored her opinions about my health, politely declining when she suggests I try eliminating medications in favor of supplements or dietary changes. 3 months ago, Brooke moved back home temporarily while between apartments. She'd be staying with me for about 6 weeks until her new lease started. I was happy to have her. We'd always had a good relationship despite our different views on health and medicine. About 2 weeks into her stay, I started feeling off. My blood sugar levels were becoming erratic despite maintaining my normal diet and insulin schedule. I felt increasingly fatigued, was experiencing brain fog, and generally felt like my health was declining. I checked my medication routine multiple times. I was taking everything as prescribed, same dosages, same schedule. But my symptoms worsened. My thyroid levels became abnormal despite taking my thyroid medication daily. My blood sugar swings became dangerous. I had 2 hypoglycemic episodes that required emergency glucose treatment. I felt weak, dizzy, and increasingly unwell. I went to my endocrinologist concerned that my conditions were worsening or that my medications had stopped working. She ran comprehensive blood work and was confused by the results. My levels were consistent with someone not taking their medications at all, despite my insistence that I'd been compliant with my regimen. She asked if anything had changed in my routine, if I'd missed any doses, if I'd switched pharmacies or medication brands. I said no to everything. Same routine, same pharmacy, same medications I'd been taking for years. That's when I remembered Brooke had been very interested in my medication routine since moving in. She'd asked multiple questions about what each pill was for, had commented that all those chemicals couldn't be good for me, had suggested I try going off medications just to see if you really need them. I'd dismissed her comments as typical Brooke wellness talk, but now I was wondering if she'd done something to my medications. I went home and checked my pill bottles. They looked normal, same pharmacy labels, same pill appearances, nothing obviously wrong. But I had a suspicion I needed to verify. I took samples of each medication to a pharmacy for analysis, asked them to verify the contents matched what the labels claimed. The results were shocking. 4 of my 6 medications had been replaced with placebo pills, vitamins, or sugar pills designed to look like my prescriptions. Only my insulin and 1 other medication were genuine. Someone had systematically switched my life-sustaining medications with fake pills, and the only person with access to my medications during the time frame when my health had declined was Brooke. I confronted her immediately, asked if she'd tampered with my medications. Brooke admitted it without apparent shame. She said she'd been conducting an experiment to prove I didn't actually need all those medications, that pharmaceutical companies had convinced me I was dependent on pills I could live without. She'd replaced 4 of my medications with placebos to demonstrate that I'd feel fine without them, which would prove doctors had been overprescribing. My daughter had deliberately sabotaged my medication regimen as an experiment, nearly causing me serious medical harm in the process. I asked if she understood she could have killed me. Diabetics need their medications. People with thyroid disorders need their medications. Stopping these medications suddenly can cause medical emergencies. Brooke said I was being dramatic, that she'd been monitoring me and would have intervened if I'd gotten seriously sick, that her experiment had been almost over anyway, and she was planning to tell me the results, that I'd been mostly fine without the medications, proving they were unnecessary. I hadn't been mostly fine. I'd had dangerous blood sugar episodes, had felt progressively worse, and had required emergency medical intervention. My daughter had risked my life to prove a point about pharmaceutical companies. I called the police immediately and filed a report. Explained that my daughter had replaced my prescription medications with placebos without my knowledge, causing my health to deteriorate and resulting in dangerous medical episodes. I showed them the pharmacy analysis confirming 4 medications had been replaced with placebos, my medical records showing my health decline during that period, and Brooke's admission that she'd conducted this experiment. The police arrested Brooke for tampering with medication and reckless endangerment. In our state, deliberately altering someone's prescription medications without their knowledge is a felony, especially when it results in medical harm. Brooke was shocked by the arrest. She tried to explain to the officers that she'd been trying to help me, that she'd been proving I didn't need all those medications. The officers weren't sympathetic. They said replacing a diabetic's medication with placebos was potentially fatal, regardless of intent. Brooke spent the night in jail before being released on bail. She immediately started calling me, alternating between apologizing and being angry that I'd overreacted by calling the police instead of just talking to her about what she'd done. But we'd talked about it. She'd admitted replacing my medications with placebos as an experiment. There was nothing left to discuss. She'd committed a crime that had endangered my life. My endocrinologist provided detailed documentation for the criminal case. My health records showing the decline during the period my medications were tampered with, the dangerous blood sugar episodes that required emergency treatment, her professional opinion that suddenly stopping my medications created serious health risks, including potential diabetic coma. The pharmacy provided documentation confirming the pills in my bottles didn't match the prescribed medications, that they'd been replaced with placebos designed to look similar to the genuine medications. Brooke's text messages to friends during the experiment were also discovered during the investigation. She'd written to one friend, "I switched out most of Mom's meds to see if she actually needs them or if it's just pharma brainwashing. So far, she's basically fine, just complaining about normal stuff. Proves my point that doctors overprescribe." Another message. "Mom's doctor is freaking out about her test results, but I haven't told her yet about the experiment. Want to run it a bit longer to really prove she doesn't need all those pills?" Brooke had documented her own crime, had acknowledged that my doctor was concerned about my health, and had decided to continue the experiment despite knowing my medical team was worried. The prosecution charged Brooke with felony tampering with medication and reckless endangerment. They argued her text messages showed premeditation and consciousness that her actions were causing medical harm. Brooke's attorney tried to argue she'd had good intentions, that she'd been trying to help me reduce medication dependency, that she hadn't intended serious harm. But intent doesn't matter when you replace a diabetic's medication with placebos. The potential for harm is inherent and obvious. The case went to trial. My endocrinologist testified about the serious risks of suddenly stopping my medications, about the dangerous blood sugar episodes I'd experienced, about how the medication tampering could have resulted in diabetic coma or death. The pharmacist testified about the analysis showing placebos had been substituted for genuine medications. I testified about my health decline, about Brooke's admission that she'd conducted an experiment, about my dangerous hypoglycemic episodes. Brooke testified in her own defense, explaining her beliefs about over-medication and pharmaceutical companies, her genuine belief that I didn't need all my medications, her plan to eventually tell me about the experiment once she'd proven I was fine without the pills. The prosecution destroyed her defense. The defendant replaced her diabetic mother's medications with fake pills to prove a point about pharmaceutical companies. Her mother's blood sugar became dangerously unstable. She had hypoglycemic episodes requiring emergency treatment. The defendant knew her mother's doctor was concerned, but continued the experiment anyway. This isn't wellness advocacy. This is reckless endangerment that could have killed her mother. The jury convicted Brooke on both charges. She was sentenced to 18 months in prison, followed by probation, and ordered to complete a program on medical ethics and the dangers of alternative medicine misinformation. Brooke is currently serving her sentence. She's been writing me letters from prison, alternating between apologizing and maintaining she'd been trying to help, even if her methods were wrong. She's asked me to support early release, to write letters to the parole board explaining she's not dangerous, that she made a mistake based on misguided beliefs. I've refused. Brooke didn't make a mistake. She executed a planned experiment that involved replacing my medications with placebos over a period of weeks, documenting my health decline, and continuing the experiment even after learning my doctor was concerned. That's not a mistake. That's systematic endangerment of my health to validate her anti-medication beliefs. The trial revealed more about Brooke's beliefs and influences. She'd been following several alternative health influencers who promote stopping all medications and managing chronic conditions through diet and lifestyle. One influencer specifically advocates testing whether you really need medications by stopping them without doctor supervision to see what happens. Brooke had been following this dangerous advice, but instead of experimenting on herself, she'd experimented on her diabetic mother without consent or knowledge. Her attorney tried to argue Brooke had been brainwashed by alternative health misinformation and deserved leniency. But the prosecution countered that being influenced by bad information doesn't excuse endangering your mother's life. Millions of people follow wellness influencers without tampering with their parents' medications. My relationship with Brooke is shattered. I can't trust someone who'd replace my medications with placebos to prove a point, who'd watch my health deteriorate and continue the experiment, who'd risk my life to validate beliefs she learned from social media influencers. Some family members think I was too harsh prosecuting Brooke, that she's my daughter, and I should have handled it privately instead of sending her to prison. My sister said Brooke's beliefs were misguided, but her intentions were good. That I've destroyed her future over a wellness mistake. But Brooke's beliefs nearly destroyed my health. My endocrinologist has said that if the medication tampering had continued much longer, I could have developed diabetic ketoacidosis, a life-threatening condition that can lead to coma or death. My daughter's wellness mistake almost killed me. I'm 54, back on genuine medications with health stabilized, estranged from my daughter who's serving 18 months for tampering with my prescriptions. Brooke is 27, in prison, dealing with the consequences of her experiment that endangered her mother's life. When she's released, I don't know if we'll have a relationship. The trust is broken irreparably. She had access to my home and my medications, and used that access to conduct a dangerous experiment on my health without my consent. I can't rebuild a relationship with someone capable of that. Some will always think prosecuting my own daughter was too extreme. But she replaced my diabetes medication with placebos and watched my health deteriorate to prove a point about pharmaceutical companies. That deserved criminal prosecution, not private family handling. Brooke wanted to prove I didn't need my medications. She proved instead that you can't tamper with a diabetic's prescriptions without facing serious legal consequences. She's living with those consequences now. And I'm living with the knowledge that my daughter valued her alternative health beliefs more than my actual health and safety. That's not something I can forgive or forget. And I won't apologize for protecting my health by prosecuting the person who endangered it, even though that person was my daughter. She had choices. She chose to replace my medications with placebos. She chose to continue the experiment even when my health declined. She chose her beliefs over my safety. Now, she's facing the consequences of those choices, and I'm at peace with my decision to hold her accountable through the criminal justice system. Because no one, not even your daughter, gets to experiment with your medications without your consent. Brooke can spend her prison sentence learning that lesson, and I'll spend this time grateful I survived her experiment and rebuilding my health with actual medications, not the placebos she thought would prove her point. My family staged a death announcement to see how I'd react, so I cut them all off permanently. I'm 49-year male, and 3 months ago, I experienced one of the most traumatic events imaginable, or at least, I thought I did. I received a phone call from my sister Amanda, 46-year-old female, at 2:30 in the morning. She was crying hysterically, barely able to speak, saying there'd been a terrible accident. My 19-year-old son, Jake, had been killed in a car crash. He'd been driving home from a friend's house. Another car had run a red light, hit him broadside, and he died at the scene. I collapsed. My wife, Diane, 48-year-old female, took the phone from me. Amanda gave her details, which hospital, which police department was handling it, that my ex-wife, Cheryl, Jake's mother, 47-year-old female, had already been notified and was at the hospital identifying the body. Diane and I threw on clothes and raced to the hospital Amanda had named, both of us in complete shock, unable to process that our son was dead. We arrived at the hospital emergency department at 3:45 a.m., frantic and devastated, asking for information about Jake's accident. The intake nurse looked confused, checked her computer, and said there was no record of anyone named Jake being brought in that night. No car accident victims at all in the past 6 hours. I was confused and desperate. I called Amanda back. Maybe we'd gone to the wrong hospital. Amanda's phone went straight to voicemail. I called Cheryl to ask which hospital she was at. Cheryl answered on the second ring, sounding sleepy and confused. She said she was at home in bed, asked why I was calling at 4 a.m. I asked about Jake, about the accident, about identifying his body. Cheryl had no idea what I was talking about. She said Jake was fine, had texted her goodnight around 11 p.m., was probably asleep in his dorm room at college 2 hours away. I called Jake directly. He answered, groggy and annoyed at being woken up at 4 a.m. He was alive, confused about why I was calling in the middle of the night, but alive. There had been no accident, no death. Amanda's hysterical 2:30 a.m. call had been completely fabricated. My son was alive, and someone in my family had called me in the middle of the night to tell me he was dead as some kind of sick joke or experiment. I sat in that hospital parking lot at 4 a.m. with Diane, both of us shaking and crying. Not from grief anymore, but from rage and residual trauma, from believing for 90 minutes that our son was dead. I called Amanda again. This time she answered. I asked what the hell was going on, why she'd called saying Jake was dead when he was fine. Amanda was silent for a long moment, then said, "We wanted to see how you'd react, to see if you really cared about Jake." They'd faked my son's death to test whether I cared about him. I was so angry I couldn't speak. Diane took the phone and demanded to know who "we" was, who else was involved in this. Amanda admitted it had been her idea, but she'd coordinated with my brother Tom, 44-year-old male, my mother Linda, 71-year-old female, and my other sister Rebecca, 42-year-old female. The four of them had planned this experiment together because they'd had concerns about whether I was really present in Jake's life after the divorce from Cheryl 10 years ago. 4 members of my family had conspired to call me at 2:30 a.m., tell me my son was dead in a car accident, let me race to a hospital in panic and grief, and only revealed it was fake when I called them out, all to test my emotional response to his death. When I asked why they'd do something so cruel, Tom got on the call and said they'd been concerned I wasn't spending enough time with Jake, that I seemed distant at family events, that they wanted to know if I'd really grieve if something happened to him. This was their solution to that concern: fake his death and watch how I reacted. I told them all they were dead to me and hung up. Haven't spoken to any of them since. In the days after the fake death announcement, I had to process the trauma of believing my son was dead while simultaneously dealing with the rage of learning my family had deliberately put me through that experience as a test. I couldn't sleep without replaying Amanda's hysterical call, the drive to the hospital, the 90 minutes of believing Jake was gone. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back in that moment of horror. Diane developed panic attacks. Every time the phone rang late at night, she'd jolt awake, terrified that it was real this time, that something had actually happened to Jake or one of our other children. The fake death announcement had traumatized her as much as it had me. I called my mother and demanded a full explanation. Linda's response was chilling in its casualness. She said the family had been concerned for months that I wasn't bonding properly with Jake after my divorce from Cheryl, that I'd seemed checked out at Jake's high school graduation, hadn't attended enough of his college events, didn't call him frequently enough. Rather than talk to me about these concerns like adults, they'd decided to stage a fake death to see if I really loved him, Linda actually said, "We needed to know if you'd grieve if he died. Now we know you would, so we don't have to worry anymore." They'd put me through the worst 90 minutes of my life to stop worrying about whether I loved my son. I asked if any of them understood how traumatic and cruel this was. Linda said I was overreacting, that nothing actually happened to Jake, so I should be relieved rather than angry. That the test had positive results, since I'd clearly been devastated, which proved I cared. My brother Tom said they'd apologize for any distress, but stood by the decision to test me. He said their concerns about my relationship with Jake had been valid, and this was the only way to get real data about how I'd react to his death. Real data. They'd faked my son's death to collect real data about my grief response. Rebecca was slightly more apologetic, saying maybe the execution had been harsh, but the underlying concern was legitimate, that they'd wanted to make sure I'd be there for Jake emotionally if he ever needed me. So they'd traumatized me and my wife by faking his death to ensure I'd be there for him emotionally. The logic was insane. Amanda maintained she'd done nothing wrong. She said I'd passed the test by being appropriately devastated, so I should be grateful they'd confirmed I was a good father. When I pointed out that faking a death announcement is psychological abuse, she said I was being dramatic and needed to get over it. I went no contact with all 4 of them immediately, blocked their numbers, blocked them on all social media, sent emails to the entire extended family explaining what had happened and that I wanted no contact with Amanda, Tom, Rebecca, or Linda ever again. The extended family's response was mixed. Some relatives were horrified and supported my decision. My father, divorced from Linda for 20 years, called them sociopaths for faking Jake's death and fully supported me cutting contact. Cheryl was appalled and told them they were never to contact Jake about it or involve him in their experiments. But other family members thought I was overreacting. Linda's sister, my aunt, said it was a misguided prank, but that cutting off my entire immediate family over it was extreme. Tom's wife said they'd had good intentions, even if the method was wrong, that I should forgive them and move on. Good intentions. They'd faked my son's death with good intentions. I consulted a therapist to process the trauma. The therapist said what my family had done was a severe form of psychological abuse. Deliberately inducing extreme distress to manipulate or test someone is recognized as emotional abuse. The therapist supported my decision to cut contact and said maintaining boundaries with people capable of such cruelty was healthy self-protection. Diane's therapist said the same, that the fake death announcement was traumatic abuse, that the family's refusal to acknowledge the severity made continued contact psychologically dangerous. Jake was horrified when he learned what happened. He'd been confused when I'd called him at 4 a.m. checking if he was alive, but when I explained the full story, that my family had called claiming he'd died in a car crash as a test, he was furious. He called Linda, Amanda, Tom, and Rebecca himself and told them they were sick for doing that to his father, that he wanted nothing to do with them. My other children, I have 2 daughters from my marriage to Diane, were equally disturbed. They asked if grandma and aunt's uncles might fake their deaths too as some kind of test, if anyone in the family was safe from these experiments. I had to reassure them that we'd cut off the people responsible, and it wouldn't happen again. But the damage was done. Children now viewed my side of the family as unstable and potentially dangerous. They didn't want to attend family events if Amanda, Tom, Rebecca, or Linda would be there. The 3 months since the fake death announcement have been a process of grief and boundary setting. I'm grieving the family relationships I thought I had, a mother, siblings, people I'd trusted for decades. Those relationships were based on a false assumption that they were reasonable people who wouldn't deliberately traumatize me for an experiment. Linda has been the most persistent in trying to contact me. She sent emails saying I'm tearing the family apart over a misunderstanding, that she's my mother and deserves respect and communication. She's recruited other family members to pressure me to reconcile, saying I'm being stubborn and unforgiving. But there's no misunderstanding. She conspired with my siblings to call me at 2:30 a.m. and tell me my son was dead. Let me believe it for 90 minutes, then dismissed my trauma as overreacting when I was upset about being deceived. That's not a misunderstanding. That's deliberate cruelty followed by gaslighting. Amanda has taken a different approach, alternating between apologies and defensiveness. Some messages say she's sorry I was hurt, but stand by the decision to test me. Others say the whole thing was blown out of proportion, and I need to move on. None of them show genuine understanding of why faking a death announcement is abusive and unforgivable. Tom has been the most unapologetic. He sent messages saying I've failed another test by cutting them off, that a real father would prioritize family unity over being offended, that my no-contact decision proves I'm selfish and vindictive. The irony of Tom saying I've failed another test while I'm no contact specifically because they ran the first test is apparently lost on him. Rebecca has genuinely apologized, saying she regrets participating and understands why I'm angry. But she's also asked if we can work through this and eventually reconcile. I've told her through my father, who's been facilitating any necessary family communication, that I'm not interested in reconciliation. Rebecca's apology doesn't undo the trauma of believing my son was dead, and her participation in planning the fake announcement means I can't trust her. The extended family gathering for holidays has been complicated. Christmas is coming, and traditionally the whole family gathered at Linda's house. I've made clear I won't attend if Amanda, Tom, Rebecca, or Linda are there. This has created a split. Some family members are hosting a separate gathering without the four of them so I can attend. Others are saying I should get over it and join the main gathering. My father is hosting the alternate gathering. He's told Linda she's not welcome at his home after what she did, that faking a grandchild's death is unforgivable, regardless of intentions. About half the extended family has chosen to attend his gathering instead of Linda's. Linda is furious that the family is splitting and blaming me for dividing everyone with my stubborn refusal to forgive. She's apparently been telling people that the fake death announcement wasn't that bad, and I'm using it as an excuse to avoid family obligations. The relatives who attended Linda's gathering over my father's have been posting photos on social media, presumably to show they're not choosing sides, or to pressure me to see what I'm missing. But I don't miss being around people who think faking a death announcement is acceptable behavior that should be forgiven. Diane's family has been completely supportive. Her parents were horrified by what my family did and have told me I'm always welcome at their gatherings, that cutting off abusive family members is brave rather than divisive. Diane's siblings have been equally supportive, with one of her brothers saying he'd have done worse than going no contact if his family had done something similar. The trauma responses are lessening slowly. I can sleep through the night most nights now without jolting awake from nightmares about Jake being dead. Diane's panic attacks when the phone rings late have decreased in frequency. We're both in therapy processing what happened. Jake has thrived at college away from the drama. He's doing well academically, has good friends, and has firmly maintained his own no contact with Linda, Amanda, Tom, and Rebecca. He's said he can't respect people who would traumatize his father as an experiment, that their behavior was psychotic, and he wants nothing to do with them. My daughters have been clear they don't want relationships with the people who faked Uncle Jake dying. They're old enough, 14 and 16, to understand what happened and make their own decisions about contact. So, I've effectively lost my mother, 2 sisters, and brother. But I've kept my sanity, my self-respect, and my ability to trust the family members who didn't think faking a death was acceptable. Some people will always think I'm overreacting, that cutting off family permanently over one incident is extreme, that everyone makes mistakes, that I should forgive and move on for the sake of family unity. But faking my son's death wasn't a mistake. It was a deliberate, planned, coordinated psychological abuse designed to test my emotional responses. The fact that they still don't understand why it was wrong, or won't admit it, means they're capable of similar experiments in the future. I'm protecting myself and my immediate family by maintaining no contact with people who think traumatizing loved ones is an acceptable way to address concerns. I'm 49. No contact with my mother and 3 siblings after they faked my son's death as a test. They're living with a fractured family and missing relationships with me, my wife, and their grandchildren, nieces, nephews. They wanted to test if I'd grieve my son's death. They got their answer. I would grieve devastatingly. They also got a permanent consequence, losing their relationship with me entirely. That's not revenge. That's self-protection from people who've proven they'll deliberately traumatize me and then dismiss my pain as overreaction. And I'd go no contact again without hesitation, because no relationship is worth maintaining with people who think faking deaths is an acceptable parenting test. They can live with the consequences of their cruel experiment. I'll live with the peace of not having abusive family members in my life, and I'm completely at peace with that choice. My family staged an intervention claiming I was alcoholic to cover up their theft, so I proved them wrong. I'm 47 years F, recently widowed after my husband, Tom, died in a workplace accident 9 months ago. Tom and I had been married for 24 years with 2 kids, Nate, 21-year-old, and Haley, 19 years female. Tom's death was sudden and devastating, and I'd been struggling with grief but managing as best I could with support from family and a grief counselor. About 3 months after Tom died, my sister Dana, 44 years female, started making comments about my drinking. She'd mentioned seeing wine bottles in my recycling, ask if I was okay when I'd have a glass of wine with dinner at family gatherings, express concern about my alcohol consumption. I was confused. I've never been a heavy drinker, maybe a glass or 2 of wine a few times a week, occasionally more at social events, but nothing excessive or concerning. After Tom died, I hadn't increased my drinking at all. If anything, I'd been drinking less because I was too numb to want alcohol. But Dana persisted. She recruited my brother Jeff, 50-year-old male, and my mother Patricia, 72-year-old female, into her concerns. Soon, all 3 were making comments about my drinking problem, suggesting I get help, warning me that alcohol wouldn't solve my grief. I kept telling them I didn't have a drinking problem, that I was processing grief in healthy ways with my counselor, that their concerns were misplaced. They said I was in denial, a classic sign of alcoholism according to Dana. 2 months ago, things escalated. I came home from work to find Dana, Jeff, Patricia, and both my kids waiting in my living room. They said they'd organized an intervention because my alcoholism was out of control and I needed to go to rehab immediately. I was blindsided. An intervention? For what? I asked for specific examples of this alleged alcoholism. Dana said she'd found empty wine bottles hidden in my garage. I keep recycling in the garage until trash day, not hiding bottles. Jeff said I'd been slurring my words at a family dinner 2 weeks prior. I'd been exhausted from a long work week, not drunk. Patricia said I'd forgotten conversations we'd had, a sign of alcohol-related memory loss. I'd been dealing with grief brain, a well-documented phenomenon after loss. Every example had an innocent explanation that had nothing to do with alcohol abuse. But my family was convinced, or at least claiming to be convinced, that I was an alcoholic in denial who needed immediate residential treatment. They'd already researched rehab facilities, had brochures ready, were pressuring me to take medical leave from work and check in for 30 days. I refused. I said I wasn't an alcoholic, didn't need rehab, and wouldn't be checking into a facility based on fabricated concerns. Dana said my refusal to accept help proved I had a problem. Jeff said they'd pursue involuntary commitment if I wouldn't go willingly. Nate and Haley were crying, begging me to get help, clearly believing their aunt and grandparents that I had a serious alcohol problem. I was devastated. My own family was trying to have me committed to rehab for a problem I didn't have, and they'd convinced my kids I was in denial about being an alcoholic. That's when I realized something else might be going on. Why would my family suddenly fabricate an alcohol problem 3 months after Tom's death? What had changed in that time frame? I started investigating. Within a week, I discovered the truth. Dana, Jeff, and Patricia had been stealing from me. They'd been using Tom's death and my grief as cover to access my finances. And the fake alcoholism intervention was designed to discredit me before I discovered the theft. The theft had been systematic and started within weeks of Tom's funeral. Dana had convinced me to give her access to one of my bank accounts to help with bills and paperwork while I was grieving. She'd been transferring money to herself in amounts small enough that I wouldn't notice immediately. $300 here, $500 there, adding up to about $12,000 over 3 months. Jeff had gotten me to sign power of attorney documents just in case something happened, while I was still in shock from losing Tom. He'd used that POA to access Tom's life insurance payout and had transferred $25,000 to an account in his name, claiming it was for managing the estate, when there was no estate to manage. Tom's insurance had paid directly to me as beneficiary. Patricia had convinced me to let her organize Tom's important papers and had taken several valuable items: Tom's Rolex watch, his coin collection, some inherited jewelry, claiming she was keeping them safe while I grieved. She'd sold several pieces and pocketed about $8,000. Combined, my family had stolen approximately $45,000 from me in the 3 months after my husband died. I discovered all of this through bank records, the power of attorney paperwork Jeff had filed, and a paper trail of Patricia selling Tom's belongings at estate sales and through online auction sites. Once I understood the theft, the fake alcoholism intervention made perfect sense. They needed to discredit me before I discovered what they'd done. If they could get me declared an alcoholic and committed to rehab, they could claim my accusations of theft were the delusions of an addict in denial. They could potentially extend the power of attorney, get guardianship, and cover their tracks while I was locked in residential treatment. The intervention wasn't about helping me. It was about controlling the narrative before their theft was exposed. I gathered all the evidence: bank statements showing Dana's transfers, POA documents showing Jeff's unauthorized use of Tom's insurance money, auction records showing Patricia selling Tom's belongings. Then I went to the police and filed theft and fraud charges against all 3 of them. I also scheduled an independent alcohol assessment with an addiction specialist. I wanted professional documentation that I didn't have an alcohol use disorder, that my drinking was well within normal limits, and that the intervention had been based on fabricated concerns. The assessment was thorough: detailed drinking history, blood tests, psychological evaluation. The specialist's report was unequivocal. I showed no signs of alcohol abuse or dependence. My reported drinking, verified through calendar tracking and family interviews, was low to moderate social drinking consistent with normal adult consumption. The specialist noted that the intervention appeared to have been motivated by factors other than genuine concern about alcohol abuse. Armed with the theft evidence and the professional assessment, I confronted my family. I called a meeting, told them I'd discovered the theft, showed them the bank records and sale receipts, and informed them I'd filed criminal charges. Dana, Jeff, and Patricia initially tried to deny it, then shifted to justification. Dana said she'd borrowed the the money and had planned to pay it back. Jeff claimed the insurance money transfer was for managing Tom's affairs, and he'd been planning to return unused funds. Patricia said she'd sold Tom's items to protect them and would give me the money eventually. But bank records showed Dana had been spending the transferred money on personal expenses, luxury purchases, spa treatments, designer clothes. Jeff had used the insurance money as a down payment on a vacation property. Patricia had kept the proceeds from selling Tom's belongings without telling me she'd sold anything at all. This wasn't borrowing. This was theft from a grieving widow, covered up with a fake alcoholism intervention designed to discredit me before I discovered what they'd done. The criminal investigation moved quickly, given the clear evidence of theft and fraud. Dana was charged with theft and fraudulent transfers. Jeff was charged with POA abuse and insurance fraud. Patricia was charged with theft and sale of property without owner consent. All three tried to claim they'd had good intentions and had been helping me during grief. But the financial records destroyed that defense. They'd spent the money on themselves, not on helping me or managing Tom's affairs. The fake alcoholism intervention became central to the prosecution's case. The DA argued that fabricating an addiction crisis and attempting to have me committed to rehab showed consciousness of guilt. They knew their theft would be discovered and were trying to preemptively discredit me. My attorney also pursued civil action to recover the stolen funds, plus damages for the emotional distress of the fake intervention. The hardest part was dealing with Nate and Haley. They'd believed their aunt and grandparents about my supposed alcoholism, had participated in the intervention, had been crying and begging me to get help. Learning it had all been fabricated to cover up theft from their widowed mother was devastating for them. Nate was furious, felt betrayed and manipulated by family members he'd trusted. He cut contact with Dana, Jeff, and Patricia immediately, and has refused to speak to any of them since. Haley struggled more with the betrayal. She'd been close to Patricia especially, and had trouble accepting her grandmother would steal from her and fabricate an addiction crisis. She went through a period of denial before finally accepting the evidence. Both kids got therapy to process the betrayal and manipulation. Their therapist noted that being involved in a fake intervention for a parent's fabricated addiction is a form of psychological abuse. The kids had been weaponized against me based on lies. The criminal cases resulted in plea deals for all three. Dana pleaded guilty to theft and was sentenced to probation and ordered to repay the $12,000 plus interest. Jeff pleaded guilty to POA abuse and insurance fraud, was sentenced to 6 months in jail, followed by probation, and ordered to repay $25,000. Patricia pleaded guilty to theft and received probation plus restitution of $8,000. The civil case settled for the full amount stolen, plus $50,000 in damages for emotional distress related to the fake intervention. My attorney argued that fabricating an alcoholism crisis and attempting to have me committed while I was grieving my husband was severe emotional abuse, deserving of significant damages. The settlement included a clause requiring Dana, Jeff, and Patricia to send written apologies to Nate and Haley, explaining that the intervention had been based on fabricated concerns, that I did not have an alcohol problem, and that they had manipulated the kids as part of covering up their theft. Those apologies were difficult for my kids to read, but necessary for their healing. Written admission from the adults who'd lied to them that the entire intervention had been based on deliberate fabrication. Dana, Jeff, and Patricia are all in the process of repaying the stolen funds. Dana has struggled financially and is on a payment plan. Jeff sold the vacation property he'd bought with Tom's insurance money to repay what he stole. Patricia is selling her own belongings to cover restitution. Beyond the financial consequences, all three have been ostracized from extended family. Most relatives were horrified to learn they'd stolen from a grieving widow and fabricated an alcoholism intervention to cover it up. Family gatherings now exclude Dana, Jeff, and Patricia. They're not welcome at events I or my kids attend. My mother, Patricia especially, has been devastated by the estrangement. She's written multiple letters begging for forgiveness, claiming she made terrible choices, but is still my mother and deserves a relationship with me and her grandchildren. But she stole from her widowed daughter, sold her dead son-in-law's belongings without permission, and fabricated an alcohol crisis to discredit me. That's not terrible choices. That's calculated cruelty. Nate and Haley have both told Patricia they want no relationship with her. Nate said, "You made me think my mom was an alcoholic while you were stealing from her. I can't forgive that." Haley wrote, "You used Daddy's death to steal from us and then tried to have Mom committed to cover it up. I don't want you in my life." The kid's rejection has hit Patricia hardest, but it's the consequence she earned. I'm 47, 9 months widowed, estranged from my mother and siblings after they stole $45,000 from me and staged a fake alcoholism intervention to cover it up. Dana is 44, Jeff is 50, and Patricia is 72. All convicted of theft-related charges, paying restitution, and cut off from most of the family. Some distant relatives think I should forgive them, that family is family regardless of mistakes, that prosecuting them criminally was too harsh. But they didn't make mistakes. They made calculated decisions to steal from me while I grieved Tom, to fabricate an addiction crisis, and to try to have me committed to rehab to hide their crimes. That deserved criminal prosecution and permanent estrangement. I have the professional assessment proving I'm not an alcoholic. I have the court records showing they stole from me. I have my kids who now understand the truth. And I have the peace of knowing I held my family accountable for betraying me at my most vulnerable. Dana, Jeff, and Patricia wanted to steal from a grieving widow and cover it up with a fake intervention. They got criminal records, restitution payments, and permanent estrangement from their family instead. That's not revenge. That's consequences for theft and psychological abuse. And I'd press charges again without hesitation. Because no one gets to steal from their widowed sister-daughter and fabricate an addiction crisis to cover it up without facing serious consequences. They made their choices. These are the results. And I'm at peace with all of it. My husband had our dog euthanized while I was visiting my dying mother, so I left him that day. I'm 50-period female, married to Paul, 52-period male, for 23 years. We have 2 adult children who'd both moved out, Claire, 22-period female, and Ben, 20-period male. For the past 7 years, Paul and I had been empty nesters adjusting to life without kids at home. One constant through all those years was our dog, Scout, 10-period male, a golden retriever I'd adopted when Claire was in high school. Scout had been with us through major life transitions, kids graduating and leaving for college, my father's death 4 years ago, Paul's job changes, health scares, celebrations, and quiet everyday moments. He was more than a pet. He was family, and I loved him deeply. 2 weeks ago, I got a call that my mother, 79-period female, had suffered a massive stroke and was in the ICU 3 states away. Prognosis was poor. The doctors said she had maybe days, possibly a week. I needed to get there immediately to say goodbye. I told Paul I was booking a flight, asked if he wanted to come with me. He said no, that he had important work commitments he couldn't miss, but that I should absolutely go be with my mother. He'd stay home, take care of Scout, hold down the fort while I was gone. I flew out that afternoon. Spent 5 days at my mother's bedside as she slowly declined. She passed away peacefully on the 5th day, with me holding her hand. It was devastating, but also a blessing. She didn't suffer long, and I got to be there at the end. I was emotionally destroyed from watching my mother die, dealing with funeral arrangements, navigating family dynamics during grief. I flew home the day after her funeral, exhausted and heartbroken, needing the comfort of my home, my husband, and my dog. I walked into our house and immediately knew something was wrong. Scout's bowls were gone from the kitchen. His bed wasn't in its usual corner of the living room. The house felt empty in a way that went beyond Paul being at work. I called for Scout. No response. No sound of paws on hardwood floors, no excited golden retriever greeting me like he always did when I came home. I called Paul, asked where Scout was. There was a long pause. Then Paul said, "I had him euthanized." My dog was dead. Paul had killed Scout while I was watching my mother die. I couldn't process it. I asked Paul to repeat what he'd said. He said again that he'd had Scout euthanized, that it had been time, that Scout had been suffering, and Paul had made the humane choice. I asked what happened. What emergency had required euthanizing our healthy 10-year-old dog while I was at my dying mother's bedside? Paul said there was no emergency. Scout had been slowing down lately, seemed tired, was clearly in pain, according to Paul. So Paul had made an appointment with the vet and had Scout euthanized. Our dog had been fine when I left. Slightly slower than his younger years, sure, he was 10, but healthy, eating normally, still playing, still himself. And Paul had killed him while I was 3 states away, saying goodbye to my mother. I asked Paul why he didn't wait until I got home, why he didn't call me to discuss it, why he'd made this decision without me when Scout was as much my dog as his. More mine, really, since I'd been his primary caretaker for 10 years. Paul said he didn't want to burden me while my mother was dying, that he'd made an executive decision to spare me having to go through losing both my mother and my dog at the same time. But I wasn't spared. I came home to find my dog dead, euthanized without my knowledge or consent, killed by my husband who decided unilaterally that Scout's life should end while I was grieving my mother. Paul had stolen my chance to say goodbye to Scout, had made a life-or-death decision about our family member without consulting me, had euthanized a healthy dog for no medical reason while I was watching my mother die. I told Paul I'd be staying in a hotel. He seemed shocked, said I was overreacting, that he'd made a difficult decision to help me, and I was punishing him for caring. I packed a bag and left that day. The hotel stay gave me time to process what Paul had done and to investigate whether Scout had really needed to be euthanized. I called our regular veterinarian, the one we'd been seeing for years. She said she hadn't seen Scout recently and was surprised to hear he'd been euthanized. When I asked about his health at his last checkup 2 months prior, she said he'd been in good health for a 10-year-old golden retriever. No concerning symptoms, no indication that euthanasia would be necessary anytime soon. So Paul hadn't used our regular vet. He'd gone somewhere else. I did some investigating and found that Paul had taken Scout to a vet clinic 40 minutes from our house, far enough that they wouldn't know our family or Scout's history. I called that clinic and asked about Scout's euthanasia. The receptionist was hesitant to share information, but eventually confirmed that a man had brought in a golden retriever, claiming the dog was suffering from severe arthritis and declining quality of life, that the family had agreed euthanasia was the best option. They'd performed the procedure the same day. The family had agreed. Paul had lied to the vet, claiming we'd made this decision together when I hadn't even known he was considering it. I asked if there'd been any examination to confirm the severity of Scout's condition. The receptionist said the vet had done a brief exam and noted some age-related stiffness, but had relied primarily on the owner's, Paul's, description of the dog's suffering at home. Paul had taken our healthy dog to a vet who didn't know us, lied about the severity of Scout's condition and about having family consensus, and had him euthanized based on false information. When I confronted Paul with this information, he was defensive, said Scout had seemed uncomfortable to him, that he'd made a judgment call about Scout's quality of life, that he'd gone to a different vet because he didn't want to wait for an appointment with our regular vet. But our regular vet had same-day appointment availability. I'd checked. Paul went to a different vet because ours would have questioned the necessity of euthanizing a healthy dog. I asked Paul the question I'd been avoiding. Did you euthanize Scout because you didn't want to take care of him while I was gone? Paul's face told me everything before he spoke. He admitted that having Scout while I was away had been more work than expected. That Scout had needed walks and feeding and attention while Paul was dealing with work stress. That he'd been overwhelmed by the responsibility. So he'd killed my dog rather than care for him for a week. Paul tried to backtrack, said that wasn't the only reason, that he did think Scout was declining and the caregiving burden had just helped him realize it was time. But I knew the truth. Paul had been inconvenienced by a dog I'd asked him to care for while I watched my mother die, and his solution had been to euthanize Scout. I told Paul I wanted a divorce. He was shocked, said I was being irrational and emotional due to grief, that I'd regret this decision once I'd processed losing my mother. But this had nothing to do with irrationality or grief. This was about Paul killing my dog without my knowledge or consent, lying to a vet about family consensus, euthanizing a healthy animal because caring for him for a week was inconvenient. That's not a spouse I could stay married to. I filed for divorce 3 days later. Paul has been trying to convince me to reconsider, saying he made a terrible mistake, but that our 23-year marriage shouldn't end over one bad decision about a pet. But Scout wasn't a pet. He was family, and Paul's one bad decision was killing him while I was saying goodbye to my mother, lying to me and to the vet about it, and admitting he'd done it partly because caring for a dog for a week was too much work. The divorce proceedings have revealed more about Paul's mindset and about how differently we valued Scout. In mediation, Paul's attorney has tried to frame the euthanasia as a good faith disagreement about animal care, suggesting that Paul genuinely believed Scout was suffering and made a judgment call any pet owner might make. But the evidence contradicts this narrative. Our regular vet's records showing Scout was healthy. The distant vet clinic Paul chose specifically because they didn't know us. Paul's admission that caring for Scout while I was gone was overwhelming. And most damning, Paul's text messages to his brother during the week I was with my mother. My attorney subpoenaed Paul's phone records, and we found texts to his brother Martin, where Paul complained about having to deal with the dog while I was gone. One message read, "She expects me to walk him twice a day and I'm working 10-hour days. This is ridiculous." Martin responded, "Can't you board him or something?" Paul wrote back, "She'd kill me if I boarded Scout. She's crazy about that dog." Then, 3 days into my mother's hospice stay, Paul texted Martin, "I'm taking Scout to get put down tomorrow. Can't deal with this anymore, and honestly, he's old anyway. Probably doing him a favor." Martin replied, "Does my name know?" Paul's response, "She's got enough to worry about with her mom. I'll tell her after." Paul had explicitly planned to euthanize Scout because he couldn't deal with caring for him, had acknowledged I'd be upset, she'd kill me, and had decided to do it anyway while I was distracted by my dying mother. This wasn't a good faith disagreement about animal care. This was Paul killing my dog because a week of pet care was inconvenient, and he knew I was too preoccupied to stop him. When confronted with these texts in mediation, Paul claimed they looked worse than they were, that he'd been venting to his brother, but had genuinely believed euthanasia was the right choice for Scout's well-being. But you don't vent about can't deal with this anymore if you're making a difficult medical decision for a suffering animal. You express that frustration when you're annoyed by a burden and looking for a way to eliminate it. Paul eliminated the burden by killing Scout. Claire and Ben have been devastated by this revelation. Both loved Scout, had grown up with him, considered him part of our family. Learning their father had euthanized a healthy dog because caring for him for a week was inconvenient, and had done it while their grandmother was dying and their mother was away, has destroyed their respect for Paul. Claire hasn't spoken to Paul since she learned the full story. She's told him via text that what he did was unforgivable, that she can't reconcile the father she thought she knew with someone who'd kill the family dog out of convenience. Ben has been slightly more willing to engage, but has told Paul their relationship is fundamentally changed, that he can't trust Paul's judgment or character after this. Paul's tried to repair things with the kids by claiming I've poisoned them against him by sharing the text messages. But the kids asked to see the evidence. I didn't volunteer it. They wanted to understand why I was divorcing their father after 23 years, and when I showed them the texts and vet records, they made their own decisions about what kind of person their father is. The divorce settlement is nearly final. Because we've been married over 20 years, there will be some asset division and potential alimony, but I don't care about the money. I just want to be legally separated from someone who'd kill my dog while I was watching my mother die. Paul's living in our house. I'm renting an apartment. We're selling the house as part of the settlement, and neither of us will live there anymore. I can't be in the space where Scout should be, and isn't because Paul killed him. Some mutual friends have suggested I'm being extreme, that while Paul made a bad choice with Scout, ending a 23-year marriage over it is disproportionate. One friend said, "It was just a dog, and I should consider counseling instead of divorce." But Scout wasn't just a dog to me. And Paul didn't make one isolated bad choice. He made a series of calculated decisions to euthanize a healthy dog out of convenience, to lie to a vet about family consensus, to do it while I was watching my mother die, to choose a vet clinic that didn't know us so he wouldn't be questioned, and to hide his true motivations until confronted with his own text messages. That's not a mistake. That's a pattern of behavior that shows who Paul really is when he thinks he can get away with it. I'm 50, divorced after 23 years, grieving both my mother and my dog who died within days of each other, one from natural causes, one because my husband killed him. Paul is 52, divorced, estranged from his adult children, living with the reputation of being the man who euthanized his wife's dog because caring for it for a week was too much work. Our children will probably never fully trust their father again. Our mutual friends are divided, with most quietly distancing from Paul once they learned the full story. Paul's brother Martin has apparently told family members he's disturbed by Paul's actions and wished he'd done more to talk Paul out of the euthanasia. Paul has lost his marriage, his children's respect, and many of his friendships because he killed a healthy dog out of convenience while his wife was saying goodbye to her dying mother. Some will always think I overreacted, but I know what Paul did. Killed my dog without my consent while I grieved my mother, lied about his motivations, and only admitted the truth when confronted with evidence. That's not someone I can stay married to. That's someone who values his own convenience over my grief, over a living being's life, over basic decency and honesty. I'd file for divorce again without hesitation, because Paul showed me exactly who he is when things get inconvenient. Someone who eliminates the problem without regard for who or what gets hurt. Scout deserved better. I deserved better. And I'm not staying married to the man who killed my dog while I watched my mother die. That's not revenge. That's recognizing a fundamental betrayal and responding appropriately. And I'm at peace with walking away from someone who proved he'd sacrifice what I loved most when it became inconvenient for him. Paul made his choice. These are his consequences, and I'm moving forward without him. My husband secretly took our kids to get baptized in his faith after I said no, so I filed for divorce. I'm 41-year-old F, married to Nathan, 43-year-old male, for 14 years, with 3 children. Lily, 12-year-old female, Owen, 9-year-old male, and Zoe, 6-year-old female. When Nathan and I got married, we came from different religious backgrounds. I'm agnostic, raised by parents who let me choose my own spiritual path. Nathan was raised Catholic, but had been non-practicing for years. We agreed before marriage that we'd let our children decide about religion when they were old enough to understand it. No pressure, no childhood indoctrination, just exposure to different beliefs and the freedom to choose. This agreement was important to me. I didn't want my children forced into religious practices before they could understand what they meant. Nathan had agreed completely at the time, said he'd left the strict religious upbringing of his childhood behind, and wanted our kids to have the freedom he'd never had. That agreement held for 12 years. We raised our kids with moral values but without religious doctrine. We celebrated Christmas and Easter culturally but not religiously. The kids asked occasional questions about religion, and we answered honestly. There are many beliefs. People find meaning in different ways. They could explore and decide what felt right to them when they were older. Then, 6 months ago, Nathan's mother, Patricia, 68-year-old female, had a serious health scare. A mild stroke that she recovered from, but that left her shaken and focused on mortality. She'd always been a devout Catholic and became even more so after the stroke. She started pressuring Nathan about our children's lack of baptism, saying she was worried about their souls, that they needed to be saved, that Nathan was failing as a father by not raising them in the church. Nathan started attending Mass again, first occasionally, then every Sunday. I didn't object. He's an adult who can make his own spiritual choices. But I did remind him of our agreement. He could practice his faith, but he wouldn't pressure the kids into religious practices they didn't understand or want. Nathan said he understood. He'd go to church, but the kids would still have the freedom to choose. 3 months ago, Nathan started taking the kids to Patricia's house for Sunday visits while he attended Mass nearby. He'd drop them with Patricia, go to church, pick them up after. The kids seemed to enjoy visiting their grandmother, and I was fine with it. Family time is important, even if it was conveniently timed around Nathan's church attendance. Then 2 weeks ago, I found photos on Nathan's phone while looking for pictures from a recent family outing. They were photos from a church baptism ceremony. Lily, Owen, and Zoe in white baptismal robes, standing at an altar with a priest, water being poured over their heads. Nathan, Patricia, and Nathan's siblings were all present, smiling. My children had been baptized, without my knowledge, without my consent, against our explicit agreement that they'd choose their own religious path when they were old enough. I confronted Nathan immediately. He admitted he'd been taking the kids to Catholic catechism classes during those Sunday visits with Patricia. Not just visiting grandma, but attending religious education. After 2 months of classes, he'd had them baptized at Patricia's church, telling them it was a special ceremony that made grandma very happy. I was furious and devastated. Our agreement had been clear. No religious indoctrination before the kids could understand and choose for themselves. Nathan had systematically violated that agreement, taking them to religious classes without telling me, having them baptized in a faith they didn't understand, all while lying about Sunday visits with grandma. When I asked Lily what she understood about the baptism, she said, "Daddy said it would make Grandma not worry about us anymore, and we'd get to wear special white robes." She didn't understand Catholic baptism theology, didn't know she'd been officially made a member of the Catholic Church, didn't realize the ceremony had permanent religious implications, according to church doctrine. Owen said, "We got splashed with water and Grandma cried happy tears." Zoe said, "It was a pretty ceremony and then we had cake." My children had been baptized into a religion they didn't understand because Nathan prioritized his mother's religious anxieties over our parenting agreement and our children's right to choose their own spiritual paths. Nathan tried to minimize what he'd done. He said baptism was just a ceremony, that it didn't force the kids to be practicing Catholics, that they could still choose their own path later. He claimed he'd done it to give my mother peace after her health scare, that Patricia had been desperate to see them baptized before she died. She's recovered and perfectly healthy, so this reasoning was manipulative and false. I pointed out that according to Catholic doctrine, baptism isn't just a ceremony. It's the sacrament that makes someone a member of the church, marks their soul permanently, and commits them to the Catholic faith. Nathan knew this from his own religious upbringing. He couldn't claim baptism was meaningless while simultaneously insisting it was important enough to do secretly against our agreement. When I asked why he'd lied for months about catechism classes and the baptism, Nathan said he knew I'd object, so he'd decided it was easier to ask forgiveness than permission. He'd deliberately deceived me, taken our children to religious classes behind my back, and had them baptized without my consent, all because he knew I'd say no if asked. That's not a parenting disagreement. That's a betrayal of our fundamental agreement about how we'd raise our children. I told Nathan I wanted a divorce. He was shocked, said I was overreacting, that baptism wasn't worth destroying our marriage over. But this wasn't about baptism alone. It was about Nathan systematically lying to me for months, violating our explicit parenting agreement, making permanent religious decisions for our children without their understanding or my consent, all while deceiving me about what he was doing on Sundays. If he could do that with religion, what else could he unilaterally decide to do with our children against my wishes? What other agreements would he violate if he decided his priorities mattered more than our partnership? Nathan enlisted Patricia to convince me I was overreacting. Patricia came to our house and said baptism was a gift to our children, that I should be grateful Nathan saved their souls, that my objection to baptism showed I didn't understand spiritual matters. She actually said I was being selfish by denying her grandchildren the grace of the sacrament. I told Patricia her grandson had lied to me for months, violated our parenting agreement, and made permanent religious decisions for children too young to understand them. And she'd been complicit in the deception by hosting catechism classes disguised as visits. Her response was that saving souls was more important than my secular objections to religion. Patricia didn't see the lying and deception as problems. She saw the baptism as justified by its religious importance, regardless of how Nathan had gone about it. That conversation confirmed that Nathan had been influenced by his mother's religious pressure to override our agreement. Patricia had convinced him that baptizing the kids was a spiritual imperative that justified deception and violation of our parenting partnership. I consulted a divorce attorney, explained the situation. Husband had secretly taken our children to religious classes and had them baptized against our explicit agreement that they'd choose their own spiritual path. The attorney said that while religious disagreements are common in divorces, Nathan's pattern of deception and unilateral decision-making about the children's upbringing was concerning and would be relevant in custody discussions. I filed for divorce, citing irreconcilable differences regarding child rearing, breach of trust, and systematic deception. I requested primary physical custody with joint legal custody, arguing that Nathan had proven he'd make unilateral decisions about the children without consulting me or honoring our agreements. Nathan was devastated when served with divorce papers. He said I was destroying our family over religion, that he'd made one mistake that shouldn't end our marriage. His family rallied around him. His siblings called me unreasonable. His father said I was being intolerant of Nathan's faith. Patricia said I was punishing Nathan for trying to be a good Catholic father. But Nathan hadn't been a good Catholic father. He'd been a deceptive husband who violated our fundamental parenting agreement and lied for months about what he was doing with our children. My family was supportive. My parents were appalled that Nathan had secretly baptized the kids after agreeing they'd have religious freedom. My brother said Nathan's deception was a massive breach of trust that went far beyond religious disagreement. Friends were divided. Some thought divorce was extreme, that religious disagreements should be worked through in marriage counseling, that I should give Nathan a chance to rebuild trust. Others were horrified by the months of lying and secret catechism classes, understanding that the issue wasn't baptism itself, but Nathan's willingness to deceive me and override our agreements when he decided his priorities mattered more. The kids are confused and upset. Lily's old enough to understand her parents are divorcing, but doesn't fully grasp why. She knows it's related to the baptism, but sees it as just a church ceremony. Owen is anxious about what divorce means for our family. Zoe doesn't fully understand that anything is wrong yet. I had to explain to Lily that the issue wasn't the baptism ceremony itself, but that Dad had lied to me for months, had taken them to classes I didn't know about, and made a permanent religious decision for them without their understanding or my agreement. That in our family, we'd agreed big decisions about their lives would be made together by both parents. And Dad had broken that agreement. Lily asked if she's really Catholic now. I explained that according to Catholic doctrine, yes, but that she can still choose her own spiritual path regardless of the baptism ceremony. That the water and words don't force her to be anything she doesn't choose to be. But that conversation highlighted the damage Nathan's done. Lily now has religious identity confusion. Is she Catholic because she was baptized? Does she have to attend church? What does baptism mean for who she is? These are questions she shouldn't be grappling with at 12 because Nathan made a decision for her she wasn't ready to make for herself. The divorce proceedings have been contentious, particularly around custody. Nathan's arguing he should have 50-50 physical custody and that his religious parenting shouldn't be held against him. My attorney is arguing that Nathan's pattern of deception and unilateral decision-making about the children's upbringing makes shared physical custody problematic. If Nathan will secretly take them to catechism classes and have them baptized against my wishes, what else will he do during his parenting time that violates our agreements? The court appointed a guardian ad litem to represent the children's interests. The guardian interviewed all 3 kids, asking about the baptism, the catechism classes, how they felt about what happened. The guardian's report noted that the children had participated in religious education and a baptism ceremony without understanding the religious significance, that they'd been told it was to make Grandma happy, rather than being explained as a permanent commitment to Catholic faith, and that the secretive nature of the classes and ceremony had been confusing for them. The guardian recommended primary physical custody to me, with supervised parenting time for Nathan until he completed parenting classes focused on co-parenting communication and respecting custody agreements. The guardian cited Nathan's months of deception and unilateral religious decision-making as evidence he might not respect custody arrangements or communicate appropriately about the children's activities during his parenting time. Nathan was furious about the supervised parenting recommendation. He claimed I'd poisoned the guardian against him, that his religious freedom was being violated by courts punishing him for practicing his faith. His attorney argued that parents have the right to share their religious beliefs with their children, that Nathan's baptizing the kids was protected religious exercise. But my attorney countered that Nathan's right to religious freedom doesn't include the right to deceive his spouse, violate explicit parenting agreements, or make permanent religious decisions for children too young to understand them, particularly when that violates the children's own right to religious freedom and choice. The judge ruled in my favor. I received primary physical custody, with Nathan having every other weekend parenting time, initially supervised, with supervision to be lifted after he completed parenting classes and demonstrated ability to communicate appropriately about parenting decisions. The judge noted in his ruling that while parents can share religious beliefs with children, Nathan's pattern of deception, violation of the parents' explicit agreement, and secretive religious indoctrination of young children showed poor judgment and disrespect for the co-parenting relationship. Nathan has visitation with the kids every other weekend, but a court-appointed supervisor is present to ensure he's not taking them to church activities without my knowledge or consent. He's required to inform me of all planned activities during his parenting time. He's required to complete co-parenting classes focused on communication and respecting custody agreements. Effectively, the court agreed with me that Nathan's deceptive religious indoctrination of our children violated both our parenting agreement and the children's own rights, and that his pattern of unilateral decision-making required restrictions on his custody. The supervised visitation has been humiliating for Nathan. His family is outraged that he needs a supervisor present during parenting time, calling it excessive punishment for sharing his faith with his children. Patricia has been especially vocal, claiming the courts are discriminating against Catholics by restricting Nathan's ability to take the kids to church. But the restriction isn't about Nathan being Catholic or attending church. It's about Nathan having proven he'll deceive me and violate agreements about the children's activities. The supervision ensures he's being honest about what happens during his parenting time, which he'd proven he couldn't be trusted to do on his own. My relationship with Nathan's family is completely destroyed. Patricia won't speak to me, says I've stolen her grandchildren and prevented them from being raised in the faith. Nathan's siblings have called me vindictive and intolerant. His father sent me a long email about how I'm damaging the children by keeping them from church and religious community. They don't seem to understand, or care, that I'm not keeping the kids from religion. I'm keeping Nathan from secretly indoctrinating them in a faith they're too young to choose for themselves, which was exactly what Nathan and I had agreed to before we had children. If Nathan had come to me 2 years from now when Lily was 14 and said, "Lily is interested in Catholicism and wants to attend church and take classes," I'd have supported that. It would be Lily's choice. If Owen at 16 wanted to be baptized because he'd explored Catholicism and chosen it, I'd respect that decision. But having them baptized at 12, 9, and 6, ages where they couldn't understand Catholic theology or make informed choices about religious identity, violated everything Nathan and I had agreed about giving them religious freedom. Nathan's completed his parenting classes, but still insists he did nothing wrong. He maintains the baptism was a gift to the children and to his mother, that I'm being controlling by objecting to him sharing his faith. He hasn't apologized for the deception, hasn't acknowledged that months of secret catechism classes violated our agreement, hasn't shown any understanding of why I find his actions problematic. The lack of remorse or acknowledgement has made reconciliation impossible. Some friends have asked if I'd reconsider the divorce now that Nathan's completed classes and has regular visitation. But Nathan still doesn't understand, or won't admit, that the problem wasn't him being Catholic, or even him wanting to share his faith. The problem was months of systematic deception, violation of our explicit agreement, and permanent religious decisions made for children too young to understand them. If he can't acknowledge that was wrong, I can't trust him in any parenting partnership. I'm 41, divorced, primary custody of 3 kids who are navigating religious identity confusion because their father had them baptized without their understanding. Nathan is 43, living separately, every other weekend supervised visitation, insisting he was just being a good Catholic father by secretly baptizing our children. Our children are growing up in a fractured family because Nathan decided his mother's religious anxieties and his Catholic identity were more important than our marriage partnership, our parenting agreement, and our children's right to choose their own spiritual paths. Some people will always think I overreacted, that baptism isn't worth divorcing over, that I should have worked through it in counseling. But Nathan spent months lying to me, took our children to religious classes I didn't know about, and had them permanently baptized into a faith they don't understand, all while violating the fundamental agreement our marriage and parenting were built on. That's not a mistake or a disagreement. That's a betrayal that destroyed my ability to trust him as a partner and co-parent. And I'd file for divorce again without hesitation, because protecting my children's right to religious freedom and choice is more important than maintaining a marriage with someone who'll violate our agreements the moment his priorities conflict with them. Nathan wanted to baptize our kids to please his mother. He got the baptism. And he lost his marriage, lost primary custody, and damaged his relationship with his children. That's the consequence of prioritizing his mother's religious demands over his partnership with his wife. And I'm at peace with that consequence. My siblings reported me to CPS for neglect to take custody of my kids, so I fought back. I'm 42-year male, single father to twin daughters, Maya and Lily, 8 female. After my wife, Jessica, died from cancer 2 years ago. Being a widowed single parent to young twins has been the hardest thing I've ever done. But I've managed. Working as an accountant with flexible hours, getting help from after-school programs, building a support network, making sure my daughters are cared for and loved despite losing their mother. My siblings, sister Veronica, 45-year-old female, and brother Craig, 39-year-old, both live nearby and have been part of the girls' lives since birth. Veronica is married with no children and has always been particularly attached to Maya and Lily. Craig has 2 teenage sons and has been helpful with practical support since Jessica died. 6 weeks ago, I received a call from Child Protective Services. They'd received a report that my daughters were being neglected, claims that they were frequently left unsupervised, came to school in dirty clothes, appeared malnourished, and that I was overwhelmed and unable to provide adequate care as a single father. I was shocked and terrified. CPS investigations can destroy families even when allegations are false. A caseworker came to my home unannounced, interviewed me and the girls separately, inspected our house, reviewed their school and medical records. The investigation was humiliating and terrifying. The caseworker asked invasive questions about my parenting, my work schedule, whether I'd been drinking or using drugs, how I managed childcare. She photographed our home, looked in closets and the refrigerator, examined the girls' bedroom. Maya and Lily were confused and scared, didn't understand why a stranger was asking them questions about whether Daddy feeds them and if they're alone a lot. That night, both girls cried, asking if they were going to be taken away from me like some kids at school who'd been removed from their parents. I assured them they weren't going anywhere, that this was a misunderstanding, but I was terrified myself. CPS has broad authority to remove children if they believe there's neglect or danger, even if allegations turn out to be false. The caseworker's report concluded after 2 weeks of investigation, there was no evidence of neglect. My home was clean and safe, the girls were well fed and properly clothed. Their school records showed good attendance and academic performance. Their pediatrician confirmed they were healthy and appropriately cared for. The allegations were unfounded. I was relieved, but also furious. Someone had made false reports to CPS about my parenting, had put my daughters through the trauma of an investigation, had risked my custody of them based on lies. I asked the caseworker who had filed the report. She said it was anonymous, but that multiple people had called with similar concerns, which had given the allegations more credibility and triggered the investigation. Multiple people. This wasn't one false report. It was a coordinated effort to make me look like a negligent parent. I started investigating who might have done this. Within days, I discovered the truth. Veronica and Craig had filed the reports. They'd called CPS separately, but with coordinated stories about my alleged neglect, had recruited Craig's wife to make a third call, and had been planning this for weeks. But why? Why would my siblings file false CPS reports claiming I was neglecting my daughters? I confronted Veronica first. She admitted they'd made the reports, but claimed they'd been genuinely concerned about the girls living with just me instead of in a proper family environment. When I pushed for what that meant, Veronica said that she and her husband wanted to adopt Maya and Lily, that they could provide a better home with 2 parents and financial stability, that the girls would have a real family instead of being raised by a single father. My sister had filed false CPS reports to try to get my daughters removed from me so she could adopt them. I was stunned by Veronica's admission. She and Craig had filed false neglect reports not because they genuinely believed my daughters were in danger, but because they wanted to take custody of them. They'd tried to use the CPS system as a weapon to separate me from my children. When I confronted Craig, he was less apologetic than Veronica. He said I was struggling as a single father, that Maya and Lily would have better opportunities living with Veronica and her husband who had more money and a 2-parent household, that it was in the girls' best interest to be raised in a traditional family structure. I asked if he understood he'd filed false reports to a child protective agency, that he'd lied to CPS about neglect to try to get my children removed. Craig said they'd embellished some concerns, but that their underlying belief, that I couldn't provide as well for the girls as Veronica could, was sincere. But CPS isn't meant to remove children because someone else could theoretically provide better opportunities. CPS is for children who are actually being abused or neglected. My daughters were neither. They were grieving their mother, but were healthy, loved, well cared for children living with their father. Veronica and Craig had abused the CPS system to try to manufacture a custody case. I gathered evidence of their scheme. I recorded conversations where both admitted to filing the reports and explained their motivations. I collected text messages between Veronica and Craig discussing their plan. Messages where Veronica had written, "If CPS finds concerns, we can petition for custody." And Craig had responded, "We need to make sure the reports are consistent so they take it seriously." They'd planned this deliberately, had coordinated their false reports, and had done it all to take my daughters from me. I filed a police report for filing false reports to CPS and conspiracy. In our state, knowingly making false reports to Child Protective Services is a crime, particularly when done with the intent to harm the subject of the report or gain custody of their children. I also reported Veronica and Craig to CPS itself for abuse of the system. CPS takes false reporting seriously because it wastes resources that should be used for actual child protection and traumatizes families who are falsely accused. The police investigation confirmed what I'd discovered. Veronica, Craig, and Craig's wife had all filed reports within a week of each other using similar language and allegations, clearly coordinating their stories. Text messages showed them discussing what to say, how to make the allegations sound credible, and what would happen if CPS removed the girls. Veronica's text to Craig: "If they remove the girls even temporarily, we can file for custody while he's fighting to get them back. Possession is 9/10 of the law." Craig's response: "And if CPS finds any concerns at all, we can argue he's unfit even if the concerns aren't severe." They'd been trying to game the system, get CPS to remove my daughters on any pretext, then fight for custody while I was dealing with the crisis of getting them back. The scheme was exposed by their own text messages, admitting to coordinating false reports for custody purposes. All three were charged with filing false reports to CPS and conspiracy. Veronica and Craig were also charged with attempted custodial interference, trying to use fraudulent reports to gain custody of children they had no legal right to. The criminal case devastated our family. My mother, Veronica and Craig's mother, was horrified that her children had tried to take her grandchildren from their father using false CPS reports. She testified against them, saying she'd had no idea about their plan and was appalled by their actions. My daughter's school and pediatrician both wrote letters for the prosecution, expressing shock at the false reports and confirming that Maya and Lily were well cared for children showing no signs of neglect. Veronica's defense was that she genuinely believed the girls would be better off with her, that her concerns about single fatherhood were sincere, even if the specific neglect allegations were exaggerated. But the text messages destroyed that defense. She'd written explicitly about using CPS to remove the girls so she could get custody, about making allegations sound credible, about the strategic timing of their reports. This wasn't concern. This was a calculated plan to weaponize CPS against me. The trial lasted 3 days. The prosecution presented the coordinated false reports, the text messages showing Veronica and Craig's planning, their admissions that they'd filed reports intending to gain custody of my daughters, and the CPS investigation that had found no evidence of neglect. Veronica testified in her own defense, crying as she explained how much she loved Maya and Lily, how she genuinely believed they needed her, how she'd been trying to help them have the life Jessica would have wanted for them. But on cross-examination, The prosecutor destroyed her sympathy defense. You loved these children so much that you filed false reports claiming they were being neglected? You wanted to help them so badly that you tried to have them removed from their father using fabricated allegations? That's not love. That's attempting to steal someone else's children using the child protection system. Craig's testimony was worse. He maintained he'd done nothing wrong, that single fathers, statistically, provide less stable homes than two-parent families, that his reports had been based on reasonable concerns, even if the investigation found no evidence. The prosecutor asked, "Did you see the children dirty and hungry as you reported to CPS?" Craig admitted he hadn't. "Did you see them left alone unsupervised?" Craig admitted he hadn't. "Did you have any actual evidence of neglect?" Craig said no, but that he'd inferred from my single father status that neglect was likely. He'd filed reports based on assumptions and bias against single fathers, not on any actual observation of neglect. The jury convicted all three defendants. Veronica was sentenced to 1 year in jail, followed by probation. Craig received 8 months. Craig's wife, who'd made one report at their request, received probation only. All three were also ordered to have no contact with me or my daughters, and were prohibited from filing any future reports to CPS regarding my family without court permission. My daughters will never see their aunt and uncle again, not because I'm keeping them away out of spite, but because Veronica and Craig tried to have them removed from me using false allegations of neglect. The impact on Maya and Lily has been significant. They went through the trauma of a CPS investigation, learned that their aunt and uncle had tried to take them away from their father, and lost relationships with extended family members they'd loved and trusted. Both girls are in therapy processing the betrayal. Their therapist says children struggle to understand why adults who claim to love them would try to separate them from their parent. Maya has said she feels tricked by Veronica, who'd always been so loving but had been planning to take her away. Lily has trust issues now with all adults except me. The CPS caseworker who investigated my case wrote a letter to the court expressing her outrage that Veronica and Craig had abused the system. She noted that false reports waste resources, traumatize innocent families, and make it harder for CPS to identify children in actual danger when they're dealing with fabricated cases. She calculated that my case had taken approximately 40 hours of CPS time: investigation, home visits, interviews, documentation. That was 40 hours that could have been spent on actual abuse or neglect cases, potentially delaying help for children who genuinely needed intervention. Veronica and Craig's false reports didn't just hurt my family, they potentially harmed other children by diverting CPS resources from real cases to their fabricated one. My mother has been devastated by her children's convictions. She's maintained her relationship with me and the girls, but is estranged from Veronica and Craig, saying she can't forgive them for trying to take her grandchildren from their father through false allegations. Extended family is split. Some think Veronica and Craig's sentences were too harsh, that they'd acted out of misguided love for the girls even if their methods were wrong. Others are appalled and have cut contact with them entirely. I'm 42, sole custody of my daughters, as I always was, watching my siblings serve jail time for filing false CPS reports in an attempt to take my children. Veronica is 45 and Craig is 39, both convicted felons now, permanently barred from contact with my daughters. Maya and Lily are 8, in therapy, learning that the aunt and uncle who seemed to love them had actually been trying to take them away from their father using lies. Some people think I should have handled this privately, that prosecuting my siblings was too extreme, that families should resolve conflicts without involving the criminal justice system. But Veronica and Craig didn't give me a private family conflict. They gave me a CPS investigation based on false reports filed with intent to gain custody of my children. That's not a private matter. That's a crime that required legal consequences. If I'd handled it privately, what would have stopped them from filing more reports? from trying again with better coordinated stories, from continuing to use the CPS system as a weapon until they succeeded in getting my daughters removed. Prosecution wasn't revenge. It was protecting my family from people who'd proven they'd abuse government systems to try to take my children. I'd press charges again without hesitation. Because no one, not even family, gets to file false reports to CPS to try to steal your children. Veronica wanted to adopt my daughters. Instead, she got a criminal record and a permanent restraining order, preventing her from ever seeing them again. Craig wanted to help his sister get custody. Instead, he got jail time and lost his relationship with his nieces. They made their choices. These are the consequences. And I'm at peace with ensuring they faced those consequences through the legal system. Because when someone tries to take your children using false allegations to government agencies, you don't handle it privately. You handle it with prosecutors and courts and criminal charges. That's what I did. And my daughters are still with me, safe from the aunt and uncle who tried to have them removed based on lies. That's all that matters. My son's fiancée convinced him I was racist so she could exclude me from the wedding. I'm 48-year-old Felm, single mother to my son Daniel, 26-year-old male, who I raised alone after his father left when Daniel was 3. I worked 2 jobs to put him through college, supported his dreams, and we've always been close. Or at least I thought we were. Daniel started dating Priya, 25-year-old female, 2 years ago. Priya is Indian American, 2nd generation, works in tech, seems intelligent and accomplished. I was genuinely happy for Daniel and tried to welcome Priya into our family. The first few months were fine. We had dinners together. I asked Priya about her work and her family, tried to show interest in her life. I thought we were building a good relationship. Then about 6 months into their relationship, Daniel started becoming distant. He'd cancel our regular Sunday dinners, wouldn't return my calls for days, seemed uncomfortable when we did spend time together. When I asked what was wrong, Daniel said he needed to talk to me about something serious. He came over and told me that Priya had been feeling uncomfortable around me, that I'd made several comments that were racially insensitive or microaggressions, and that he was disappointed I hadn't been more aware of these issues. I was completely blindsided. I asked for specific examples of what I'd said that was offensive. Daniel said I'd asked Priya where she was really from. I'd asked where she grew up after she mentioned her hometown, that I'd made comments about loving Indian food that fetishized her culture. I'd said I enjoyed the dinner her mother had made when we met, and that I'd asked ignorant questions about her religion. I'd asked if she celebrated certain holidays so I'd know about her traditions. Every example Daniel gave was a normal getting-to-know-you conversation that Priya had apparently reinterpreted as racist microaggressions. I tried to explain the context of these conversations, but Daniel said I was being defensive instead of listening, that Priya's feelings about what was offensive mattered more than my intentions. I apologized for any hurt I'd caused and said I'd be more careful about how I phrased things. Daniel seemed satisfied and said Priya appreciated the apology. I thought we'd moved past it, but the distance continued. Over the next year, Daniel canceled more plans. Priya stopped coming to family events, and when I did see them, Priya was cold and formal. Daniel started making comments about how I needed to do better about racial awareness, sent me articles about racism and microaggressions, suggested I take diversity training courses. I complied with everything he asked. Read the articles, took an online course on cultural sensitivity, was hyper-aware of every word I said around Priya. But nothing changed. She remained distant, and Daniel remained critical. Then, 6 months ago, Daniel proposed to Priya. I was happy for them and assumed I'd be involved in the wedding planning. Instead, Daniel called and said he and Priya had decided to have a small, intimate wedding with just close friends and Priya's family. I wasn't invited. My own son was getting married, and I wasn't invited to the wedding. When I asked why, Daniel said Priya didn't feel safe having me at the wedding after my pattern of racist behavior, that she'd been traumatized by my microaggressions, and that her wedding day needed to be a space free from that energy. He said this was Priya's decision, and he supported it because believing women of color about their experiences with racism was important to him. I was devastated. I'd been accused of racism based on normal conversations that had been reinterpreted as offensive, had apologized and done everything asked of me, and was now being excluded from my only child's wedding because his fiancée had convinced him I was racist. I tried to reason with Daniel, but he said the decision was final. The wedding was happening in 3 weeks, and I wasn't invited. That's when I decided to find out what Priya had really been telling Daniel about me. I hired a private investigator, not to spy on their relationship, but to understand what had been said about me to justify excluding me from my son's wedding. The investigator interviewed mutual acquaintances, reviewed social media posts, and gathered information about Priya's accusations against me. What I learned was infuriating. Priya had been systematically lying to Daniel about our interactions, fabricating racist incidents that never happened, and isolating him from me by framing me as a racist who refused to acknowledge her trauma. For example, Priya told Daniel I'd said Indian food smells weird, and I didn't want it in my house. I'd never said anything remotely like that. In fact, I'd invited them over for dinner and asked Priya if she'd like to cook together so I could learn to make dishes her family enjoyed. Priya told Daniel I'd questioned whether she was really Indian because she didn't have an accent. I'd never said this. I'd asked where she'd gone to college, and when she said California, I'd mentioned I'd always wanted to visit the West Coast. Priya told Daniel I'd made a comment about her skin color, saying she was exotic looking. I've never used the word exotic in my life, and certainly not to describe a person. Every example Daniel had confronted me with had been either fabricated entirely or drastically distorted by Priya. She'd taken normal conversations and reframed them as racist microaggressions, counting on Daniel believing her version without questioning it. The investigator found more. Priya had told friends at her work that Daniel's mother was super racist, and she was having to protect Daniel from his family's toxicity. She'd posted on a private Facebook group about dealing with a racist future mother-in-law, and gotten support from friends who knew only her version of events. Priya had built an entire narrative where I was a racist who refused to acknowledge my behavior, and she was the victim bravely standing up to me. Daniel had been completely taken in by this narrative. Most damning, I found messages between Priya and her sister where Priya admitted she'd exaggerated some stuff about me, but that it was necessary to set boundaries and make sure I didn't become an overbearing Indian mother-in-law stereotype. She'd literally fabricated racism accusations to exclude me from her life and my son's wedding. Armed with this evidence, I confronted Daniel. I showed him the investigator's report, the messages between Priya and her sister, the social media posts where she'd bragged about excluding me. I showed him proof that the racist incidents she'd described had never happened, that she'd fabricated or grossly distorted our conversations. Daniel was shocked. He'd believed every word Priya had said, had never questioned her version of events, had cut off his mother based on lies. When he confronted Priya with the evidence, she first denied everything, then said I'd hired someone to spy on her, which was a violation of her privacy. Then finally admitted she'd maybe exaggerated a few things, but insisted she'd still felt uncomfortable around me for valid reasons. Daniel called off the wedding. He said he couldn't marry someone who'd lied extensively about his mother, fabricated racism accusations, and isolated him from his family based on false claims. Priya tried to save the relationship, but Daniel was done. The lies were too extensive, the manipulation too severe. I got my son back, but the damage was done. Daniel spent a year believing I was racist, viewing our entire relationship through that lens, cutting me out of his life. Even now that he knows the truth, there's a wariness between us that wasn't there before. Priya's lies didn't just exclude me from a wedding. They poisoned my relationship with my son in ways that will take years to fully heal. The aftermath of exposing Priya's lies has been complicated. Daniel and Priya broke up 3 weeks before their wedding. Daniel moved back home with me temporarily while he processed everything. Not just the breakup, but the realization that he'd spent a year believing his mother was racist based on his fiancé's fabrications. Daniel's guilt has been overwhelming. He's apologized repeatedly for believing Priya without question, for not asking me for my side of the story, for allowing our relationship to deteriorate based on accusations he never verified. He said he feels like a terrible son for being so easily manipulated. I've told him repeatedly that I don't blame him. Priya's lies were sophisticated and played on his genuine desire to be a good partner and ally against racism. She'd weaponized social justice language to make questioning her seem like denial or defensiveness. Daniel had been trying to be supportive and had been taken advantage of, but Daniel blames himself anyway. He said he should have noticed inconsistencies in Priya's stories, should have questioned why his memories of our conversations didn't match her interpretations, should have recognized that I'd never shown any racist behavior toward anyone else in my life. The hardest part for Daniel has been realizing how thoroughly he was isolated. Priya had systematically cut him off from me while framing it as protecting himself from my toxicity. She'd encouraged him to cancel our Sunday dinners, to avoid family events, to distance himself emotionally. And he'd done all of it because he'd believed her narrative that I was a racist who refused to change. Daniel has been in therapy processing the manipulation. His therapist has identified what Priya did as a form of parental alienation, deliberately driving a wedge between parent and child through false accusations and narrative control. The therapist says this is relatively common in controlling relationships, where one partner wants to isolate the other from family support. Priya's reaction to the breakup has been predictable. She's claimed she's the real victim, that I violated her privacy by hiring an investigator, that Daniel is abandoning her because he chooses his racist mother over her, that she's being punished for speaking truth to power. She's posted on social media about being dumped 3 weeks before her wedding by a man who couldn't handle being called out on his family's racism. She's received sympathy from friends who don't know the full story, that she fabricated the racism accusations and was exposed through her own messages admitting she'd lied. Daniel's friends who knew about the wedding cancellation have been confused. Some initially supported Priya's narrative that Daniel had chosen his racist mother over his fiancée. But when Daniel showed select friends the evidence of Priya's lies, opinion shifted dramatically. Friends who'd thought I was racist based on Priya's stories have apologized to me. Several have said they feel guilty for believing accusations without ever meeting me or hearing my side. One of Daniel's closest friends said he'd had doubts about Priya's stories because they didn't match the mother Daniel had always described. But he'd stayed silent because he didn't want to invalidate a woman of color's experiences with racism. That silence, the fear of questioning accusations of racism, even when they seem inconsistent or exaggerated, is what allowed Priya's lies to continue for so long. People were afraid to doubt her because doubting a person of color's claims about racism feels like racism itself. The wedding venue, vendors, and guests all had to be notified. Daniel handled most of this, explaining that the wedding was canceled due to personal reasons. Some of Priya's family members reached out to Daniel asking what happened. When he explained that Priya had fabricated racism accusations against his mother, her own family was split. Some defended Priya, others admitted they'd had concerns about her tendency to exaggerate for effect. Priya's sister, the one whose messages proved Priya had knowingly lied, apparently confronted Priya about the situation. According to mutual connections, the sister said she'd never imagined her joking messages about Priya exaggerating would be used as evidence in a breakup, that she'd thought Priya was just venting about normal mother-in-law tensions, not fabricating racism accusations. But that's exactly what Priya had done. Fabricated accusations, systematically isolated Daniel from his mother, and planned a wedding that excluded me based on lies about my character. My relationship with Daniel is healing, but slowly. We've resumed our Sunday dinners. We talk on the phone regularly. He's living with me while he saves for his own place. But there's a cautiousness now that wasn't there before. I'm careful about what I say, conscious that Priya's false accusations have made me hyper-aware of being misinterpreted. Daniel is working through guilt and the trauma of realizing he was manipulated. Some people have said I went too far by hiring an investigator, that I invaded Priya's privacy and should have just accepted being excluded from the wedding. But I was being accused of racism and excluded from my only child's wedding based on lies. I had every right to investigate accusations that were destroying my relationship with my son. Others have said I should be satisfied that the truth came out and the wedding was called off, that continuing to talk about it is vindictive. But Priya's lies didn't just exclude me from one event. They poisoned my relationship with my son for a year, made him view me as a racist, and caused damage that will take years to fully repair. I'm not seeking revenge against Priya. I'm simply ensuring that Daniel and anyone who heard her accusations knows the truth, that she lied, systematically and extensively, about racism to isolate my son and exclude me from his life. I'm 48, rebuilding my relationship with my son after his ex-fiancée spent a year convincing him I was racist based on fabricated accusations. Daniel is 26, living with me again, processing the manipulation and guilt. Priya is 25, dealing with a canceled wedding, a broken relationship, and the fallout of being exposed as having lied about racism. Some will always think I overreacted by hiring an investigator, but I was facing exclusion from my son's wedding based on serious accusations of racism that I knew were false. I had every right to investigate and expose the lies. Daniel has said he's grateful I fought for the truth instead of accepting Priya's narrative and staying away from his life. He's said that if I hadn't hired the investigator and shown him the evidence, he might have married Priya and spent years believing his mother was a racist who refused to change. Instead, he learned the truth, who Priya really was, someone willing to fabricate serious accusations to get what she wanted, before legally binding himself to her. That's not revenge. That's protecting my son from a manipulative partner and protecting myself from false accusations that were destroying my most important relationship. Priya fabricated racism to exclude me from her wedding. I exposed the fabrications and got my son back. And I'd hire that investigator again without hesitation. Because no one should accept false accusations of racism without fighting for the truth. The truth came out. Priya's lies were exposed. My relationship with Daniel is healing, and I'm at peace with every decision I made to make that happen. My son sabotaged my engagement to keep me single and available to care for him, so I moved away. I'm 51 en famille, widowed 6 years ago when my husband, Marcus, died from a heart attack at age 54. I have one son, Trevor, 29 and a male, who still lives at home. After Marcus died, Trevor was 23 and had just graduated college. He was struggling to find a job in his field, so I told him he could live with me rent-free until he got on his feet. I thought it would be temporary, maybe a year or two. 6 years later, Trevor is still living in my house. He works part-time as a freelance graphic designer, makes enough to cover his personal expenses, but claims he can't afford to move out because rent is too expensive. I've offered to help him with a security deposit, to co-sign a lease, to help him find roommates. He always has reasons why now isn't the right time to move out. Meanwhile, Trevor has become dependent on me for almost everything beyond basic income. I cook his meals, do his laundry, clean his room, manage his doctor appointments, wake him up in the mornings because he sleeps through alarms. I'd enabled him to remain a child at 29 years old, and I was starting to resent the situation. 2 years ago, I started dating again. Met Richard, 53 and a male, through a hiking group, and we connected immediately. Richard is kind, successful, active, everything I'd been missing since Marcus died. We dated for a year before he proposed. I said yes, excited to build a new life with someone I loved. Trevor's reaction to the engagement was strange. He congratulated me but seemed subdued, almost upset. Over the following weeks, he made increasingly negative comments about Richard, that he was trying to replace Dad, that he moved too fast with the proposal, that I barely knew him after only a year of dating. I dismissed Trevor's concerns as normal adult-child adjustment to a parent remarrying. But then strange things started happening that made me question whether Trevor was just struggling with the engagement or actively sabotaging it. Small incidents at first. Richard would come over for dinner and find his car had a flat tire afterward. Happened 3 times. Items would go missing from Richard's jacket when he visited. His phone once, his wallet another time, always turning up later in random places around my house. Richard started feeling uncomfortable visiting my home, sensing he wasn't welcome. Then, bigger issues. Richard and I planned a weekend trip to celebrate our engagement. The morning we were supposed to leave, my car wouldn't start. The battery had been disconnected. We missed our trip. Another time, Richard sent flowers to my workplace for my birthday. They were intercepted and thrown away before I saw them. The florist confirmed delivery to my office, but I never received them. Someone was systematically sabotaging my relationship with Richard, and the only person with access and opportunity for all these incidents was Trevor. I set up a hidden camera in my living room to see what was happening when I wasn't watching. What I discovered was devastating. Trevor had been deliberately sabotaging my relationship with Richard for months. The camera captured Trevor letting the air out of Richard's tires while we were having dinner. It showed Trevor taking Richard's phone from his jacket pocket and hiding it in a kitchen drawer. It caught Trevor disconnecting my car battery the night before our trip. My 29-year-old son had been sabotaging my engagement because he didn't want me to remarry and potentially move out or change our living arrangement. When I confronted Trevor with the video evidence, he broke down and admitted everything. He said he was afraid of losing me to Richard, that he'd panicked about me getting married and leaving him alone, that he'd been trying to slow things down so I wouldn't rush into marriage and abandon him. But I wasn't abandoning Trevor. I was trying to build a life with someone I loved, while Trevor remained a dependent adult living in my house at 29. His sabotage wasn't about fear of abandonment. It was about wanting to keep me available as his caretaker indefinitely. Trevor's admission that he'd been sabotaging my relationship revealed something deeper about our dynamic. He'd grown comfortable with me managing his entire life, cooking, cleaning, organizing, providing emotional support, and he was terrified of losing that support system. Richard represented a threat to Trevor's comfortable dependency. When I asked Trevor directly if he'd been sabotaging the engagement to keep me from moving forward with my own life, he admitted, "I know it's selfish, but I'm not ready for you to get married. I still need you here." Trevor was 29 years old, employable, healthy, and capable. He didn't need me. He wanted the convenience of my continued caretaking. I told Trevor he had 3 months to find his own place and move out, that I was marrying Richard and moving forward with my life, and Trevor needed to build his own independent life, rather than sabotaging mine to maintain his dependency. Trevor was shocked. He'd apparently expected I'd forgive the sabotage and we'd continue as before, him living with me indefinitely, me postponing marriage to accommodate his discomfort. He begged me to reconsider, said 3 months wasn't enough time, that he'd stop the sabotage if I'd just slow down with Richard. But slowing down meant letting Trevor's fear and manipulation control my life choices. I was done enabling that. I gave Trevor resources for finding apartments, offered to help with moving costs, connected him with a therapist who could help him work through his abandonment fears. But the deadline was firm. 3 months to move out. Trevor spent the first month angry, barely speaking to me, acting like I was the villain for kicking him out after his father died 6 years ago. He told extended family I was choosing a new husband over my son, that I was abandoning him to shack up with some guy. Family members who didn't know about Trevor's sabotage called asking if I was really making Trevor move out, suggesting I was being too harsh, that he was still adjusting to losing his father. When I explained that Trevor had been sabotaging my engagement for months, slashing tires, stealing items, disconnecting my car battery, throwing away flowers, the family response shifted. Most were shocked and agreed Trevor needed to move out and get therapy. Month 2, Trevor started actually looking for apartments but dragged his feet, claiming everywhere was too expensive or too far from work or had roommates who seemed weird. I told him he had 6 weeks left and needed to make a decision. Trevor finally signed a lease on a studio apartment within his budget. It was small and modest, but it was his. An adult living space where he'd have to cook his own meals, do his own laundry, and manage his own life. Moving day was emotional. Trevor cried, said he was sorry for the sabotage, that he understood why I was making him leave but wished things could be different. I told him I loved him, but that he'd crossed a line by sabotaging my relationship, and both of us needed space to build our own independent lives. I married Richard 2 months after Trevor moved out. It was a small ceremony, close friends and family, intimate and meaningful. Trevor was invited but declined to attend, saying it was too hard to watch me marry someone who wasn't his father. Richard and I bought a house together in a different neighborhood, a fresh start for both of us. I gave Trevor my old house at a significantly reduced price, well below market value, so he'd have the option to buy it if he wanted to stay there, or sell it if he needed the money. Trevor chose to sell it and used the proceeds to pay off student loans and buy better furniture for his apartment. He's been slowly adjusting to independent living, learning to cook, managing his own schedule, building a life outside of his mother's house. The past year has been a journey for both Trevor and me. Trevor has struggled with independence, called me crying several times about feeling lonely, about not knowing how to handle adult responsibilities, about missing the comfort of living at home where everything was taken care of. I've helped where appropriate, taught him to cook a few basic meals, helped him set up automatic bill payments, connected him with resources for adult life skills. But I've maintained boundaries. He needs to manage his own life, not rely on me to rescue him from every difficulty. Trevor's therapist has diagnosed him with what she calls failure to launch syndrome. Young adults who struggle to transition to independence because they've been enabled to remain dependent. She's told me that my decision to make him move out was the right one, that many parents in my situation enable dependence for decades out of guilt or fear. Trevor is making progress. He's increased his freelance work to full-time hours, has made friends in his apartment building, has started dating. He's building the independent adult life he should have been building for the past 6 years. Our relationship is improving too. We have lunch together weekly, and Trevor has stopped the passive-aggressive comments about Richard. He's acknowledged that his sabotage was wrong and that he'd been trying to keep me in a caretaker role because he wasn't ready to grow up. Trevor has even apologized to Richard directly for the sabotage, though Richard has been cautious about rebuilding trust. Hard to fully trust someone who slashed your tires and stole your phone to sabotage your engagement. My marriage to Richard has been wonderful. We travel, hike, enjoy our empty nest together. Richard has been patient with my guilt about abandoning Trevor, has reminded me repeatedly that making an adult son move out at 29 isn't abandonment. It's appropriate parenting. Some family members still think I was too harsh, that I should have let Trevor stay as long as he needed, that forcing him to move out was cruel, especially after he'd lost his father. But Trevor didn't lose his father 6 years ago and need ongoing support. He'd become comfortable with dependency and had actively sabotaged my relationship to maintain that comfort. Enabling that would have hurt both of us. Trevor needed to learn independence, and I needed to live my own life, rather than remaining frozen as the caretaker of an adult son who was capable but unmotivated to care for himself. I'm 51, married to Richard, living in our new house, maintaining healthy boundaries with my adult son. Trevor is 29, living independently, working full-time, slowly building an adult life he should have started building years ago. Richard is 53, married to me, relieved that the sabotage has ended and that I set firm boundaries with Trevor about moving out. Some will always think I prioritized my new husband over my son. But I prioritized healthy adult relationships, both with my husband and with my son, over enabling dependency that wasn't serving anyone. Trevor is better off learning to be independent at 29 than he would have been remaining dependent in my house indefinitely. And I'm better off building a life with Richard than I would have been remaining frozen in grief and caretaking. Trevor sabotaged my engagement because he wanted to keep me available as his caretaker. I responded by setting boundaries that forced him to grow up. He can be angry about that. He can tell people I abandoned him. But I know I did the right thing, for both of us. Because enabling an adult child's dependency isn't love, it's harm. And allowing that child to sabotage your relationship to maintain dependency isn't healthy for anyone. Trevor needed to move out and build his own life. Richard and I needed to build our marriage without sabotage and manipulation. We've all gotten what we needed, even if Trevor is still processing the discomfort of having to be an independent adult. I'd make the same decision again without hesitation. Because my son's temporary discomfort with independence is less important than his long-term development into a functional adult. And my happiness and autonomy matter too, not just as a mother, but as a woman with my own life to live. Trevor is learning that now. And Richard and I are building our life together, free from sabotage, free from manipulation, free to be happy. That's enough for me. My teenage daughter faked being abused by me to live with her boyfriend's family, so I pressed charges. I'm 42-year-old female, single mother to Emma, 16-year-old female, after my divorce from her father, Derek, when she was 8. I've raised Emma mostly on my own. Derek pays child support but moved to another state and sees her maybe twice a year. I work as a nurse, manage our household, and have tried to be a good parent despite the challenges of single motherhood. Emma has always been a good kid, respectful, responsible, got decent grades, had nice friends. That changed about 8 months ago when she started dating Kyle, 17-year-old male, a senior at her school. The relationship became intense very quickly. Emma was constantly texting Kyle, wanted to spend every free moment with him, talked about him obsessively. Normal teenage infatuation, I thought, and tried to be understanding while maintaining reasonable boundaries. The problem started when Emma wanted to spend entire weekends at Kyle's house. I said no, she's 16. I don't know Kyle's family well, and I'm not comfortable with overnight stays in a boyfriend's home. Emma was furious, said I was controlling and didn't trust her, that Kyle's parents were cool and didn't mind them spending time together. I held firm. Emma could see Kyle during the day, hang out at our house or in public places, but she wasn't spending nights at his house. This is a completely reasonable boundary for a 16-year-old girl. Emma's behavior toward me changed dramatically. She became hostile and defiant, accused me of being overbearing, compared me unfavorably to Kyle's parents who were so much more understanding. I tried to have calm conversations about why I had rules, but Emma would storm off or scream at me. Then, 3 months ago, I got a call from Child Protective Services. They'd received a report from Kyle's mother, Patricia, 44-year-old female, that Emma had shown up at their house with bruises, claiming I'd hit her during an argument about her relationship with Kyle. Emma had told Patricia I was physically abusive, that she was afraid to go home, and had begged to stay with Kyle's family. I was devastated and terrified. I've never hit Emma, ever. Not a spanking when she was little, not a slap during an argument, nothing. The accusation was completely false. The CPS investigator came to our house, interviewed me, examined Emma, who was temporarily staying with Kyle's family, and investigated the abuse claim. Emma maintained I'd hit her, showed the investigator bruises on her arms and back, said she was afraid of me. The bruises were real, visible, photographed, documented. Emma had bruises, and she was claiming I'd caused them. CPS temporarily placed Emma with Kyle's family while they investigated. I was not allowed unsupervised contact with my own daughter based on her accusations of abuse. I hired an attorney immediately. I also insisted on a complete medical examination of Emma's bruises by an independent forensic examiner. If I was being accused of abuse based on visible injuries, I needed expert analysis of those injuries. The forensic examination revealed something crucial. Emma's bruises were self-inflicted. The pattern, location, and characteristics were inconsistent with being hit by another person. They were consistent with Emma deliberately injuring herself, pinching, hitting herself with objects, creating bruises that would support an abuse narrative. Emma had given herself bruises to fake being abused by me so she could live with Kyle's family. When confronted with the forensic evidence, Emma eventually admitted the truth. She'd wanted to live with Kyle's family because they let her and Kyle spend unlimited time together, didn't have strict rules, and treated them like adults. My rules about overnight stays and boundaries had felt suffocating, so Emma decided to create an abuse story that would let her escape my household. Patricia and her husband, Tom, had believed Emma's story completely. They'd taken her in, reported me to CPS, and had been posting on social media about helping a young woman escape an abusive home. They'd presented themselves as heroes, rescuing Emma from her terrible mother. CPS closed the abuse investigation, confirmed Emma's allegations were false, and returned Emma to my custody. But the damage was done. I'd been investigated for child abuse, had spent 3 weeks without my daughter, had to hire an attorney, and had been treated as a potential child abuser by social workers and Kyle's family. And Emma had done it all deliberately to get what she wanted: unrestricted time with her boyfriend. Once CPS confirmed the abuse allegations were false and Emma was returned to my custody, I had to decide how to handle the situation. Emma had committed a serious act, filing a false abuse report, creating fake injuries, lying to authorities and investigators. These weren't just teenage mistakes. They were deliberate actions that could have destroyed my life, my career as a nurse, and my relationship with Emma permanently. I consulted with my attorney about legal options. In our state, filing a false CPS report is a crime, as is making false allegations of abuse. Emma was 16, old enough to understand the gravity of what she'd done, old enough to face legal consequences. My attorney suggested I could pursue criminal charges against Emma for filing a false report, though prosecuting one's own child is obviously complicated and painful. He also said I could potentially pursue charges against Patricia and Tom for their role. They'd filed the CPS report based on Emma's story without verifying it, had harbored Emma without my consent, and had publicly accused me of abuse on social media. I was torn. Emma was my daughter, but she'd also deliberately tried to destroy me with false abuse allegations because she didn't like my parenting rules. I decided to press charges, not just against Emma, but against Patricia and Tom as well. Emma needed to understand that false abuse allegations have serious consequences. And Patricia and Tom needed to learn that accepting a teenager's abuse story without verification, reporting it to CPS without evidence, and publicly accusing a parent of abuse has legal ramifications. The juvenile court prosecutor took Emma's case, At 16, she'd be tried in juvenile court, not adult court, but could still face serious consequences, including juvenile detention, probation, and a record of the false report. Patricia and Tom were charged as adults with filing a false CPS report and harboring a runaway. Technically, Emma had been at their house without my permission initially. They were outraged, claimed they'd been helping a teenager in danger, that they'd believed Emma's story in good faith. But their social media posts told a different story. Patricia had posted extensively about rescuing Emma from me, had called me an abuser publicly, had encouraged others to believe teenagers who speak up about abuse. She'd been treating Emma's accusations as absolute truth without any verification, using the situation to present herself as a hero on social media. Emma's case went before a juvenile court judge. The prosecutor presented evidence of the self-inflicted bruises, the false statements to CPS, the deliberate deception to escape parental boundaries. Emma's court-appointed attorney argued she was a troubled teen who'd made a terrible mistake, that she hadn't understood the full consequences of her actions. But Emma had understood. When interviewed by the judge, she admitted she'd known the accusations were false, had known creating fake bruises was wrong, had known reporting abuse to CPS would get me investigated. She'd done it anyway, because she wanted to live with Kyle's family. The judge was disturbed. He said, false abuse allegations are among the most serious lies a child can tell about a parent, that Emma had weaponized the child protection system to avoid reasonable parenting boundaries. He sentenced Emma to 6 months of juvenile probation, 100 hours of community service, mandatory therapy, and required her to write a formal letter of apology to me and to CPS for wasting their resources. Patricia and Tom's case went differently. They argued they'd acted in good faith based on Emma's report, that they had no way of knowing the allegations were false. But the prosecutor presented their social media posts showing they'd immediately assumed I was an abuser without any verification, had publicly called me abusive, and had encouraged Emma to stay with them even before CPS was involved. Their social media activity showed they weren't simply believing a teenager in danger. They were actively encouraging Emma to leave my custody and were presenting themselves as saviors on social media before any investigation had confirmed abuse. Patricia and Tom were convicted of filing a false CPS report. They received probation, fines, and mandatory community service. They were also required to remove all social media posts accusing me of abuse and to post corrections stating that the abuse allegations were false and they'd acted without verification. The social media corrections were crucial for my reputation. Patricia had hundreds of followers who'd seen her posts about rescuing Emma from an abusive mother. Now they saw posts admitting Emma's allegations were false, that Patricia and Tom had been convicted of filing a false report, and that they apologized for their actions. Emma's relationship with Kyle didn't survive the fallout. Kyle's parents, now convicted of filing false reports and facing community judgment for their role in the situation, forbade Kyle from seeing Emma. They blamed her for their legal problems and public embarrassment. Emma lost her boyfriend, gained a juvenile record, and destroyed our relationship, all because she'd wanted to avoid my rules about overnight stays. The aftermath has been devastating for our family relationships. Emma served her 6 months of probation, completed her community service, attended required therapy. But the damage to our mother-daughter relationship is profound. I look at her and remember that she deliberately gave herself bruises and reported me for child abuse because she didn't like my parenting boundaries. How do you parent a teenager who's proven they'll weaponize false abuse allegations against you? Emma's therapist has diagnosed her with what she calls relationship addiction. Emma became so enmeshed with Kyle and so desperate to maintain unlimited access to him that she lost all moral boundaries. The therapist says teens sometimes develop intense attachments to romantic partners and will take increasingly extreme actions to preserve those relationships, including lying and manipulation. But understanding the psychology doesn't heal the broken trust. Emma destroyed something fundamental when she falsely accused me of abuse. Every time I enforce a rule now, I wonder if she'll retaliate with another false allegation. Every time she seems unhappy with my parenting, I fear what she might do next. Emma's formal apology letter to me was required by the court, so I don't know how sincere it was. She wrote that she was sorry for what happened, that she didn't fully understand the consequences, that she should have handled things differently. But notably, she didn't write that she was sorry for hurting me, or that she understood how traumatic it was to be investigated for child abuse based on her lies. Her apology felt more like fulfilling a court requirement than genuine remorse. My nursing career survived, but it could easily have been destroyed. I work with vulnerable patients, children, elderly people, people who can't defend themselves. If the abuse investigation had gone differently, if Emma's bruises hadn't been proven to be self-inflicted, I could have lost my nursing license. I could have been fired. I could have been unemployable in my field. Emma risked destroying my entire professional life because she wanted unlimited access to her boyfriend. Patricia and Tom's conviction didn't fully repair my reputation in the community. Some people who saw Patricia's original posts about helping Emma escape abuse never saw the court-mandated corrections. Some people still believe there was something to the allegations even though they were proven false. I've had neighbors treat me coolly, have heard whispers at Emma's school events. False abuse allegations leave a stain even after they're disproven. People remember the accusation more vividly than the exoneration. Emma and I live together but feel like strangers. She's sullen and resentful about the court consequences, about losing Kyle, about the therapy requirements. I'm traumatized and distrustful, unable to relax into normal parenting because I'm always aware she's capable of making false allegations if she doesn't like my decisions. My ex-husband Derek called when he heard about the situation. Emma told him her very biased version during one of their rare calls. He initially believed Emma's abuse allegations until I sent him the CPS investigation results and forensic evidence proving the bruises were self-inflicted. Even then, Derek suggested I'd been too strict and had driven Emma to such desperate measures. He blamed my parenting for Emma's choice to falsely accuse me of abuse, as if not allowing overnight stays at a boyfriend's house is too strict and justifies filing false CPS reports. Derek's complete lack of support during the most traumatic experience of my life confirmed I'd been right to divorce him. He was willing to believe I'd hit our daughter without any actual evidence and then blamed my parenting when her allegations were proven false. Extended family has been more supportive, but also confused about how to handle Emma. My mother wants me to forgive and move on, says Emma is just a troubled teen who needs love and support. My sister understands my trauma better. She's also a single mother and said she'd be devastated if her daughter falsely accused her of abuse. Emma will turn 18 in less than 2 years. I don't know what our relationship will look like after that. Will she move out immediately, relieved to escape the strict mother she was willing to destroy? Will she want to maintain a relationship with me, or will she cut contact entirely? I don't know, and honestly, I'm not sure I have the emotional energy to invest in rebuilding our relationship, only to have her potentially weaponize false allegations against me again in the future. Some people have criticized me for pressing criminal charges against Emma. They say a mother should handle teenage misbehavior within the family, that involving the court system was excessive, that I've permanently damaged our relationship by prosecuting my own daughter. But Emma's misbehavior was filing false abuse reports that got me investigated by CPS, temporarily separated from my daughter, and publicly accused of being a child abuser. That's not sneaking out after curfew or lying about homework. That's a serious crime that could have destroyed my life. If I hadn't pressed charges, what would Emma have learned? That false abuse allegations have no consequences? That she can weaponize the child protection system whenever she doesn't like my parenting? That lying to authorities is acceptable if she wants something badly enough? The juvenile court judge agreed with my decision. He said during sentencing that Emma needed to understand the gravity of false abuse allegations, that the child protection system exists to protect real abuse victims and shouldn't be manipulated by teenagers trying to escape reasonable parenting boundaries. Patricia and Tom's conviction sent a similar message. Adults who accept teenagers' abuse allegations without verification and publicly accuse parents based solely on a teen's word face consequences when those allegations prove false. I'm 42, still working as a nurse, living with a daughter I can barely trust, traumatized by being falsely accused of child abuse. Emma is 16, on probation, separated from the boyfriend she'd been willing to destroy me for, living in the home she'd tried to escape through false allegations. Our relationship may never recover. Emma may always resent me for the court consequences of her own actions. I may always distrust her, always fear another false allegation if she doesn't like my parenting. That's the reality we're both living with now. Some will say I should have handled it differently, that pressing charges against my own daughter was too harsh. But Emma's choice to falsely accuse me of abuse, creating fake injuries, lying to investigators, maintaining the lie for weeks, wasn't a momentary lapse in judgment. It was a calculated plan executed over time, and it nearly destroyed me. She needed to face consequences that matched the severity of what she did. Not just grounding or therapy, but legal consequences that would be on her juvenile record, that would show her the system she'd tried to manipulate takes false abuse allegations seriously. I'd press those charges again if faced with the same situation. Because protecting yourself from false abuse allegations, even when they come from your own child, is necessary and justified. Emma made her choices. I made mine. We're both living with the consequences, and I'm at peace with the decisions I made to protect myself and ensure Emma faced appropriate consequences for weaponizing false abuse allegations against her mother. That's not revenge. That's accountability. And it was necessary, even though it's permanently changed our relationship. My teenage son faked a serious illness to get attention from my ex-wife, so I exposed him. I'm 44 male, divorced from Angela, 43 years, for 8 years. We have one son, Evan, 16 years male, who lives with me primarily and visits Angela every other weekend. The divorce was amicable. Angela and I simply grew apart. No drama, no infidelity, just two people who realized they were better as co-parents than as spouses. Angela moved 3 hours away for a job opportunity about 5 years ago, which is why Evan lives with me full-time during the school year. Angela has always struggled with the distance. She feels guilty about not being there for Evan's daily life, overcompensates during visits, and constantly worries she's missing important moments. I've tried to reassure her that Evan understands, that video calls and regular visits are enough, but Angela's guilt has been a constant presence in our co-parenting relationship. Evan knows this. He's aware his mother feels guilty about the distance, and honestly, I think he's used it to his advantage at times, getting her to buy things I'd say no to, playing up how much he misses her to get extra attention. Typical teenager manipulation that I've tried to address but hasn't been serious enough to cause real concern. Until 4 months ago when Evan told me he'd been having severe headaches and dizziness. He described symptoms that sounded serious: blurred vision, sensitivity to light, pain so severe he couldn't concentrate at school. I took him to our family doctor immediately. The doctor examined Evan, asked detailed questions about symptom frequency and severity, and recommended we see a neurologist. She said the symptoms could indicate anything from migraines to something more serious, like a brain tumor or aneurysm, and we needed specialist evaluation to be safe. I was terrified. My 16-year-old son might have a brain tumor. I called Angela immediately. She drove the 3 hours that same day, completely panicked about Evan's health. Over the next 2 months, Evan saw multiple specialists. He had an MRI, CT scan, blood work, neurological examinations. Angela took time off work to attend every appointment, stayed at a hotel nearby, was present for everything. She was terrified she was going to lose her son. The tests showed nothing. No tumor, no aneurysm, no physical abnormality that would explain Evan's reported symptoms. The neurologist said it could be complex migraines or a psychosomatic issue and recommended keeping a symptom journal. Evan's symptoms continued. He'd report severe headaches several times a week, would miss school occasionally, needed to leave activities early. Angela drove up almost every weekend instead of every other weekend, constantly checking on him, bringing him things, spending money on special foods and supplements that might help. I noticed something strange. Evan's symptoms seemed to worsen when Angela was planning to visit, or when she was particularly stressed about work and hadn't been able to call as much. And his symptoms would improve dramatically when Angela was present and giving him attention. I started suspecting Evan might be exaggerating or even fabricating symptoms to keep Angela's attention. But accusing your child of faking a serious illness felt wrong, almost impossible to believe. Then, 3 weeks ago, I came home early from work and heard Evan on the phone in his room. I wasn't intentionally eavesdropping, but his door was cracked and I heard him say, "Yeah, I told her I had another headache attack. She's driving up this weekend again. It's actually kind of nice having her around more." His friend's response was muffled, but Evan laughed and said, "I mean, the doctors can't find anything wrong, so it's not like I'm really sick. But Mom doesn't need to know that. She feels so guilty about living far away that she just believes everything I tell her." My son was faking a serious illness to manipulate his mother's guilt and get more attention from her. I stood outside his door, frozen. Evan had put us through 2 months of medical testing, specialist appointments, Angela's terror about losing her child, my own fear about his health. And he'd been lying the entire time to get Angela to visit more often. I didn't confront Evan immediately. I needed to be certain before accusing him of something this serious. I started paying closer attention to when and how his symptoms manifested. The pattern became obvious once I was looking for it. Evan would text Angela about a severe headache right after she'd canceled a planned visit or mentioned being busy with work. He'd have a episode that required him to stay home from school on days when Angela had said she'd call him that evening. His symptoms were worst when Angela's attention was elsewhere, and improved dramatically when she was focused on him. I also reviewed his symptom journal that the neurologist had requested. Evan had been recording his headaches, their severity, their duration. But when I cross-referenced the dates with Angela's visit schedule and our text message history, the correlation was unmistakable. Severe symptoms coincided with Angela being distant or distracted, mild or no symptoms when she was attentive. This wasn't complex migraines or a psychosomatic issue. This was deliberate manipulation. I installed a monitoring app on Evan's phone, legal as his parent and the account holder, and discovered more. Text conversations with friends where Evan joked about playing up the headache thing to get his mom to visit. Messages where he discussed which symptoms sounded most serious without being provable through tests. A conversation where a friend asked if he felt guilty, and Evan responded, "Not really. Mom chose to move away. If she feels bad about it, that's on her." My son had orchestrated an elaborate medical fraud to exploit his mother's guilt about their living situation. I compiled everything. The pattern of symptom timing, the symptom journal correlations, the text messages with friends, the overheard phone conversation. Then, I scheduled a meeting with Angela and Evan. I told Angela before the meeting what I'd discovered. She didn't believe me initially, couldn't accept that Evan would fake something this serious. When I showed her the evidence, she was devastated. 2 months of terror about losing her son, time off work, money spent on specialists and tests, all because Evan wanted more of her attention and was willing to exploit her guilt to get it. The meeting with Evan was brutal. I presented all the evidence, the text messages, the pattern analysis, the recorded conversation. Evan tried to deny it initially, then minimized it. "I did have some headaches, I just maybe exaggerated how bad they were." Then finally admitted he'd been mostly making up symptoms to get Angela to visit more. Angela asked him how he could do this to her, how he could let her believe he might have a brain tumor, how he could watch her cry with fear and not tell her the truth. Evan said he didn't think it would go this far, that he just wanted her to pay more attention to him, that he didn't realize how scared she'd be. But Evan had researched brain tumor symptoms specifically to make his fake illness sound serious enough to require specialist attention. He'd known exactly how scared Angela would be. That was the point. Angela was too hurt and angry to continue the conversation. She left to drive back home, crying. Evan tried to apologize, but she wouldn't engage. I was left to decide how to handle my son's elaborate medical fraud. I grounded Evan for 3 months. No phone, except for emergencies. No social activities beyond school. No video games or streaming services. But more importantly, I enrolled him in therapy specifically focused on why he'd felt the need to manipulate his mother through fake illness, rather than simply telling her he wanted more contact. I also made Evan write a detailed letter to every doctor who'd seen him, explaining that he'd fabricated his symptoms and apologizing for wasting their time and medical resources. The neurologist's office alone had spent probably 15 hours on his case between appointments, test analysis, and consultation. That was time that could have gone to actually sick patients. The neurologist responded to Evan's letter with one of her own, explaining how many patients wait weeks for neurology appointments, how his fake illness had taken appointment slots from people who were genuinely suffering, and how his actions could have contributed to delayed diagnosis for someone with a real neurological condition. Evan hadn't considered that his manipulation affected anyone beyond Angela and me. Reading the neurologist's letter about real patients who'd waited for appointments while he took up medical resources for fake symptoms seemed to impact him more than any punishment I could impose. Angela's relationship with Evan has been severely damaged. She hasn't visited in the 3 weeks since the revelation. She does video calls with him weekly because I've encouraged her to maintain contact, but the calls are brief and strained. She's told me she needs time to process that her son manipulated her grief and guilt about the distance to this extent. The therapist Evan is seeing has diagnosed him with what she calls attention-seeking behavior disorder, a pattern of creating crises or dramatic situations to secure attention and care from specific people. The therapist says this often develops in children of divorced parents, particularly when one parent is geographically distant and the child feels they're competing for attention. But understanding the psychology doesn't excuse the behavior. Evan deliberately fabricated a serious illness, put us through expensive medical testing, took resources from actually sick patients, and traumatized his mother for 2 months because he wanted more of her attention. The therapy has revealed some underlying issues. Evan does feel abandoned by Angela's move, even though he intellectually understands she moved for a job and still loves him. He's angry that she chose her career over daily proximity to him. The fake illness was his way of punishing her while simultaneously forcing her to prove she cared by dropping everything for him. None of this justifies what he did, but it explains the motivation. Evan's friends' parents have been informed about what happened. Several have called me to discuss it, expressing shock that a teenager would go this far. A few have said their kids mentioned Evan talking about his health issues, and they're disturbed he was lying to his peer group too. One friend's mother said something that stuck with me. "He didn't just lie to you and Angela. He lied to everyone who cared about him and made us all worry. That's not just manipulation. That's a lack of empathy." She's right. Evan's fake illness affected everyone in his life, Angela and me most directly, but also his friends who worried about him, teachers who accommodated his absences, even medical professionals who spent time on his case. The 3-month grounding is ongoing. Evan has been compliant, hasn't argued about the restrictions, seems genuinely remorseful. but I don't know if the remorse is about what he did or about getting caught. His therapist says we won't know that for months, possibly years. Recovery from attention-seeking behavior requires long-term therapy, rebuilding trust, and learning healthier ways to communicate needs. Angela has started therapy too, processing her guilt about the move and the distance. Her therapist has apparently told her that Evan's manipulation was possible because of her excessive guilt, that she needs to maintain appropriate boundaries even when feeling bad about the living situation. I've been in therapy as well, trying to understand how I missed the signs earlier, how I can better co-parent with Angela to prevent future manipulation, and how to rebuild trust with a son who proved he'll exploit his mother's love to get what he wants. Our family is fractured. Angela is 3 hours away, hurt and struggling to reconnect with Evan. Evan is home with me, grounded, in therapy, dealing with the consequences of his elaborate deception. And I'm trying to parent a teenager I now know is capable of orchestrating medical fraud to manipulate his mother. Some people have said I was too harsh by grounding Evan for 3 months and making him write apology letters to the doctors. That he's just a teenager who made a mistake and I'm punishing him too severely. But Evan's mistake was a calculated 2-month deception that involved researching symptoms, maintaining a fake symptom journal, and repeatedly lying to medical professionals. That's not a momentary lapse in judgment. That's sustained fraud. The consequences needed to match the severity of what he did. I'm 44, co-parenting a son who faked a brain tumor to get his mother's attention. Angela is 43, 3 hours away, struggling to reconnect with the son who traumatized her with fake illness. Evan is 16, grounded for 3 months, in therapy, living with the reputation damage among friends and family. Our family may never fully recover from this. Angela may never fully trust Evan again. Evan's relationship with his friends is damaged. Some don't want to associate with someone who'd fake a serious illness. These are the consequences of Evan's choice to exploit his mother's guilt through medical fraud. And while I love my son, while I'm committed to helping him through therapy and recovery, I'm also at peace with the punishment I've imposed. Because faking a brain tumor to manipulate your mother's guilt isn't typical teenage misbehavior. It's a serious betrayal that required serious consequences. Evan wanted his mother's attention. He got it, along with months of therapy, loss of privileges, damaged friendships, and a fractured relationship with the mother he claimed to miss so much. That's not revenge. That's appropriate consequences for elaborate, sustained deception that traumatized his mother and wasted medical resources. And I'd impose the same consequences again without hesitation. Because Evan needs to learn that exploiting people's love through fake illness has serious, lasting consequences. Angela is healing. Evan is in therapy. And I'm doing my best to parent through the aftermath of my son's calculated cruelty. That's where we are. And it's where we'll be for a long time. My wife and kids secretly planned to move across the country without me, so I let them go and filed for abandonment. I'm 45 mil, married to Rachel, 43 female, for 18 years with 3 kids, Connor, 16 male, Sophie, 14-year of female, and Noah, 11-year-old. I work as an engineer with a stable career, we own a nice home, and I thought our family was doing well. Rachel works part-time as a graphic designer from home, has flexible hours, and has always said she appreciates the life we've built together. About 4 months ago, I noticed Rachel and the kids having hushed conversations that would stop when I entered rooms. Private family group texts that I wasn't included in. Closed-door meetings in Connor's room. I asked Rachel what was going on, and she said they were planning a surprise for my birthday, which was coming up in a few months. I believed her. My birthday was in May. It was February. Planning ahead seemed reasonable. I didn't think much of the secret conversations. Then I found a folder on our shared computer labeled Colorado Research. Inside were documents about schools in Denver, cost of living comparisons, job listings for graphic designers, real estate listings, and information about selling a house quickly. There was also a detailed moving timeline with target dates: first week of June for the move, end of May for house sale. I was confused. We'd never discussed moving to Colorado. I confronted Rachel, asked her what the Colorado research was about. Rachel looked caught off guard, then said she'd been daydreaming about mountain living and had researched it out of curiosity, that it was nothing serious. I asked about the moving timeline and house sale information. She said she'd been thorough in her daydreaming, but it wasn't a real plan. Something felt wrong. The research was too detailed, too specific, too organized to be casual daydreaming. But I wanted to trust my wife, so I let it go. Over the next 6 weeks, the secret conversations continued. Rachel took multiple weekend trips to visit her college friend Sarah in Colorado. Trips I'd thought were just friend visits, but now wondered about differently. She'd come back from these trips energized and happy, talking about how beautiful Colorado was. Connor asked me hypothetically what I'd think about living somewhere with actual mountains and skiing. Sophie mentioned Colorado seemed like a cool place to live after doing a school project about different states. Noah talked about how some kids have to switch schools and make new friends after watching a movie about moving. They were testing my reaction to the idea of moving to Colorado. All of them. I became suspicious enough to do something I'd never done before. I checked Rachel's email. I felt guilty, but I needed to know if my family was planning something major without including me. What I found was devastating. Rachel had been planning a move to Colorado for nearly 6 months. She'd already accepted a full-time graphic design position at a Denver firm starting in June. She'd put offers on houses in suburban Denver. She'd researched schools for all 3 kids and had started enrollment processes. She'd contacted real estate agents about selling our house. And most crushing of all, the entire plan was for Rachel and the kids to move without me. In emails to her sister, Rachel wrote about how she was done with the marriage, felt trapped in a life she never wanted, and was planning to move to Colorado to start fresh with the kids. She'd consulted with an attorney about custody arrangements where she'd take the kids to Colorado and I'd have visitation rights during holidays and summers. My wife and children had been planning for months to move across the country without me, essentially abandoning me and ending our marriage without ever discussing it. The timeline made sense now. June move date was right after school ended. Rachel planned to take the kids on what I'd think was a summer vacation to Colorado, then simply not come back. She'd file for divorce from there, claim she'd moved for the job opportunity, and seek custody with me being the geographically distant parent. I was supposed to come home from work one day in June to find my family gone, with divorce papers arriving shortly after. Once I understood Rachel's plan, I had to decide how to respond. I could confront her immediately, have a massive fight, and watch the family implode in real time. Or I could be strategic and protect my own interests while my wife executed a plan to abandon me. I chose strategy. I consulted with my own divorce attorney, a good one who specialized in custody cases. Explained the situation. Wife planning to move across the country with the kids without telling me, months of preparation. Intention to file for divorce after relocating and establishing residency in Colorado. My attorney said this was parental alienation and a form of custodial interference, planning to relocate children across the country without the other parent's knowledge or consent. If I let Rachel move with the kids, then tried to fight the custody arrangement from a distance, I'd be at a significant disadvantage. The parent who has physical custody and established the kids in a new location has a stronger position. But if I documented Rachel's secret planning and her intention to move without my consent, I could use it as evidence of her prioritizing her desires over the kids' relationship with their father. The court would see her planned relocation as an attempt to minimize my parental role. My attorney advised me to let Rachel proceed with her plan to a point. Let her believe she was successfully executing the secret move, then intervene legally before the actual relocation happened. Document everything. Gather evidence. Wait until the plan was advanced enough that Rachel couldn't claim it was just research or daydreaming. So I played along, pretended I didn't know anything. When Rachel mentioned her upcoming weekend trip to Colorado, I said I hoped she'd have fun with Sarah. When Connor asked about mountains, I said we should take a family ski trip someday. When Sophie talked about Colorado, I agreed it seemed nice. I let Rachel believe her secret plan was working. Meanwhile, I was documenting everything. I'd given my attorney access to the shared computer with all the Colorado research. I'd screenshot emails showing Rachel's job acceptance, house offers, school enrollment research. I'd documented the secret family meetings. I'd tracked Rachel's trips to Colorado on my credit card statements. She used our joint card for hotels and food, not realizing it was creating a paper trail. By April, Rachel's plan was well advanced. She'd accepted the Denver job officially, made a cash offer on a house in Colorado that had been accepted, contacted the school district about fall enrollment for all 3 kids, researched moving companies, started sorting through our belongings, deciding what to take to Colorado and what to leave behind, meaning leave for me in the abandoned house. Rachel had even told our kids the full plan. I found a family group chat that I wasn't in, where Rachel told Connor, Sophie, and Noah that they'd be moving to Colorado in June, that it would be just the 4 of us starting a new adventure, that Dad would visit sometimes, but wouldn't be living with them anymore. My children had known for months that their mother was planning to move them away from their father, and none of them had said anything to me. That hurt almost as much as Rachel's betrayal. My kids had been in on the plan to abandon me. In early May, about 3 weeks before Rachel's planned move date, I made my move. I filed for divorce first, beating Rachel to it, establishing my intentions before she could control the narrative. I filed in our home state, where we'd lived for 15 years, establishing jurisdiction so Rachel couldn't try to file in Colorado instead. Most importantly, I filed for emergency custody orders, preventing Rachel from relocating the children out of state without court approval. Provided all the evidence of her secret planning, the emails, the job acceptance, the house purchase, the school enrollment research, the timeline showing she'd planned to move in 3 weeks without my knowledge. The judge granted a temporary order prohibiting Rachel from removing the kids from the state pending custody hearings. Rachel's plan to move to Colorado in June was legally blocked. Rachel was served with divorce papers and the emergency custody order at her graphic design workspace at home. According to my attorney, she called him immediately, furious and panicking. She'd been days away from finalizing moving arrangements, had already given notice at her current part-time clients, had accepted a job starting in 2 weeks, had made an offer on a Colorado house, and now she legally couldn't move them. Kids. Rachel tried to claim she'd been planning to discuss the move with me before June, that the research and planning had been preparation in case we both agreed to relocate. But the evidence was overwhelming. Emails stating she was done with the marriage, explicitly planning to move without telling me, discussing custody arrangements where I'd be the every other holiday dad. She hadn't been planning to discuss anything. She'd been planning to disappear with the kids and file for divorce from Colorado. The custody battle has been brutal. Rachel's argued that she has a legitimate job opportunity in Colorado, that the move would benefit the kids' quality of life, that I'm being vindictive by blocking it. My attorney has countered that Rachel planned the entire relocation without my knowledge or consent, involved the children in deceiving me, and was attempting to minimize my parental role by moving them 1,000 miles away. The court has sided with me so far. The judge was disturbed by Rachel's months-long secret planning and her intention to relocate without discussion. He noted that involving minor children in deceiving their father was inappropriate and suggested parental alienation. We're currently in temporary custody arrangements where the kids stay in our family home, with me having primary physical custody and Rachel has visitation. It's the reverse of what Rachel had planned. She'd thought she'd have the kids in Colorado, with me getting occasional visits. Instead, I have the kids here and she gets weekends. Rachel is livid. She had to withdraw from the Colorado job. They wouldn't hold it indefinitely while she fought custody. Had to back out of the house purchase. Lost her earnest money. Had to tell the kids the move wasn't happening. She maintains she was going to talk to me eventually about moving, but the evidence shows she'd planned to be in Colorado before having any conversation. Connor, Sophie, and Noah are angry and confused. They'd been told they were moving to Colorado for a fresh start, had started imagining new lives, saying goodbye to friends mentally. Now they're stuck in the same house with parents who are divorcing, and their moms claiming their dad is preventing the move out of spite. I've had to explain to my kids why I didn't want them moving 1,000 miles away without discussion. Connor's old enough to understand that Mom's plan was wrong, but he's upset about losing the Colorado opportunity. Sophie's angry at both parents for the divorce. Noah's confused and sad, just wants things to go back to normal. Rachel has argued I'm punishing the kids by blocking the move, that they deserve the opportunities Colorado would offer. My attorney has pointed out that Rachel could have discussed relocation before secretly planning it for months, that her deception is the reason we're in court, rather than having a civil conversation about the family's future. The hardest part has been learning my kids were in on the deception. Connor admitted Mom had told them months ago that they'd be moving to Colorado, that it would be just the four of them, that Dad wouldn't understand, so they had to keep it secret until everything was ready. Sophie said she'd felt guilty about keeping the secret, but Mom had convinced her it was necessary. Noah said he'd thought it was like a surprise party and didn't fully understand they were planning to move away from me permanently. Rachel had involved our children in an extended deception of their father, framing it as a necessary secret rather than what it actually was, planning to abandon me and move them across the country. I've started family therapy with the kids to repair our relationships and help them process what happened. The therapist has noted that Rachel's involving them in the secret plan was inappropriate and potentially damaging, that children shouldn't be put in positions where they're deceiving a parent for months. Rachel's relationship with the kids has suffered too. They're realizing their mother was planning to move them away from their father permanently, that the fresh start in Colorado would have meant seeing me only a few times a year. Connor's especially upset about being used in the deception. He's 16 and feels like he should have questioned the plan more, should have asked harder questions about what it meant for our family. The permanent custody hearing is next month. Rachel's arguing she should be allowed to move to Colorado and take the kids, that she has job opportunities there and the kids deserve that experience, that I'm being controlling by insisting they stay here. My attorney is arguing that Rachel's secret planning shows a pattern of excluding me from major decisions, that allowing her to move the kids would reward her deceptive behavior, and that the kids benefit from having both parents actively involved in their lives, which requires them staying local. The judge has indicated he's inclined to deny Rachel's relocation request, given how she went about planning it. He's suggested that if Rachel wants to move to Colorado, she's free to do so, but the kids will remain in their current school district, with me having primary custody. So Rachel faces a choice. Stay here near the kids but lose the Colorado opportunity and fresh start she'd planned, or move to Colorado and become the every other holiday parent she'd planned for me to be. Extended family is divided. Rachel's family believes she was trying to escape an unhappy marriage and provide opportunities for the kids, that I'm vindictive for blocking the move. My family is horrified that Rachel planned to take the kids across the country without telling me, that she involved the children in months of deception. Friends have mostly sided with me once they've heard the full story. The months of secret planning, the intended abandonment, the involvement of the kids in the deception. A few of Rachel's friends have tried to frame it as her finally taking control of her life. But most people agree that planning to relocate children without the other parent's knowledge is wrong, regardless of marital problems. I'm 45, primary custody of my 3 kids, divorcing a wife who spent months planning to move them across the country without telling me. Rachel's 43, her Colorado plans destroyed, facing custody arrangements where she's the non-custodial parent instead of the primary parent she'd planned to be. Some people think I should have let Rachel move with the kids if she was that unhappy. That keeping them here is prioritizing my hurt feelings over what might be best for them. But Rachel never had a conversation with me about moving being best for the kids. She made a unilateral decision to relocate them 1,000 miles away and tried to execute it in secret. That's not co-parenting. That's abandonment disguised as a fresh start. If Rachel had come to me months ago and said, "I'm unhappy. I have a job opportunity in Colorado. Let's discuss how we handle this as a family," we could have had a difficult but honest conversation. Maybe we would have agreed the kids could move with her and we'd work out a long-distance custody arrangement. Maybe we'd have decided they should stay here and she could move alone. Maybe we'd have worked on the marriage instead of ending it. We'll never know, because Rachel chose deception over discussion. Now she's facing the consequences of that choice. Divorce on my terms, custody arrangements that keep the kids with me, her Colorado opportunity gone, and children who've learned their mother was planning to move them away from their father in secret. I didn't destroy Rachel's plans. She destroyed them by trying to execute them through deception rather than discussion. And the kids are learning a hard lesson about honesty, family, and the consequences of deceiving people you love. That's not revenge. That's natural consequences when you plan to abandon your spouse and relocate your children in secret. Rachel could have initiated an honest conversation about her unhappiness and her desire to move. Instead, she initiated months of deception that ended with a judge blocking her relocation plans. She chose the path that led here, and now we're all living with the consequences of her choices. The custody hearing next month will determine permanent arrangements. But regardless of the outcome, Rachel's fresh start in Colorado with the kids isn't happening. And the family she thought she'd have there, just her and the kids starting over, was built on a foundation of deception that collapsed the moment I found out. I'd file those divorce papers again without hesitation, because discovering your spouse is planning to take your kids across the country in secret requires immediate legal action, not patient discussion. Rachel wanted a fresh start. She got a divorce and custody battle instead. And I got to keep my kids close rather than losing them to a secret relocation plan. That's not revenge. That's protecting my relationship with my children when their mother was trying to minimize it. And I'm at peace with every decision I made. My wife convinced our kids I died to move them across the country with her affair partner. I'm 45 millimale, and 3 months ago I experienced something so surreal I still struggle to process it. I work in marine biology and was scheduled for a 6-week research expedition in the South Pacific. Remote islands, limited communication, standard procedure for my field. My wife, Michelle, 44 unal female, and our 2 kids, Zoe, 13 unal female, and Caleb, 11 unal male, were used to these trips. I'd been doing them for over a decade. Before I left, Michelle seemed normal. We discussed the trip timeline, when I'd be able to call via satellite phone, what supplies she'd need while I was gone. She kissed me goodbye, told me to stay safe, said she loved me. I had no indication anything was wrong. The expedition was productive. I had limited communication as expected, short satellite calls every few days to check in with Michelle and the kids. The calls were brief but seemed fine. Michelle said everything at home was good. The kids were doing well in school. Life was normal. I returned home after 6 weeks exactly as scheduled. Took a cab from the airport to our house, exhausted but excited to see my family. The house was empty. Not just empty of people, empty of furniture, belongings, everything. Our home of 12 years had been completely cleared out. No note, no explanation, just an empty house with my family gone. I called Michelle immediately. Her phone was disconnected. I called her parents. They said they hadn't heard from her and were concerned. I called the kids' school. They said Zoe and Caleb had been withdrawn 2 weeks ago, with forwarding information sent to a district in Colorado. My family had moved to Colorado while I was on a research expedition, and nobody had told me. I was panicking, confused, trying to understand what emergency could have prompted Michelle to move the kids across the country without telling me. I called hospitals, police departments, tried to file a missing persons report. That's when a police officer told me something that made my blood run cold. Michelle had filed a death certificate for me 4 weeks earlier. She'd reported to authorities that I died in an accident during my research expedition, had provided fake documentation from the research institution, and had legally established my death. My wife had declared me dead while I was alive on a research trip, then moved our children across the country. I immediately contacted the research institution I work for. They confirmed Michelle had called claiming to be my emergency contact, had been told I was fine and the expedition was going as planned, but had then filed fraudulent death paperwork using forged signatures and fake documents. Michelle had spent weeks creating false documentation of my death, had convinced our children their father had died, had held what friends later told me was a small private memorial service, and had moved them to Colorado while I was still alive and working. But why? Why would someone fake their husband's death and move their kids across the country? I investigated Michelle's activities in the weeks before she'd declared me dead. I found airline tickets she'd purchased months earlier to Colorado, for her and the kids, one way, dated for 2 weeks into my expedition. I found apartment rental agreements in a Colorado suburb, and, most damning, I found evidence of a relationship with Garrett, 41-year male, a man she'd met at a work conference 8 months earlier who lived in Colorado. Michelle had been planning to leave me for her affair partner, but instead of asking for a divorce, she'd decided to fake my death so she could move the kids to Colorado without my consent or knowledge, start a new life with Garrett, and never deal with custody arrangements or me interfering. She'd told our children their father was dead so she could move them across the country to be with her boyfriend. Once I understood what Michelle had done, I had to move quickly. She had a 4-week head start. The kids had been living in Colorado thinking their father was dead for nearly a month. Every day that passed made reversing her deception harder. I flew to Colorado immediately and hired a local attorney who specialized in parental kidnapping cases. I showed him the evidence, the fraudulent death certificate Michelle had filed, proof I was alive and had been on a legitimate research expedition, the apartment rental and airline tickets showing she'd planned the move months in advance, and evidence of her affair with Garrett. The attorney said what Michelle had done was parental kidnapping through fraud. Using a fake death certificate to relocate children without the other parent's knowledge or consent is a serious crime. He filed emergency motions for custody and for police intervention to locate and recover the children. I also had to prove I wasn't actually dead, which was surreal. I had to appear in person at government offices with identification, medical records, employment verification, and testimony from the research institution, confirming I'd been alive and working during the period Michelle claimed I'd died. The death certificate was officially voided within 48 hours. Then came the harder part, finding my kids and telling them their mother had lied about my death. Police located Michelle and the children at the apartment she'd rented in suburban Colorado. She was living there with Garrett and the kids, having enrolled them in school under her maiden name, having told everyone, including Zoe and Caleb, that their father had died in a research accident, and they were starting fresh with Uncle Garrett, who was helping them through their grief. When police showed up with court orders, Michelle initially tried to claim there'd been a misunderstanding, that she'd been told I was dead by someone at the research institution. But the forged documents with her signature on them destroyed that defense. The moment I had to tell my children I was alive, after they'd spent a month believing I was dead, is something I'll never forget. Zoe screamed and ran to me, sobbing, confused about how I could be there when Mom had said I'd died. Caleb kept touching my face, saying, "You're real. You're really here?" Over and over. They'd been grieving their father for a month, had attended a memorial service, had started counseling for grief, had been told by their mother that I was never coming back. And here I was, alive, trying to explain that Mom had lied about my death to move them across the country. Michelle was arrested at the scene for filing false death reports, fraud, and parental kidnapping. Garrett claimed he'd had no idea I was alive, that Michelle had told him she was a widow and he'd been helping her and the kids adjust to their loss. Police found evidence suggesting he'd known the truth, text messages where Michelle discussed the plan and when it would be safe to tell Garrett I wasn't actually dead. Garrett was charged as an accessory to parental kidnapping for housing the children knowing Michelle had taken them without my consent. The custody hearing was swift. The judge was appalled by what Michelle had done. Faking a spouse's death to relocate children is among the most extreme forms of parental alienation. I was granted immediate full custody, with Michelle receiving supervised visitation only. Michelle's defense was that she'd been trying to create a better life for the children with Garrett, that my research expeditions meant I was never really present anyway, that she'd made poor choices but had good intentions. The judge didn't buy it. You faked your husband's death, forced your children to grieve a father who was alive, moved them across the country based on that lie, and enrolled them in school under false pretenses. Those aren't poor choices. That's systematic deception and child psychological abuse. The criminal case against Michelle proceeded separately from custody proceedings. She was facing serious charges: filing false death certificates, fraud, parental kidnapping, and child endangerment for the psychological harm of making children believe their father had died. Michelle's attorney tried to negotiate a plea deal, but the prosecutor wasn't interested in leniency. The case had gotten media attention. Mother fakes husband's death to move kids for affair partner, and had become an example of extreme parental alienation that prosecutors wanted to address seriously. During the trial, testimony from Zoe and Caleb's therapists was particularly damning. Both children had been experiencing severe grief symptoms, nightmares about my supposed death, anxiety about losing their other parent. The therapist testified that making children grieve a living parent is severe psychological abuse with long-term trauma implications. The jury convicted Michelle on all counts. She was sentenced to 4 years in prison for the fraud and kidnapping charges, followed by supervised probation. She was also ordered to complete parenting classes focused on the psychological impact of parental alienation before she'd be eligible for unsupervised visitation with the kids. Garrett pleaded guilty to reduced charges and received probation plus community service. His relationship with Michelle ended before the trial. Apparently, faking a husband's death was too much drama even for an affair partner. Zoe and Caleb are back with me, living in our home. I had to completely refurnish after Michelle had cleared everything out. Both are in intensive therapy, processing the trauma of believing I'd died, learning their mother had lied, being moved across the country and then brought back. Zoe has anger issues now that she didn't have before. She's furious with Michelle for lying about my death and says she doesn't want a relationship with her mother at all. Her therapist says this anger is part of processing betrayal and may soften over time. But for now, Zoe refuses to attend even supervised visits with Michelle. Caleb has more complicated feelings. He's said he's happy I'm alive, but also confused about why Mom would tell that story about me dying. He attends supervised visits with Michelle, but is quiet and withdrawn during them, according to the supervisor. Michelle's supervised visits happen twice a month. She's allowed 2 hours with the kids at a supervised visitation center with a court-appointed monitor present. According to reports, she spends most of the time apologizing and crying, while the kids sit uncomfortably, not knowing how to respond. My relationship with the kids is rebuilding slowly. They're glad I'm alive, but traumatized by the month they spent grieving me. Zoe has said she has nightmares about getting a call that I've died for real this time. Caleb follows me around the house like he's afraid I'll disappear again. Their therapist says rebuilding trust will take years. Michelle didn't just lie to them. She made them experience the trauma of parental death when I was alive. That's not something children easily recover from. My career in marine biology has continued, but I've stopped taking long expeditions. I can't risk being out of contact for weeks, knowing what Michelle did last time. My employer has been understanding and has shifted me to shorter research trips or land-based work. Extended family has been divided. Michelle's parents initially defended her, claiming she'd been desperate to leave an unhappy marriage and had made extreme choices out of that desperation. But when the full extent of the planning became clear, the months of preparation, the forged documents, the memorial service while I was alive, most family members cut contact with her. My parents have been supportive, but are struggling to understand how someone could do this. My mother keeps saying, "I just don't understand how Michelle could let those babies think their daddy was dead." None of us understand. Friends who attended Michelle's memorial service for me have been horrified and embarrassed. Several have apologized for not questioning whether I was really dead, though I've pointed out they had no reason to doubt Michelle's word at the time. I'm 45, full custody of my kids who are recovering from being told I was dead, watching my ex-wife serve prison time for faking my death to move them across the country. Michelle is 44, in prison, estranged from her children, her affair over, living with the consequences of her elaborate deception. Zoe is 13 and Caleb is 11, both in therapy processing trauma that will affect them for years or decades. Some people have suggested I should show mercy, that Michelle made terrible choices but shouldn't spend years in prison. But Michelle didn't make one terrible choice. She executed a months-long plan that involved forging death documents, making our children grieve their living father, moving them across the country, and starting a new life with her affair partner. That deserved serious legal consequences. I'd testify at her trial again. I'd pursue full custody again. I'd do everything the same. Because Michelle didn't just betray me. She traumatized our children by making them believe I was dead so she could move them away from me. That's unforgivable. And it deserved every consequence she's facing. My kids are home with me. They're healing slowly, and Michelle is living with the consequences of faking my death. That's how it should be. My wife convinced our kids I was abusive so they'd support her affair, so I recorded everything. I'm 46 million, married to Lisa, 44 female, for 21 years with 3 teenagers. Maddie, 17 million, Josh, 15 million, and Emma, 13 million. I work as a civil engineer with occasional evening meetings, but mostly regular 9 to 5 hours. Lisa works part-time as a dental hygienist. Our marriage had its ups and downs like any long-term relationship, but I thought we were solid, committed to making it work for each other and our kids. About 8 months ago, I noticed my kids becoming distant from me. Maddie stopped asking me for help with college applications, which hurt because we'd been researching schools together all year. Josh avoided being alone with me, would leave rooms when I entered. Emma became quiet and withdrawn around me, no longer the chatty daughter who used to tell me everything about her day. When I asked Lisa if she'd noticed the kids acting strange toward me, she said they were just being teenagers and going through normal developmental phases where they needed more independence from parents. I accepted this explanation initially, though it felt like more than typical teenage distance. Then, 2 months ago, I overheard Maddie on the phone with her friend saying she was scared to be alone with Dad, and that her mom had finally told them the truth about what he's really like. I was shocked. Scared to be alone with me? What truth? I'd never done anything to make my children afraid of me. I confronted Maddie and asked what she meant. She looked terrified, said, "Nothing," and ran to her room. When I tried to follow to talk to her, Josh stepped between us and said, "Mom told us we don't have to talk to you if we don't feel safe." Don't feel safe? With me? Their father who'd never raised a hand to them, never screamed at them, never done anything that would justify fear. I demanded to know what Lisa had told them. Josh said Mom had explained that I was emotionally abusive, that I controlled her, that I had anger issues I hid in public, and that she'd been protecting them from the real me for years, but decided they were old enough now to know the truth. I was stunned. Lisa had told our children I was abusive, had convinced them they needed to be afraid of me, had systematically turned them against me with completely false allegations of abuse and control. When I confronted Lisa, she was calm. Too calm. She said the kids deserved to know about my behavior, that she'd been walking on eggshells for years, that it was time they understood why she was unhappy in the marriage. I asked for specific examples of this abuse and control. Lisa said I dismissed her feelings. We'd had normal marital disagreements. Controlled the finances. We had a joint account and both had access to all money. And intimidated her with my anger. I'd raised my voice during arguments maybe 3 times in 21 years, always apologizing afterward. These were normal relationship tensions being reframed as abuse. And Lisa had convinced our children that I was a dangerous, controlling abuser who'd been hiding his true nature from the world. I asked Lisa why she'd tell the kids these lies. She said they weren't lies, they were her truth, and she had every right to share her experiences with her children. Her truth. She'd fabricated an abuse narrative and called it her truth. That's when I realized something else was going on. People don't suddenly decide after 21 years to tell their children their father is abusive unless there's a reason. I started paying closer attention to Lisa's schedule, her phone use, her behavior. Within a week, I discovered Lisa was having an affair with Ryan, 38 male, a dentist at the practice where she works. They'd been involved for at least 6 months based on the text messages I found when Lisa left her phone unlocked. The affair explained everything. Lisa had convinced our children I was abusive to justify leaving the marriage, to make herself the victim and me the villain, to ensure the kids would support her when she eventually asked for a divorce and revealed her relationship with Ryan. She'd destroyed my relationship with my children as groundwork for her affair. Once I understood Lisa's plan, turn the kids against me with false abuse allegations, then leave the marriage for Ryan, while positioning herself as the brave victim escaping an abuser, I decided to gather evidence. Not just of the affair, though that was important for divorce proceedings, but evidence that I wasn't the abusive, controlling, angry person Lisa had described to our children. I installed security cameras throughout our house, legal in our state as long as one party, me, consents. The cameras captured our normal family interactions. Me making breakfast for the kids, helping Emma with homework, having calm conversations with Lisa about bills and schedules. Hours and hours of footage showing a normal father interacting gently with his family. No anger, no control, no abuse. I also recorded conversations with Lisa where I specifically asked about her allegations. In one recording I said, "You've told the kids I'm emotionally abusive. Can you explain what I've done that's abusive?" Lisa's response was vague, talked about feeling controlled and dismissed without providing concrete examples. When I pushed for specifics, she said, "It's not about specific incidents, it's about the pattern of how you make me feel." Feelings aren't facts, and Lisa couldn't provide facts to support her abuse allegations. I also compiled our financial records showing we had joint accounts with both our names, both had debit cards, both could access all money. There was no financial control. Text messages between us over the years showed normal couple communication. Discussions about kids' schedules, household decisions, date planning. Nothing showed me being controlling or dismissive. Most. Damning. I found text messages between Lisa and Ryan where they discussed her strategy. Lisa had written, "I told the kids about Mike's behavior. They're starting to see him differently. When we're ready to be public about us, they'll already be on my side." Ryan responded, "Smart. Better they understand now than be shocked when you leave." Lisa wrote back, "By the time I file for divorce, they'll understand why I had to leave. No one will blame me for finding happiness with you when they know what I've been dealing with." She'd explicitly planned to use false abuse allegations to turn our children against me, so they'd support her leaving for her affair partner. This wasn't her truth. This was a calculated strategy to destroy my relationship with my kids, so her affair wouldn't face their judgment. Armed with this evidence, I did two things. First, I consulted with a divorce attorney and filed for divorce before Lisa could control the narrative. Second, I sat down with each of our children individually and showed them the evidence. I started with Maddie, the oldest. I showed her the security camera footage of our normal family interactions over the past month. Me helping Josh with his science project, playing board games with Emma, having calm discussions with Lisa about household matters. I showed her the financial records proving there was no financial control. And I showed her Lisa's text messages with Ryan, discussing the strategy to turn the kids against me before revealing the affair. Maddie was shaken. She'd spent 2 months believing her father was an abusive monster based on her mother's stories. Seeing proof that the abuse narrative was fabricated, that Lisa had an affair partner, that the whole thing was strategy, it destroyed Maddie's trust in Lisa. I had the same conversation with Josh and Emma separately, showing them evidence appropriate to their ages. I didn't show 13-year-old Emma the most explicit affair texts, but I showed her enough to prove Lisa had lied about me and had been unfaithful. All 3 kids were devastated. They'd been manipulated into fearing and avoiding their father based on lies. They'd been used as pawns in their mother's affair strategy. When Lisa found out I'd shown the kids the evidence, she was furious. She said I'd poisoned them against her, that I'd violated her privacy by recording conversations and recovering texts, that I was manipulating them with out-of-context evidence. But the security footage wasn't out of context. It showed weeks of normal family interaction contradicting her abuse narrative. The text messages explicitly showed her planning to use false allegations to turn the kids against me. The financial records objectively proved there was no control. Lisa's only defense was to claim everything was being taken out of context. But she couldn't explain the context that would make her abuse allegations true or her affair strategy messages acceptable. The divorce. Proceedings have been swift. Lisa's affair and her documented strategy to alienate the children from me using false abuse allegations have made this straightforward. My attorney has argued that Lisa's parental alienation, turning children against a parent using false accusations, should impact custody arrangements. The custody evaluation ordered by the court has been revealing. The court-appointed psychologist interviewed all family members, reviewed my evidence, security footage, text messages, financial records, and conducted psychological assessments. The evaluator's report was damning for Lisa. It noted that she'd made serious allegations of emotional abuse without substantive evidence, that she'd inappropriately involved minor children in adult marital conflict by sharing allegations against their father, and that her text messages showed premeditated parental alienation in service of justifying an extramarital affair. The evaluator recommended I receive primary physical custody, with Lisa having supervised visitation until she completed parenting classes focused on appropriate boundaries and co-parenting communication. The evaluator noted concerns that Lisa might continue attempts to alienate the children from me if given unsupervised time. Lisa has been fighting this recommendation, claiming the evaluator was biased and believed the father without question. But the evaluator's report was based on evidence: security footage showing normal interaction contradicting abuse claims, text messages showing Lisa's strategic planning, and Lisa's own inability to provide specific examples of abusive behavior when questioned. The temporary custody arrangement has me as primary custodial parent, with Lisa having every other weekend supervised visits. A court-appointed supervisor is present during Lisa's parenting time to ensure she's not making further alienating comments about me to the children. This arrangement has been humiliating for Lisa. She's complained to anyone who will listen that she's being punished for leaving an abusive marriage, that the court is siding with an abuser, that supervised visitation is degrading. But the court isn't punishing her for leaving the marriage. It's protecting the children from further parental alienation after she demonstrated she'd use false abuse allegations to turn them against their father. Maddie, Josh, and Emma are in therapy processing everything. They've struggled with learning their mother lied to them about me, used them in her affair strategy, and damaged their relationship with their father for her own purposes. Maddie has been angry, at Lisa for lying, at herself for believing it without questioning. She said she feels stupid for being so easily manipulated, though her therapist has assured her that children naturally trust parents, and Lisa exploited that trust. Josh has been quieter, processing everything internally. He's resumed his relationship with me, cautiously, slowly rebuilding the trust Lisa damaged with her allegations. Emma has been the most forgiving of Lisa, wants to believe her mother had reasons for what she did, even though she knows the abuse allegations were false. Her therapist says this is common for younger children who struggle to accept a parent's deliberate manipulation. Lisa's relationship with Ryan has been damaged by the divorce proceedings and custody evaluation. According to mutual acquaintances, Ryan wasn't prepared for the level of conflict and public exposure. He'd thought he was involved in an affair where Lisa was escaping an unhappy marriage. Learning she'd fabricated abuse allegations and alienated her children from their father to justify the affair made him uncomfortable. Ryan ended their relationship about 6 weeks into the divorce proceedings, apparently not wanting to be associated with someone who'd use such tactics. Lisa has blamed me for this too, says I ruined her relationship by exposing her methods in court. But I didn't ruin anything. Lisa's own text messages showed her strategy. Her own words proved she'd fabricated allegations. Her own parental alienation damaged her custody rights. I simply presented evidence of what she'd done. Extended family has been split. Lisa's parents have defended her, claiming she was driven to extremes by an impossible marriage. I have a good relationship with them historically, and they've never witnessed any abusive behavior, so I suspect they know this defense is weak. My family has been supportive, outraged that Lisa would make false abuse allegations and turn the kids against me. Friends who knew us as a couple have mostly sided with me after hearing about the false allegations and seeing some of the evidence. Several have said they'd had doubts about Lisa's abuse stories because they didn't match the husband they'd known for years, but they'd stayed silent, not wanting to invalidate her experience. That silence, the reluctance to question abuse allegations even when they don't match observed behavior, is what allowed Lisa's lies to continue for 2 months before I gathered evidence to disprove them. The divorce is nearly final. I'm getting primary custody of the kids with Lisa having supervised visitation. The custody arrangement explicitly prohibits Lisa from making disparaging remarks about me to the children or attempting to alienate them from me. Violations could result in reduced visitation. Lisa's required to complete parenting classes and therapy focused on appropriate co-parenting boundaries before supervision can be lifted from her visits. The court wants evidence she understands why her parental alienation was harmful and won't repeat it. Some people think I've been too harsh, that supervised visitation is excessive punishment, that I should have handled Lisa's false allegations more privately without court involvement. But Lisa made serious allegations of emotional abuse that damaged my relationship with my children. She told them I was controlling, angry, and someone they should fear. She used those lies to justify an affair and prepare for a divorce where she'd be viewed as the victim. That's not private family business. That's parental alienation that required court intervention to protect my relationship with my kids. I'm 46, primary custodian of 3 teenagers who are rebuilding their relationship with me after their mother convinced them I was abusive to support her affair. Lisa is 44, supervised visitation with her children. Her affair ended, facing the consequences of her strategy to turn our kids against me. Our children are learning difficult lessons about trust, manipulation, and the difference between someone's truth and actual facts. They're processing that their mother deliberately damaged their relationship with their father for strategic purposes. That processing will take years. The trust that was broken won't be fully repaired quickly. But we're rebuilding, day by day, interaction by interaction, and Lisa is living with the consequences of her false allegations. Supervised visitation, damaged relationships with her children, a custody arrangement that explicitly restricts her from further alienation attempts. She wanted to turn the kids against me to support her affair. Instead, she lost custody and her children's trust. That's not revenge. That's the natural consequence of parental alienation through false abuse allegations. And I'd gather that evidence and present it in court again without hesitation. Because protecting my relationship with my children from false allegations was more important than protecting Lisa's reputation or preserving a facade of family unity. She made her choices. These are her consequences. And I'm at peace with every decision I made to expose the truth and protect my kids. My wife faked a terminal illness to manipulate me into donating my kidney to her sister. I'm 48 male, married to Cassandra, 46-year-old female, for 19 years with 1 son, Owen, 16-year-old male. I work as a software developer. Cassandra is a high school teacher, and we'd had what I thought was a solid marriage built on honesty and mutual respect. That belief was shattered 4 months ago when I discovered Cassandra had been lying to me for over a year about something so fundamental it destroyed everything I thought I knew about our relationship. It started 18 months ago when Cassandra's sister Diane, 43-year-old female, was diagnosed with kidney failure. She needed a transplant, or she'd be on dialysis indefinitely. The whole family was tested for compatibility, and I was the only match. I was willing to donate. Diane was family, I was healthy, and kidney donation is generally safe for the donor. But before I could start the donation process, Cassandra was diagnosed with stage 3 ovarian cancer. Or at least, that's what she told me. She showed me medical documents from an oncologist, described her symptoms, explained the treatment plan. The cancer was aggressive and would require surgery, chemotherapy, and radiation over the next 12 to 18 months. The timing was devastating. Just as I was preparing to donate a kidney to her sister, Cassandra herself was facing a life-threatening illness. I immediately shifted all my focus to supporting Cassandra. We delayed my kidney donation to Diane because I needed to be available to care for Cassandra through her cancer treatment. Diane was disappointed but understood. Her sister had cancer. That took priority. For the next 15 months, I supported Cassandra through what I believed was cancer treatment. She had regular oncology appointments that I drove her to and waited in the car for. She lost weight, lost some hair, seemed fatigued and sick in ways consistent with chemotherapy. She talked about her treatment plans, her prognosis, her fear of dying. I rearranged my work schedule to care for her. I took over all household responsibilities. I supported Owen emotionally as he dealt with his mother's cancer diagnosis. I researched ovarian cancer treatments, joined support groups for spouses of cancer patients, and prepared myself for the possibility that Cassandra might not survive. Diane remained on dialysis during this time, waiting for another kidney match or for me to be available to donate once Cassandra's health stabilized. Then, 3 months ago, I was cleaning out Cassandra's car and found a folder of medical documents that had slipped under the passenger seat. I opened it, thinking it was recent oncology paperwork. It wasn't. It was documents from a medical records company explaining how to obtain and create fake medical documents, along with templates for oncology reports, lab results, and treatment plans. There were also receipts for wigs, makeup to create a sick appearance, and notes in Cassandra's handwriting about symptom timeline and treatment schedule storytelling. My wife had faked having cancer. For 15 months, she'd been lying about a terminal illness, pretending to undergo chemotherapy, manipulating me into delaying my kidney donation to her sister. But why? Why would someone fake cancer, especially when it meant delaying life-saving treatment for her own sister? I confronted Cassandra with the documents. She broke down immediately and admitted everything. She'd never had cancer. She'd faked the diagnosis and the entire treatment process. And the reason was stunning in its selfishness. She hadn't wanted me to donate my kidney to Diane because she was afraid of the surgical risks to me and didn't want to risk becoming a widow. Cassandra had been so afraid of the small risk that kidney donation posed to me that she'd faked terminal cancer for 15 months to prevent the donation, forcing her own sister to remain on dialysis while I focused on caring for my supposedly dying wife. The full scope of Cassandra's deception was staggering once I started investigating. She'd created an elaborate fake cancer treatment timeline that she'd maintained for over a year. The oncology appointments I'd driven her to were actually appointments at a day spa where she'd spend a few hours before coming home and pretending to be exhausted from chemotherapy. The weight loss was from intentional dieting. The hair loss was from wearing wigs that made it look like she'd lost hair from chemo. The fatigue was partly real, from the stress of maintaining the deception, and partly performed. She'd shown me fake medical documents she'd purchased from an online service that creates realistic-looking medical paperwork for novelty purposes. She'd researched ovarian cancer symptoms and treatment extensively so she could talk convincingly about her supposed diagnosis and treatments. All of this, the elaborate year-plus deception, the fake medical documents, the performed illness, because she didn't want me to donate a kidney to her sister. When I asked Cassandra how she could do this to Diane, how she could let her own sister suffer on dialysis while faking cancer to prevent my donation, Cassandra said she'd been trying to protect our family, that she'd been afraid the kidney donation would go wrong, that I'd have complications, that she and Owen would be left alone if something happened to me. But kidney donation is generally safe, with minimal long-term risks to healthy donors. Cassandra's fears were disproportionate to actual risk, and even if her fears had been reasonable, faking terminal cancer for 15 months wasn't a rational or ethical response. I immediately told Diane everything, showed her the fake medical documents, explained that Cassandra had been pretending to have cancer to delay my kidney donation. Diane was devastated. Her sister had faked a terminal illness and let her suffer on dialysis unnecessarily for over a year. Diane had been experiencing serious health decline during the time Cassandra was faking cancer. Her kidney function had worsened. She'd had multiple hospitalizations related to dialysis complications. Her quality of life had severely deteriorated, all while waiting for her sister's husband to recover from caring for his supposedly cancer-stricken wife so he could donate the kidney that would save her life. I contacted the kidney donation program and restarted the process immediately. Within 6 weeks, I donated my kidney to Diane. The surgery went smoothly with no complications. Diane's health improved dramatically within weeks of the transplant. I'd finally saved my sister-in-law's life. 15 months later than it should have happened, delayed by my wife's elaborate cancer deception. Meanwhile, I filed for divorce from Cassandra. There was no coming back from this level of betrayal and deception. She'd faked terminal cancer for over a year, had watched me rearrange my entire life to care for her through a fake illness, had let her own sister suffer unnecessarily to prevent a donation she didn't want me to make. Cassandra begged me not to divorce her, said she'd been wrong but had done it out of love and fear of losing me, that she'd made terrible choices but hadn't meant to hurt anyone. but Diane had been hurt. 15 months of unnecessary dialysis, health complications, suffering while waiting for a transplant that was delayed by Cassandra's fake cancer. I'd been hurt, spending over a year caring for a dying wife who wasn't actually dying, joining cancer support groups under false pretenses, preparing emotionally for widowhood based on lies. Owen had been hurt, believing his mother was terminally ill, dealing with that trauma and fear unnecessarily. Cassandra's love and fear had caused tremendous harm to everyone in our family. The divorce has been complicated by Owen's feelings. He's confused and angry at both parents, at Cassandra for the lies and fake illness, at me for divorcing his mother and abandoning the family during what he sees as a crisis. He's in therapy, trying to process that his mother faked cancer for over a year to manipulate his father. The cancer support group I joined while believing Cassandra was sick was one of the most painful aspects to address. I'd been attending weekly meetings for over a year, sharing my fears about losing my wife, receiving support from people dealing with real cancer in their families. I'd bonded with these people, had cried with them, had supported them through their genuine cancer journeys while I was living a lie created by Cassandra. I had to tell them the truth, that my wife had faked her cancer, that I'd been attending their support group under false pretenses, that I was leaving the group because my wife had never been sick. The group members were shocked and hurt. Several said they felt betrayed that I'd shared their space and emotional energy while my crisis had been fabricated. I apologized profusely and left the group. But the damage was done. Cassandra's deception had extended beyond our family to a community of people dealing with actual cancer. The medical records company that had sold Cassandra the fake documents was also investigated. Apparently, selling fake medical documents isn't illegal if they're marketed as novelty items or props, but using them to deceive medical professionals or family members can be fraud. Cassandra faced no criminal charges because she hadn't used the fake documents to defraud insurance or medical providers, just to deceive me and our family. Diane's health has recovered well post-transplant, but her relationship with Cassandra is destroyed. She's told Cassandra she can never forgive her for faking cancer to delay the kidney donation that could have saved her 15 months of suffering. The sisters are now estranged, possibly permanently. Cassandra's family is divided. Her parents believe she had mental health issues that drove the deception and that she needs treatment, not divorce. Diane obviously wants nothing to do with her. Other relatives are shocked and disturbed, but unsure how to respond to someone who faked terminal cancer. My family has been uniformly supportive of the divorce. My mother said anyone who'd faked cancer for over a year is not mentally well, and I was right to leave. My siblings have cut contact with Cassandra entirely. The divorce proceedings included testimony about the fake cancer as grounds for divorce based on fraud and emotional abuse. Cassandra's attorney tried to argue she'd been dealing with anxiety disorder and hadn't been fully rational. But 15 months of maintaining an elaborate deception, creating fake medical documents, performing illness symptoms, and researching cancer treatments extensively suggests deliberate and calculated behavior, not irrational anxiety. The judge granted the divorce and was clearly disturbed by Cassandra's deception. In the custody arrangements for Owen, the judge ordered Cassandra to undergo mental health evaluation and treatment as a condition of maintaining her parenting time. Owen has chosen to live primarily with me, visiting Cassandra on weekends. He said he doesn't know if he can trust his mother after she lied about having cancer for over a year. His therapist says rebuilding that trust will take years, if it's even possible. Cassandra has been in therapy since the divorce proceedings began. Her therapist has apparently diagnosed her with severe anxiety disorder and possible factitious disorder, a condition where people fake or induce illness in themselves for psychological reasons. Whether this diagnosis excuses or explains her behavior is debatable. I'm 48, divorced after 19 years, recovering from minor kidney donation surgery, living with my son who's processing that his mother faked terminal cancer. Cassandra is 46, divorced, estranged from her sister and most of her extended family, in therapy for the psychological issues that led her to fake cancer. Diane is 43, recovering from kidney transplant that happened 15 months later than it should have, estranged from her sister, who let her suffer unnecessarily. Some people think I should have been more understanding of Cassandra's anxiety and fear about the kidney donation, that faking cancer was obviously wrong but came from a place of not wanting to lose me, that I should have tried therapy instead of immediate divorce. But Cassandra didn't just fake cancer. She maintained the deception for 15 months, created elaborate fake medical documentation, joined me in meetings with oncologists who didn't exist, let me join cancer support groups under false pretenses, and watched her own sister's health deteriorate on dialysis while I focused on caring for my supposedly dying wife. That's not one panicked mistake. That's sustained, calculated, elaborate deception that caused real harm to multiple people. There's no therapy that could rebuild trust after that level of betrayal. I donated my kidney to Diane. She's healthy now. Cassandra is living with the consequences of her deception: divorce, estrangement from her sister, damaged relationship with our son, a community that knows she faked cancer. Some will think I should have shown more compassion for whatever psychological issues drove Cassandra's behavior. But compassion doesn't mean staying married to someone who'll fake terminal illness to manipulate you. I'm at peace with my decision to divorce her. The marriage was built on trust that Cassandra shattered when she faked cancer for over a year. She can rebuild her life and get treatment for whatever drove her to such extreme deception. But she'll do it without me. I saved Diane's life with my kidney. I saved my own life by leaving Cassandra. And I'd make both decisions again without hesitation. Because no one should stay married to someone who'll fake terminal cancer to manipulate them, regardless of what psychological issues might have motivated it. Cassandra's anxiety about kidney donation didn't justify faking cancer. And my desire to save the marriage didn't obligate me to stay after discovering such profound deception. She made her choices. I made mine. And we're both living with the consequences. My wife replaced our family photos with her affair partner, so I documented everything and left. I'm 51 male, married to Caroline, 49-year-old female, for 26 years with 2 adult children. Marcus, 24-year-old male, and Jen, 21-year-old female. I work in sales with frequent business travel, usually gone 2 to 3 days per week. Caroline works from home as a freelance graphic designer. Our marriage hadn't been perfect lately. We'd grown distant, didn't communicate as well as we used to, but I'd thought we were going through a normal, middle-age rough patch that we'd work through eventually. 3 weeks ago, I came home early from a business trip. My flight had been moved up due to weather, and instead of arriving Thursday evening, I got home Tuesday afternoon. I texted Caroline that I'd landed, but she didn't respond immediately. She often has her phone on silent while working, so I didn't think much of it. I walked into our house and immediately noticed something was wrong. The family photos in our living room were different. We have several framed photos on the mantle and walls. Wedding photos, vacation pictures, photos of the kids at various ages, family portraits from over the years. These photos had been in the same places for years. I saw them every day. But when I walked in Tuesday afternoon, the photos were different. Our wedding photo was gone, replaced by a picture of Caroline and a man I didn't recognize at what looked like a restaurant. A family beach photo from 2015 was replaced by Caroline and the same man hiking. Our 20th anniversary portrait was gone, replaced by the man sitting in our living room, with his arm around Caroline. I stood there in shock, looking at photos of my wife with another man displayed in our home where our family photos had been for decades. I went upstairs to our bedroom. More changes. The photo of us on our honeymoon that had been on Caroline's nightstand for 26 years was gone, replaced by a photo of her and this man at what looked like a concert. A framed picture of our family from Marcus's college graduation was replaced by Caroline and the man at a beach I didn't recognize. This man was in photos throughout our house, replacing me and our family. Caroline had systematically taken down our family photos and replaced them with pictures of herself and her affair partner, displayed in the home we'd shared for 26 years. I heard Caroline's car pull into the driveway. I went downstairs and confronted her the moment she walked in. I gestured to the photos and asked who he was. Caroline went pale. She stammered that she could explain that this wasn't what it looked like. I asked how photos of her with another man replacing our family photos could be anything other than what it looked like. Caroline admitted she'd been having an affair with Greg, 46-year-old male, for the past 8 months. They'd met through her work, had grown close, started an affair. She said she'd been planning to tell me, but hadn't figured out how yet. Photos had been up for a week. She'd changed them while I was on my last business trip, apparently confident I wouldn't notice when I got back. She'd been so confident in my obliviousness, or in her ability to hide the affair, that she'd replaced our family photos with pictures of her affair partner and expected to get away with it until she was ready to tell me. I asked if she'd planned to divorce me. Caroline said she didn't know yet, that she was confused about what she wanted, that her relationship with Greg had made her question everything about our marriage. She was standing in our living room, surrounded by photos of herself with her affair partner that had replaced our wedding photos and family pictures, telling me she was confused about our marriage. I told Caroline I was leaving and would be filing for divorce. She panicked, said I was jumping to conclusions, that we should talk about this calmly. I pointed to the photos again. What was there to talk about? She'd replaced our 26 years of marriage and family with photos of her affair partner. That wasn't confusion. That was a decision. I left and checked into a hotel. Called a divorce attorney the next morning. Before I filed for divorce, I went back to our house while Caroline was out and documented everything. I photographed every single replaced photo. The affair partner on our mantel, in our bedroom, throughout the house where our family photos had been. I took pictures showing the outlines on the walls where our old photos had hung for years, now filled with pictures of Caroline and Greg. I also searched through Caroline's home office, found printed photos of her and Greg that hadn't been framed yet. Dozens of them, dating back 8 months. Concert tickets, restaurant receipts, hotel bookings. Evidence of an affair that had been going on right under my nose while I was traveling for work. Most damning, I found a document on Caroline's computer titled New Life Planning. It was a detailed plan for leaving me. When she'd tell me about the affair, she'd been aiming for after the holidays, how she'd handle the divorce conversation, which assets she wanted to keep, where she and Greg might live together. Caroline had been planning our divorce for months. The replaced photos weren't impulsive or confused. They were part of her transition from our marriage to her new life with Greg. She'd been preparing to leave me while I'd been traveling for work, completely unaware my marriage was ending. I documented everything: the replaced photos, the planning document, the affair evidence. Provided it all to my divorce attorney, who said Caroline's affair and the documentation would be relevant in divorce proceedings, particularly regarding spousal support and asset division. When I filed for divorce 2 days after discovering the photos, Caroline was shocked that I'd moved so quickly. She'd apparently expected we'd have weeks of discussions where she could control the narrative and timeline. Instead, she was served with divorce papers citing her 8-month affair and her systematic replacement of our family photos with pictures of her affair partner. Caroline tried to claim the photo replacement had been a mistake, that she'd been caught up in new relationship energy and hadn't thought through how it would look. But I had her planning document showing this wasn't impulsive. She'd been systematically preparing to leave me for months. Marcus and Jen were devastated when they learned about the affair and the photos. I showed them pictures of their family photos, their baby pictures, graduation photos, family vacations, replaced by photos of their mother with Greg. They were hurt and angry, feeling like their family history had been erased and replaced with their mother's affair. Marcus came to the house to see the photos in person. Caroline had already taken them down after I filed for divorce, but the walls still showed the outlines where our family photos had hung for years. Marcus stood in the living room looking at those blank spaces and said, "She erased our family." That's exactly what it felt like. Caroline hadn't just had an affair. She'd actively erased our 26-year marriage and our family's history, literally taking down the photos that documented our life together and replacing them with her new relationship. Jen refused to speak to Caroline for 2 weeks after learning about the photos. When they finally talked, Jen asked how Caroline could replace their family pictures with photos of a man they'd never met, how she could erase decades of their family's history so casually. Caroline's response was that she'd been thinking of the future rather than living in the past. Our children's baby photos, their graduation pictures, our family vacations, all the past that needed to be replaced with Caroline's affair partner. The divorce has proceeded quickly given Caroline's affair and my documentation. My attorney has argued that Caroline's systematic planning of the divorce and her replacement of family photos demonstrates she'd checked out of the marriage months ago and had been preparing to leave while hiding it from me. Caroline's attorney has tried to claim the affair shouldn't impact the divorce settlement, that it's a no-fault state, and marital misconduct isn't relevant. But my attorney has countered that Caroline's months of planning and deception, including financial planning while still married, shows she'd been preparing for divorce while I was still investing in the marriage, relevant to arguments about spousal support and asset division. The proceeding has revealed more about Caroline's affair and her plans than I'd known initially. Discovery showed that Caroline and Greg had been looking at houses together for 2 months, had discussed marriage once Caroline's divorce from me was finalized, had talked about Greg moving into our house once Marcus's father was gone. Caroline had been planning to divorce me, move Greg into our family home, and continue her life with minimal disruption. Just swap out her husband like she'd swapped out the photos. When this came out in depositions, Marcus was furious. He told Caroline she was delusional if she thought he'd visit our family home with her affair partner living there, that she'd destroyed not just her marriage, but her relationship with her children by the way she'd handled everything. Jen has been more forgiving, but still hurt. She's maintained some relationship with Caroline, but has been clear that she's disappointed in how Caroline handled the situation. The secrecy, the replaced photos, the months of planning while pretending everything was normal. The replaced photos have become symbolic of the entire divorce for our children. It's not just that their mother had an affair, it's that she literally erased their family's visual history and replaced it with her affair partner. That level of callousness has been harder for them to forgive than the affair itself. Caroline has tried to minimize the photo situation, claiming I'm using it against her, to turn the children against her. But Marcus pointed out that he saw the replaced photos himself before Caroline took them down, that the erasure of their family history wasn't something I'd made up or exaggerated. The divorce settlement is nearly finalized. I'm keeping our house. Neither Marcus nor Jen want Caroline to have it, given her plans to move Greg in. Caroline is getting other assets we've agreed on, but her request for spousal support was denied by the judge, who noted that her months of affair planning while married, including financial planning and house hunting with her affair partner, suggested she'd been preparing for financial independence and didn't need support. Caroline's relationship with Greg apparently didn't survive the divorce proceedings and the family fallout. According to mutual friends, Greg became uncomfortable with the level of conflict and animosity from Marcus and Jen, felt guilty about the affair's impact on our family, and ended things with Caroline about 6 weeks after I filed for divorce. So Caroline lost her marriage, damaged her relationships with her children, gave up our family home, lost her affair partner, and ended up alone. All stemming from her decision to have an 8-month affair and replace our family photos with pictures of her affair partner. Some people have said I moved too quickly with the divorce, that I should have tried counseling or given Caroline a chance to explain more fully. But what was there to explain? She'd had an 8-month affair, had been planning to divorce me for months, had replaced our family photos with her affair partner, and had only told me the truth when I came home early and discovered the photos. There was no marriage left to save by that point. Caroline had already left it mentally and emotionally, just hadn't told me yet. I'm 51, divorced after 26 years, living in our family home with our original family photos back on the walls. Caroline is 49, living in an apartment, her relationship with her children damaged, her affair relationship ended, dealing with the consequences of her choices. Marcus and Jen both told me separately that they're proud of how I handled the situation, discovering the affair, documenting everything, filing for divorce quickly, not dragging them into the middle of the conflict. They said seeing the replaced photos made them realize their mother had made her choices months ago, and I was right to respond decisively rather than trying to save something that Caroline had already destroyed. The image of walking into my own home and seeing a stranger's face where my family photos had been will probably stay with me forever. It was a visceral representation of betrayal, not just the affair, but the erasure of our shared history, the replacement of 26 years of marriage and family with 8 months of affair. Some will think I should have fought for the marriage, tried to understand Caroline's unhappiness, worked through the affair. But Caroline didn't give me that option. She'd already decided our marriage was over months before I found out, had already started building a new life with Greg, had already erased our family from our home's walls. I just formalized what she'd already done. And I'm at peace with that. Because discovering your wife has replaced your family photos with her affair partner is discovering that your marriage ended months ago. You're just finding out now. Caroline can live with her choices. I'm living with the knowledge that I responded with dignity and decisiveness when I discovered my wife had literally erased our marriage from our home. That's not revenge. That's recognizing when something is over and acting accordingly. And I'd file for divorce again without hesitation, because no one should stay in a marriage where they've literally been replaced in the family photos. Caroline wanted a new life with Greg. She got a divorce and lost her family relationships instead. Those are the consequences of not just having an affair, but of erasing your family's history to make room for your affair partner. And I'm at peace watching her live with them.